I don't know that we're going to have a lot of information given to us right now. I think it's going to be over time. We'll see where this is going to go. But there's able to be free of where this is going to lead. AAA is one of the top promotions in all of Mexico. I mean, CMLL is the clear number one, and they've been around forever. They have their own building, and they're doing great business. But AAA has been around for well over 30 years. What that looks like, though, we're not entirely sure yet.
TakeOver was just not a cool name for a pay-per-view, folks. It had very much legitimacy behind it. So
yes,
that's the reason why he did that.
I've got another beer. 3 beers. 4 beers. 5 beers. 6 beers. 7 beers.
That's about how many he had on Sunday.
Maybe the Bloody Mary.
He's still going
on Sunday, man. I don't know.
He's still going.
But we got a couple of $100 bombs in here tonight. A one from M Mills, no, and then Benjamin Cohn, super chat. Hello, my name is Ben. How are you doing? I just beat my cancer. Salamonster is related to my uncle. Just saying hi, says Benjamin Cohn.
Benjamin, yes, very happy to hear that. Congratulations from both of us.
We are very lucky to have you in the chat. Thank you, everybody here, man. M Mills and Benjamin Cohn. Thank you. Very triple A side. Now we are back on not self-proclaimed fan of Lucha Libre is Triple H having diverse styles in the industry, while WWE has its signature overhaul the genre at all. He says, I'm looking to keep traditional Lucha Libre as traditional Lucha Libre within the world. I
love The Rock. Dwayne, I love you, bro. I thought I'm gonna say me and my whole family really liked it. We did. I thought it was great.
It was interesting, when Triple H made that comment about he's looking to
genuinely though, man. I think Abe was great.
Lucha Libre as traditional Lucha Libre. What is that? What does that really mean?
I heard what you said.
This is an interesting quote from Lucha Blog. Made a great point. The problem is AAA never was traditional Lucha Libre. It was founded on the idea that Lucha Libre needed to change. It's like they're trying to say the right things, but
it just didn't make any sense to me still. So I definitely
does Triple H.
No, and he said he had all of these other prior things that he needed to do. And I'm like, okay, great. Then that story should have never gotten started then.
I'm not too sure what he's referring to when he says traditional Lucha Libre, but that was a very interesting perspective because there is. I've seen people make that comment that Triple H going back to
like prices have definitely gone up. Raw
and anything that would be considered traditional.
He's a big WWE fan too.
Or with what WWE views
like $300 for like section 100.
Yeah, and like I'm not trying to brag out here, but I'm a public figure. Listen,
apparently, if you guys didn't know, in
for real, he'll be like, watch him out here.
WWE tried to buy Triple A before. Conan Luchador in Mexico and in WCW at the time said he warned Triple H general manager Dorian Roldan not to sell at the time.
Unless you feel like,
dude, do not do that because these guys, the minute they don't like something, they're going to get rid of us. He said back in 2000. Conan still works for Triple A, and he's obviously reposted several messages regarding the acquisition by WWE.
I saw that and
a lot of people were insinuating that has something to do with the tumultuous relationship.
They have to. Because it's either that. Or I'm going to have to find Stone Cold on an ATV and jump in front of it like that later.
I'll stop there, Jason. The minute that we do something they don't like, they're going to change it, and there's nothing we can do about it. give them this type of
big dog
label it as an exclusive. WWE is discussing. This is one of the ideas on the table. There's no way confirmed.
And this woman,
WWE is discussing rebranding Triple H
car
to
and
NXT Mexico.
I don't think maybe
so this was the latest news in regards to this. Trip conversations within WWE. About rebranding Triple H to NXT Mexico. This is simply an option on the table as WWE considers the future of the brand. The main roster stars, because I saw 3 logos on the graphic.
No,
format
that's
in Los Angeles. There's money in the bank.
Yeah, and right. Was on the very first World Collide show in 1994. So as long as he's healthy, we don't see him being somebody who's on that show. I think they would want some main roster talent.
Sometimes
If you watch the
I'm a big
announcement,
fan since '98.
Triple H and Michael Cole, they were sitting there. They were flanked by
rush the fans and try to do something crazy like
talent,
that.
really outside of
like
Stephanie.
At the end of the day, I think because I would
Andrade.
He'll help you.
On Andrade.
He stays full character. So
how many times have we
made
seen him
us
on
laugh,
television
and
in the last few months? You can probably count on one hand.
It's so weird though, but
So yeah, I would expect there's going to be
definitely
main
get
roster
paid, man.
talent,
definitely get
NXT
paid.
talent.
A little bit of bread.
Obviously,
I don't know.
Triple H was on that show. We saw
Would you
Kingo
take
there.
bread?
Look,
or
they
free
shot an
tickets
angle
if
at
that was
WrestleMania.
fine?
If they want to pursue it, with
Yeah.
Kingo and El. Americana,
free ticket thing.
right? They did a little bit of
No,
with the
free
two of them. I can see that being.
I want
So
whole
yeah, that's going to be the
hard
first
cash,
big
baby.
event.
Yeah.
Hard
Same
cash.
day is Money in the Bank.
You know,
That's going to be
out
a
here,
lot.
this
I think that one is airing at
WrestleMania.
3:00 Eastern, and then Money in the Bank will be
At this
probably
point,
about
shit.
7. At least now we know why
All
Money
right,
in the Bank is in
we
Los
got here.
Angeles.
We got Heidi Ho. Thank you so much, Heidi Ho,
Because
for the generous super chat.
this is going to be in Los Angeles, so I guess it makes it a lot easier to run the two shows basically in the same market.
They launched over 9 years. They are definitely trying. Not just here, they're going now. They just announced that they're running Arena Mexico.
I mean, the fact that they're running, they rent the venue out. Legendary wrestling venues in the world. So the fact they're doing not only a show there, but I think it's a live Dynamite there, is very cool. It is also very interesting that announcement comes this week, and then just days later we get the announcement swallowed up all of these. So puts WWE now in direct competition with CMLL, who has a partnership with AEW. So that's also very interesting.
Yeah, which opens up a whole nother can of worms as far as these discussions. WWE, well, listen, you know, they are, and people are just going to fucking
Definitely in EO,
go
that
out.
build up to the potential
WWE
evolution
strategically
papers,
announced this
PLE that
during
they're talking about.
WrestleMania weekend because AEW just literally
Absolutely, but I feel like that's
They're going to
I
make
do
their
hope we get to
announcement
see it with
seem
the match
so
tonight.
bush
I'm a
league,
big
so
time
small
fan.
fry
Correct.
that
Man, that's
are
my
now
homie. lifestyle reality wrestling.
You know, a lot of people now are talking about this particular situation with AAA. They're going back to
I'm biased.
Very bizarre picture that The Rock posted wearing a New Japan shirt. I mean, that's all hearsay, that's all speculation.
I've never seen amazing matches, the storylines.
This is
one of the most
revelation. Anything that
bring that
stick it to
this is a
AEW
great match. The right person won.
Made. They're looking to basically
called up.
get a stranglehold on all the. How much
tax
that was CMLL? The way we see free agents from WWE to AEW and vice versa. Is that the same thing happening with AAA and CMLL?
I don't know if it works exactly the same thing when she was leaving to go to WWE. I think they ended up getting screwed because she wasn't even able to drop either of the titles that she had. So, you know, however they want to. But
so until I see it from somebody else.
I'm about to follow right now.
We're talking about an acquisition here. But we've been seeing WWE partnerships now for a while. With TNA, a multi-year partnership, and people were like, "Oh, is this the precursor to them buying TNA?" Long term, could I see WWE buying TNA? Sure. I just don't see what the way it currently is beneficial to WWE without them buying TNA. But you look at some of the other moves they've made, right? So they have the partnership with New Japan Pro Wrestling.
So we can
WWE went out and they have a partnership with Marigold. So the point that you were making before, partnerships and moves, WWE expanding people in a way that they never did before. Now yes, part of it is Vince, and that was just his way of thinking, and he's gone now. So maybe they would. But you're absolutely right. A lot of these stick it to AEW. They made kind of big announcement. WWE has to come back.
Roxanne got a victory. So yes, she has been
absolutely part
a bunch of L's, and I was thinking about.
I also feel like WWE is trying to get a stranglehold on all of the international markets that they can. Because I'm a pro wrestler, if I'm in the pro wrestling room and I want to do this for a living, you know, and WWE has all these different pockets. So this is a working relationship with WWE with someone else or another promotion. I'm going to go with the WWE because it's like be working for this independent pro wrestling promotion that's affiliated with WWE, and I can have a fucking pinky toe in the pool baby working with WWE. I feel like they are going to be throwing their weight around to all these different places, all these different markets, because of who they are, and they're going to try and take as much talent as they possibly can away from AEW and put a shrine.
The talent pool is the same.
What some people don't understand.
And a promise ring.
How can you say that AEW is competition to WWE because WWE is so much bigger? Yes, of course. But they're still out there, and they are in talent on lockdown. The ID program basically gives them first dibs on talent on the independent scene, especially like up and coming to get a full-time contract with WWE. It's almost like they're saying, okay, we got first dibs. That immediately takes them away from everybody else, including AEW. So it's a calculated strategy on their part to try to lock down as much of this talent. You know, we can do business with WWE. It's a very alluring thing because the WWE brand name, right, goes back decades, and obviously it means something. So if you're a promoter, if you have the option of working with one or the other, yeah, I mean, by risk, because they have their own interests, and those are that promotion, you know, whatever it may be, they're laser focused on what's good for them.
Like a lot of these, you can
And
call.
I do think
could
I'm making a
argue
prediction
maybe
here.
not
This
so
is
much
just
as
me
Kalani
speaking.
Jordan one,
Has
because
nothing to do with
what does
Jason's
that
opinion at all.
necessarily do?
I
Where
feel
does
like
that necessarily
this report from Paul.
Yeah,
I do think that's
hindsight
going to be
too,
turned
like,
into
if you'd have won the
because I know
title,
Mexico
that was like
just
her
one
last match on
destination.
NXT, like we
United
thought it
Kingdom
was.
was another thing.
It
Where
would've
about
made
NXT
sense.
be a thing? They put that on hold right now.
I'm
But
hoping
they'll have a
recover.
fucking really that
Now,
is
let's
coming
see what
next.
we
You're
get
going
out
to
of that.
see
Thank you
all
so much.
major markets where
We
pro
got Steven
wrestling
Marshall
is a
here, who
is
says
a
top
thing.
3 highs on this
WWE
episode.
will have a
1,
footprint
NXT has at
in
least
all of
3
those
women who have
countries
wrestled
and
in
all
main
of those
events.
destinies.
3,
Right now with
Trick
New
going
Japan,
heel.
I know
4,
Naito
Goddess
is no longer with the
Zarya
company.
going to
I don't
turn.
know what
So here's the
Tanahashi is
thing,
doing
I feel
as
like
far
there's
as
even more
taking the
women
brand
out
into
there
the future. Here and say that AEW and New Japan partnership is something.
I feel
and I don't think Tanahashi is going to continue that partnership until going to end up working. Ends up buying with TKO, ends up buying.
To the parent company, whether or not they feel like they want to sell it off to somebody. And if they're for business, they're open to a sale.
We all
Swoop in and want to scoop it up. That would be a huge coup. If they, as long as they see a benefit in it for them.
This is definitely going to be an interesting story to follow.
Great.
Next motion.
There's been a lot of rumors about that they've had a lot of struggles.
2 guys that were motivating him.
WWE may show up and be like, wow,
it's all good. I think that was
we have a lot of work to do here, So we don't know what we don't know, but this is major.
All of a sudden,
this is a promotion that has been around since 1992. And it gave life to a lot of people. Rey Mysterio and CMLL broke away, started this promotion.
I really thought you was on Denise immediately. I was like, why?
For over 30 years, it's part of the culture
because everything he said, successful graduate
entertained
from Chase U. He said that they have match.
Because of the feud between
and then I was like, no, and he's correct.
His interest.
I
There
do
were
like the
conversations
idea
had
of
that
Chase
something
U,
we
but
probably
I
would have heard about because everybody
more that
leaks
I enjoy
shit all the time. I've never heard or read anything about that. I'm sure Tony Khan would have certainly been interested in having a conversation if that's something. And I don't get the impression that Conan is a big Tony Khan fan. Tony Khan may not be a big fan of his, and Conan is obviously devious that.
Keep an eye on that. And like I said, that Worlds Collide show should be very interesting to follow.
It was just surreal tuning in for WrestleMania and seeing Triple H introducing the Kingdom. He did the Triple H points. Vikingo got the point from Triple H.
Not even officially with the company.
We'll see what the future looks like.
Let's say Triple H was he was also in the news himself with what he said on Peter Rosenberg's platform. I think this was WWE YouTube. It made the rounds and
so much better.
WWE. I just felt like
any other way
stories about WrestleMania. It was about who's promoting who politically.
Dude,
and to me, I'm like, I don't want to watch finish.
Okay.
And they did it on
that. They feel very confident.
I don't know who they were.
Because
I thought they were guys who
business
or something like that, but apparently they're like two guys. I don't know their name,
but the Triple H comments, and I think it is sensitivity.
Again, I really, I want.
He really has been taking it on the chin.
I also side note, I don't know if
promotion was built to WrestleMania this year in a way that he did last year.
I'm not.
We didn't hear any of this from him last year, and they were out doing media and stuff. We didn't hear any of this last year. All of a sudden,
I can get it because of her character, but I want to have more of like a better style, something that's like that's more catchy.
They would just watch the pro, basically just shut up and enjoy what we give them.
It's more my vibe.
You know, all these comments, I'm like, this is awfully curious. Because we have been getting a lot of criticism that he wasn't getting initially. It's no coincidence that you hear these comments, I think, being made right now. I think he's very, very aware of the criticism, and he's not necessarily
taking this report last year around on Twitter, looking at the feedback during the show.
So, you can make fun of Tony Khan, you know, for being like on line all the time.
Looks like
basically the same age range here. And that's part of that generation beyond line all the time.
already did
I guarantee you Triple H is too.
Yeah.
Now, it might not be under at Triple H. Yeah. You know, it could be under fucking at Peacock 49994. But whatever his burner is, I guarantee you. Like, he sees all the comments.
Somebody right.
Like you said, there were reports about him literally being on his phone during the shows. I am positive
right now.
that is what happened.
I don't remember.
Andre, I'm trying to keep you employed, Andre. I'm sorry. I'm trying, bro.
I don't remember anything at all when he was running Black and Gold because everybody was just fucking down to him, including me. I was definitely guilty of that. I love Black and Gold. Everybody knows that. Nobody fucking word to him. And he didn't say anything back because everybody was just, you know, hyping him up. So he said with Peter Rosenberg and says this will sound offensive to every critic out there. I wish I could tell people off, and the dinner was fucking terrible. He's a critic with his wife. Give me a break.
You have to shut up and enjoy it.
If I tell you to go to the movies and watch this movie, and I saw it and thought it was really good, then just go to the movie.
Hold on, girl. You are
one opinion. If I change your life, what you didn't like, you have to work for you or didn't work for you. You watch it totally different. You watch the product totally different. Always for people. The world is so much better when nobody.
Running into a
now he said
it's literally, and I'm gonna say something like you,
a lot of people
you can't write better comedy than that right there, man. That was literally a complete.
How could he say that? That's his WrestleMania. Everybody feels it. Everybody knows it just by watching the show. And then he has. I said, Jason, and he's obviously rattled under the microscope heavily. Lackluster career. He is rattled.
Like who was Dynamite show
on Wednesday was fucking fantastic. Since last year, since Big Ben.
I want a good match, and I'm be real. I want Stacks to get over.
It was an incredible show. You know, a lot of people mentioned, oh, Tony Khan only did that because he wanted to stick it to Eric Bischoff because they beat WCW's Nitro run on type of inspiration on a weekly basis. For Bischoff, for him to go out there and book a show like that every week. You know, that's only going to come and go. That's one show. If he wants the inspiration and the influence to fucking really stick, Tony Khan's been guilty. Keep saying shit online. We know that. But all he needs to do is look at WWE kind of rocks. You know, it's like looking to look glassy-eyed. I don't want to say WWE's on the way of getting fucking knocked out here. But
we got Anthony Giuliano here.
Triple H is the way he is now. Tony Khan sees that. I would use that as the biggest fucking inspiration to go out there next week and the week after that. Basically, all in.
I saw that.
Just fucking put on the best show possible when you know WWE is at their weakest right now creatively, and they're being heavily criticized. That's the biggest inspiration that he could possibly use for himself.
So I didn't like this. I didn't like this because
it's just fuck you and just watch the show. No, it doesn't work that way. He's obviously rattled, and no matter what you.
And I remember that when I was the exit way, where everybody, it was just a sea of people, and I actually had to like jump over to exit because the pathway to the bridge to walk out was so freaking packed. I mean, it was the people. Like, imagine all those little spaces. And I remember struggling for SummerSlam, and that was one side of. But I also don't think that people should have gone up those stairs. By the way, did you know from I think or something? Not people to keep the traffic, like the traffic flow of people walking.
I can believe it. The one. I saw the video. I saw the caption. The caption I read made me laugh. It was like a main event so bad, people going off the upset of athletics to escape this bad main event. That made me laugh because I would like to main event, but I felt that way. I laughed too because one guy dropped all his food. He had expensive nachos. Okay, you know the kind I'm talking about, y'all. The kind that cost. I ate that before I went up there and took that chance. But yeah,
and you eat the nachos. And
yes. And it's that dry heat too. That dry heat ain't nothing to play with out there to a Vegas, man.
I was drying up in Vegas, man. By the 5th day, my skin on my eye on this side was peeling, starting to dry. Sunscreen, it wasn't even hot. It wasn't even hot at all. I've been to Vegas where it felt like I was walking in an oven. This time, it did not feel hot to me. Like, yeah, sure, there was some there. I can't explain it. Luca. Somebody do a wellness check on him. Thank you, Howie. We got Tracy WB
Whole-
with that moment of
Whole
silence.
things back to the way they used to
Luke
be.
got ripped.
Well, you can't.
Oh, man.
Yeah, the genie's
We got
out of the
Heidi Ho
bottle.
here
Tough
instead.
shit.
Pushing in my
Okay,
face.
I was a
Chase
little
has zero
kid.
being
I was
Robert's
to get
back.
older,
But
but the stuff
then
I am
we
a
can on the
and
roster.
I can be
This is
critical,
the
and I could also
scripted
I give
television
great
show, like,
praise
come
too
up
when
with
there's things that I
They
really
come
really
up with
like,
the ideas.
and then
You
when
can
there's
come
things
up
that I
with
really
something
don't
that
like.
makes
I talk about
that
why I don't
makes
like them,
Andre Chase,
and there's nothing wrong with that, and that's in every
more,
single form of entertainment. Whether you're a movie critic, whether you're a food critic, if you're a TV critic, a music critic, absolutely nothing in that regard that makes pro wrestling, or whatever they want to call themselves, different from every other genre of entertainment. It's just that he doesn't like hearing that criticism when it's overwhelming in the way that it's been recently. So you can tell when he says, I don't mean to be defensive. Well, you are being defensive. And it's very obvious why you're being defensive.
All right, with
So
that
it was
being
just
said,
a
we got
very
a couple of other items
dumb thing for him to say.
I don't like when things get ruined, but please, I will take your money for this new Netflix series that shows everybody how we do the creative process behind the curtain.
Yeah. Like, you are pulling the curtain back in ways that has never been done before. Like, obviously, we're a bunch of wrestling nerds like that are just kind of talking about this all the time, and we're on the websites and all this, so we read about stuff like this all the time. Dude, I was reading about stuff like this all the time back in the late 90s. I mean, this is nothing new. And there have been times in WWE, frankly, where the stuff behind the scenes was more entertaining than the stuff we were getting on TV.
You know how NXT
So, I mean, this is
does
nothing
like,
new, but yeah, I mean, I just saw him in that commercial last night where he's telling Jey Uso, go backstage, like, we're going to strap the rocket to you.
Oh, Gigi.
And like,
Tatum doing
does he
cool
not
girl
realize,
shit.
like,
Going to
the
a concert
hypocrisy of this?
now, getting
You know,
tattoos,
it's like, I don't know.
their
To me, it's
hair.
just foolish. Every
Cool
press
girl
scrum, you know,
shit,
the way they
because
talk
that
about these
to me
things
is
now,
the
and
appeal of
this guy's a
Gigi
heel
and
and this
Tatum.
guy's a baby
I look at
face.
them and
I
I'm
made
like,
the comment
damn,
on my
I wanna
review
hang out
last
with those
night
cool
when I saw that
black chicks.
commercial.
I
I said,
want
you
them
know,
to show
I get
more
kayfabe is
of
basically dead. You know, it is what it is.
Listen, Uncle Sean, you
I
use
feel
these
bad
that
for
you
a
better
little
like
kid.
listen,
You know,
write her a check,
watching this now.
hashtag cool girl
And I'm
shit.
sure they have their
It's dope,
favorites and
okay?
they're having
What
fun,
is
but
that?
they're just
that
they're
CGS?
looking
That
at
could be
it.
the name of their
You don't have to watch that show on Netflix.
They can
But you're going to
do
see
it.
commercials for it on TV every single week.
Who we kidding? I'm watching.
on MXC. You moving from my
I'm not saying I'm not going to watch it. I'm just saying
without
in terms of like if you're a very, very young wrestling fan
I feel like I should
who's just being brought into it, it's just very different now. It's all just performance. And you know, when I was
We got,
much
Howie
younger
Potter
and I was first watching wrestling, they didn't beat you over the head with it.
to the
You
girls.
know, you kind of figured it out on your own, or maybe your parents spoiled it for you. But I did.
How
You gotta have
he
girls.
says this,
If everybody
and
was
we know
girls, then
his
we're gonna be girls.
anger is towards the
Thank you very
online
much on that way. I did love the tag
critics,
match.
and
I hope
the
we can
company
see Liz and
would be-
Raquel stick around a little
you know,
bit
the
longer.
company's foolish because
I know
would be the first
they're on Raw.
To go out there on social media and blast and fucking promote how many numbers to their content and blast them all over their shows. They're the ones who put them front and center. They love everybody else who does this for a living. Obviously, you know, in it for the good. We want a good show, but we're not going to fucking blow smoke up your ass when it's bad. So they don't want anything to do with us when it's bad.
Right?
Right?
Then believe me, they'll embrace it. But
that's
again, it was just the hypocrisy of it to me as I'm watching this trailer last night, and they're showing the gorilla position after I Show Speed got speared at the Royal Rumble. Like, oh, he's just selling. He's just selling.
Yeah, sure.
I'm curious.
Like, I'm watching the show here. It'd be like in the middle of the movie, like I'm going to the movies and I'm watching, Iron Claw, and in the middle of the movie, the guy playing Kerry Von Erich is like, hey, you know what? This guy over here, it's a pretty good performance right there. You know,
also too, I don't back with the
pretty
well. I don't want him back.
You know what? I'll read the reviews after.
I don't just
because don't tell me this when I'm in the middle of watching it.
They have.
But that's how it is now. It is what it is.
It's the same way with like it's a
platform on Monday night.
I know, right?
I was like, she was with OTM? Oh, yeah, she was with OTM.
On my thing.
Bro.
500,000 views each. You think we're going to be on Raw? Oh, my God.
And what they've done the ring, they
Well,
deserve their own time.
To be fair, to be fair, you really think they're going to show you what?
They deserve their shine because last
It's
Legends
on
TV. I cannot humble
on,
something like that. I
on
want
the
that
talking
face off.
Many years ago, they had a tag.
I feel like right now,
on the bottom.
right now, tag team,
And
they're good.
I remember
right
what
now.
I
want
said.
them
It was
to tag
something
team, hopefully with
about
Tyler
Braun
one day.
Strowman. I think
Noam
he
Dar, glad he's
something.
back.
It was one of these like very generic, like, oh, the monster is back or something.
That's good for him.
And they put, of course, it's like the most innocent tweet in the world. It was something very critical, and I was like, oh, I don't see that tweet on the bottom anywhere. I just see that one. I don't see the one that got actually more likes and engagement than that one did. I didn't see that one pop up on the post show.
No,
this guy has better chance than I do.
There's got to be the
Nick
top guy.
Khan, who completely just presented himself as delusional. He went out there and expressed himself.
I'm sorry, hold on now. Hold on. To be fair, I mean, look, Nick Khan's actually, he knows what he's doing, and he was sticking the knife in.
So I people that have sort of been.
Oh, and what was the sense of bringing him back from NXT when he was doing so great and could have added so much to that NXT men's uppercard division?
I want more. I really want.
Eventually let him go. How do you find nothing to do with that?
Well, he said he knew the minute that he found out he was being drafted, he says, "I'm done."
Watch all the content
like
right now.
He knew how that was going to. And he never made a single appearance, and then they just let his contract.
So yeah, Alexa Bliss got the biggest reaction to the Royal Rumble right now.
All the
one member of the
elimination
chair, I'm sorry, not
goes
since
a
then,
very,
not
very
WrestleMania
long
match,
way,
nothing.
The
Wyatt Six, one member of the Wyatt Six was injured. They kept the rest of them off. They kept 5 members of the Wyatt Six on television. Apollo Crews and fucking Andrade.
I feel like that'll be.
I mean, he's on TV.
But
I'm guessing people
got my
complaining
hands
where the
in a
fuck's
bunch of
Roddy
places
wasted.
trying to make
He's
shit
not
happen.
doing
What they,
We'll see what happens.
what they
Don't
did
worry.
was they
I've
started
already put it
using
out
all these
there. I've
people that
already
you named,
told
like
her that I wanted to
Apollo
do
and
it.
Andrade. They started using them on Speed.
We'll probably
So
do it closer
they're
when
on
she
Speed
starts
doing
to promote
3-minute
her
matches
book. So
on
when she
X,
promotes her book,
and that's about
and
all
she
they have
gets
them
media
doing. Maybe
tour
they'll
and
have
that
a
type
main
of
event
stuff, that's
match.
probably
So
around
they're
the
not
time that
technically
we'll get that.
benched. Like
But if
that's
you
what
do
they
want
have
a
them
nice
doing.
sit down
But yeah, they're not
interview,
being
my
used in
interview with the
any
former
kind of
Sonya Deville, Dario
meaningful way.
Maldonado,
One of the
is up
issues
here
is
on the channel as
people
well.
have talked,
So
and
make
I've
sure you
talked
guys
about
check
this,
that
where
out too.
Tony Khan was
All right,
signing
everyone,
all
thank
of
you
this
so much,
talent.
and
It's
we
like
will be
he
back
keeps
here
signing talent.
tomorrow
He's already got so much.
for
He's going to have to
AEW
start cutting
Watch
people.
Along
Yeah,
and
that was
the
something
show
early on where
Righteous
he took
Reg, and
pride,
then
but
I'll
we
be
don't
here,
do that,
Friday
right? Some
for
people he might
Friday
just let this
SmackDown.
expire,
Also,
and then they're gone.
if you guys wanted to
But
do
he
a
was just
TNA
signing and signing and
Rebellion
signing,
watch
and it's like,
along,
how many people
tweet
can
me.
you sign?
No
With
one tweets me,
WWE
I
now,
won't
it's
do it.
interesting the
And
way
tweet
things have
me, I
flipped.
might do it. All right.
Because all of a sudden,
That's it.
some of
Bye,
these people
everyone.
that
Take care.
went to AEW are coming back. The pendulum is swinging in the other direction, and WWE is going to have the same problem. How many people can they sign until we get the next mass wave of talent releases, which you know is coming, they're going to have no choice. But they're in a very similar, and this is something Bill Simmons brought up on that show to Nick Khan. It's like roster bloat. Are you going to have enough spots for these people? And it's a very valid point. And I think they're going to have a similar problem, if you would call it that, a similar issue that Tony Khan had, where you only sign so many and have them sitting in the back doing nothing because there's only so many hours of television that they have. You know, the real estate is very limited. And I have to give a shout out to Sapp, actually, Sean Ross Sapp. He had an idea that I actually think is a great idea. And I don't know what the language would be contractually in this, but you know, he made a comment that talent and their agents should start trying to work inactivity clauses into their contracts. And I think that's a great idea. If the language can protect them from not being used, whether it forces WWE to do something with, you know, said talent within a certain amount of time if they're not being used, how the logistics of how it would work, I don't know. But the idea of having like an inactivity clause in your contract, I think is a great idea. And I think that's something that should be applied to all promotions, not just WWE. If you have people that, yes, they're being paid, but if they're not being used, like wrestlers want to wrestle. You know, they want to work. They don't want to fly all over the fucking world and then sit on their ass in the back and watch everybody else getting opportunities and they're sitting back there doing nothing. I think it's a great idea.
That's interesting how that would work. That actually is a good idea. If someone is injured and is out for 12 months, but before they went out with injury, there was inactivity because the company didn't have creative for them for 6 months, maybe offset the injury time that they would tack onto your contract from the inactivity time. So you would only be out for 6 months. You only get 6 months added on top of your contract. I don't know how that would work. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah, I mean, again, it would have to be worked out, and there would have to be enough people, you know, who have agents who are their voice, who are advocating for that. But it may get to a point where something like that is necessary because it's been a problem before, and not just in one company or the other. It's a problem in both companies.
You know, we got a lot of free agents coming in. Jeff Cobb's room to come in. Malachi's going to be on Friday. Rusev just showed up. Head to Phoenix. Ricky Starks. I mean, there's just a lot of talent. Bronson Reed's coming back any month now. Rosters are going to be blown. Listen, I'm all for, you know, differentiating the shows with talent for sure. But, you know, your lower end talents like an Apollo Crews and like some of those guys that are in the locker room that haven't had any time on TV, especially the women. You know, look at what they did on Monday Night Raw last night. You think after that segment where you had all that talent, 5 women like that on the same segment that, you know, someone who's not being used, like I don't know, for example, Candice LeRae. You know, you think she's going to be like, you know, confident that she's going to have a job in 6 fucking months?
She's sitting back there going, great. This is great. Fucking great.
That's just only one example. I mean, how many of those women exist back there? How many people are not being used? But, yeah, roster bloat is a severe problem right now. So those comments were said. That was before WrestleMania. And a lot of those things made the round. Roman Reigns made comments. John Cena mentioned something about Vince McMahon. That made the rounds. Nothing new there. He said that before on the Howard Stern show. There was just a lot of people saying things that, you know, if you want to speak your mind, God bless you. I'm all for that. But I just felt like a lot of the PR had to do with everything else and not WrestleMania. So, you know, some people like it, some people don't. It is what it is. Jason, we're going to get into the WrestleMania talk, but quickly, before we get into night one, quick thoughts on Stand and Deliver. I watched. I had a very long night because, unfortunately, like a dumbass, I stayed up till 4:30 watching Triple H speak for 1 hour and 7 minutes at the Hall of Fame because I was live streaming it with Twitch. We did a watch along. I enjoyed the Hall of Fame for what it was. I enjoyed seeing Brett and Austin there. Triple H, at some point, you were like, all right, bro, enough is enough. 30 minutes was fine. He went 1 hour and 7 minutes. I regret watching it. Woke up at 1 around that time because I stayed in bed. Watched NXT, made myself a cup of coffee, had a late lunch. I enjoyed the fucking show, man. Stand and Deliver was really, really good. The triple threat match for the NXT title was fantastic. The women's fatal four was fantastic.
Well, the women's ladder match.
You know, I thought it was good, but to me, it wasn't one of the better matches of the night. I don't know.
I really enjoyed that one, though. I thought it was really good. Sol Ruca is awesome.
Fantastic, yeah.
The Soul Snatchers, it does take a little bit of a setup to her, and so that was something I enjoyed on the show. Yeah, I mean, overall, even the NXT Women's Championship match, the NXT Championship Triple threat.
The tag team. I was a tag team title match with Hank and Tank.
Hank and Tank, yes,
fantastic stuff. Mike,
a while. Hank and Tank, I haven't seen too much of them, so for me it was like, wow, these guys work really well together. But that triple threat main event, with Obafemi and Javon Evans and Trick Williams, that was also a very, very good match. So overall, I enjoyed the hell out of the show. There's so much wrestling going on that weekend that I feel like not a lot of people are talking about it because it just gets completely overshadowed by the good and the bad of WrestleMania. But I thought it was very, very good. I didn't feel like I had wasted my time watching it.
No, absolutely not. I thought that was a solid 2.5 hours of pro wrestling on a Saturday afternoon, and they fucking killed it. How Triple H went so long until 5 o'clock in the morning, what time Shawn Michaels got to bed because they had a 5 a.m., 6 a.m. call time, whatever it was, how he was operating throughout the day. I would love to know what his recipe was, man, because that's fucking ridiculous.
You know what's ridiculous, though? Doing the Hall of Fame at the hour that they did it, because it became a meme. They would cut to somebody in the crowd. I know Booker T, they showed him, but it wasn't just Booker T.
He was praying, by the way.
He was praying. Oh, he was praying. You know what he was praying for? He was praying for the end. That's what he was praying for.
Jey Uso was the right when he had his sunglasses on. You couldn't see what he was doing. He had the right.
Well, to be fair, Jey Uso probably was, having some fun before that, and he was like, I got to get some sleep here. Everybody was fucking falling asleep. They showed Eric Bischoff, and I know he's, whatever he is, 65 years old. He's not a young man anymore. But like everyone's got their heads down. Everyone's falling asleep. I don't understand why they can't do it on that Thursday. I don't understand. I mean, if obviously the people who would be inducted, they would have to maybe come in a day early if they're first coming in that Friday. But a lot of people are coming in, probably Thursday anyway, for WrestleMania weekend. And it would just make things so much easier and so much more palatable if you didn't have to worry. You're going right from SmackDown to the Hall of Fame, and then Eastern time, it's starting at 1 o'clock at night. They were out west, so it's a little bit earlier there. And you still have people in the audience falling asleep. Like, I don't understand why they do it this way.
I don't know.
Logistically.
The two things that really got me was Becky Lynch. There was a shot of Becky Lynch. She looked so droopy faced. I'd never seen Becky. She almost looked deformed. She was so fucking tired. And then Bianca Belair, she wasn't tired, but when Undertaker was up there inducting his wife, he said something along the lines of like, without Michelle McCool, the division wouldn't be where it is today. And Bianca Belair was like, get the fuck off stage with this nonsense. I mean, give me a break. But those two things really popped me, and everybody sleeping popped me. NXT Stand and Deliver was great. And Triple H, he went over his whole career retrospective. He didn't mention Dwayne. We will definitely talk about The Rock and Triple H and what I feel is going on there. He didn't mention The Rock.
There have been a few instances like that at the Hall of Fame. Like Undertaker didn't mention Mick Foley in his speech, and I know that bothered Mick. Rikishi didn't mention Too Cool in his. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean anything. No. Obviously, people are going to read into it. But there have been different examples like that where people were neglected, and you would be like, man, it was such an important part of their career. And maybe it's just as simple as they forgot. I'm sure Triple H, though, he didn't forget to mention The Rock. The Rock, to me, is his all-time greatest rival. I mean, people can talk about Foley and Austin and all these people, Shawn Michaels. To me, we're like, wow, he didn't mention Mick was going on there. My boy Boots.
Yes,
is that
Boots? Oh, my goodness. We got Boots. Boots sticks for himself, and he drops a $250 super chat with no man. That is ridiculous. Absolutely, man. Oh, my goodness. We got 4,300 people in here on a Tuesday night, man. Over 1,000 likes. We got 1,100 likes, and we get 1,500. That's the goal. The new goal now. Thank you guys very much, man. We're looking at probably the largest audience on a Tuesday night since the original debut of Solid Monster here on Tuesday night. It's crazy. There you go.
WrestleMania, baby.
I know. We're going to get into right now. Night one. Let's get into the discussion. First and foremost, I thought this was a top 3 set of all time, Jason. I don't know how you felt about the set design. I know you're very particular about what you like and what you don't like. I think this is a top 3 personally for me. There's just something that I also have a seasonal residence in Atlantic City, New Jersey. I just love the casino vibe. I love the whole vibe of Las Vegas, Atlantic City, casinos, gambling. poker chips, the whole nightlife, the bright lights. I thought the set was fucking unbelievable.
Yeah, it was a beautiful set. They had stage seating for the first time that I can remember at a WrestleMania. From what I understand, somebody told me that was reserved for VIPs like sponsors. So it was a very nice set. I cannot rank it above 33 and 39. I still like those more. But this is in the conversation. Yeah, absolutely, probably top 3 as one of the greatest. I like when they do that, and I kind of wish they would do it for more than just WrestleMania, like SummerSlam. They really don't do it for anything other than WrestleMania.
No.
But when they put the effort into something like this, I mean, it's outstanding. And so I really like the way that that it turned out. It had a very narrow ramp. It's weird. Like, did it just feel to me like the ramp? I'm not saying it wasn't a long ramp, but it was shorter than what we've seen in the last few years.
It did feel significantly shorter than previous years. Yeah.
I just think the venue is smaller. I think that's what it is.
Yeah, great look for WrestleMania this year. Great vibe. And we start things off on night 1 with Jey Uso and Gunther for the World Heavyweight Championship. You know, a lot of online discourse, Jason, in regards to Jey Uso. I know you and I have talked about it in nauseam. I don't want to really sit here and repeat ourselves. I think you and I have understood what was going on here. I know the rumor was that Triple H had decided upon this in early December. This was not really it. Looking back at it, I don't have a problem with it. And a lot of the discourse in regards to Triple H and the way he does things creatively, you know, a lot of what people have criticized him for being too predictable. And then come February 1st, when the Men's Royal Rumble concluded, Jey Uso won it, and they still complained when he did the most unpredictable thing that you could possibly ask for. And you, leading up to that, when we were here on Tuesday nights, you said, watch out for Jey Uso. He could be a dark horse pick. Do not discount him. And what happened? He ended up winning, and people were like fucking shocked that, A, you even said that, and B, what you said actually came to fruition. I didn't mind it. He got this match. The build for it wasn't really all there in the first 4 or 5 weeks. They really turned it up when Gunther and Jimmy Uso got involved. Jimmy was taken out of whatever he was doing on SmackDown. He showed support for his brother. That whole segment where Gunther dressed himself in Jimmy's blood really took it to the next level. We got some great promo work from Jimmy, from Jey, and from Gunther in regards to what was going on here. And it was definitely more of a personal feel. We get to the match, and the first thing that I criticized was they start off with a collar and elbow tie-up. I don't know how you felt about that, but I feel like the way that they ended and the way that they kind of went off the air with that great segment with Gunther, the promo, the blood, they start the match off with a collar and elbow tie-up. That's just one minor criticism. The match itself was fine. It wasn't as like it was the worst match ever. You look back at their 3 previous matches, I would put it up there, honestly, as the best of the 4 matches that they've had together. A lot of people looked at it as it wasn't good. It didn't really do anything to really make it like a WrestleMania open. The fact that Jey Uso won the championship, people complained about. I don't mind all that. And, you know, that's all very minor criticisms. The one thing that I really had a problem with is the way that they ended the match. I hated the fact that they had Gunther tap out within seconds. And I hate the fact that it was so anticlimactic that there was no struggle. And the fact that they ended on a tap out. I feel like instead of doing that, it should have been a long-winded one. If not the tap out, it should have definitely been a just traditional 3 count Uso splash after a couple big moves. He wins the title off of a 3 count. It would have been a little bit more impactful as far as a crowd reaction. I don't know how you felt about it. I really think that they could have went about the ending in a different way.
I mean, I didn't hate it maybe as much as you did. I do think he should have struggled a little bit more. They could have had him reaching for the ropes, and then Jey kind of rolls him over back into the middle of the ring, gets the big pop, and he's got nowhere to go, and then he taps out. So yeah, I mean that was definitely very, very quick when he tapped out. But I mean, it didn't bother me too much. You know, this was about Jey Uso showing that, look, I can beat this guy, and everybody criticizes Jey for all the super kicks that he throws. We didn't get that many super kicks. It wasn't like super kick spam or anything like that. I like how he incorporated Gunther's own moveset, you know, into the match. He powerbombed Gunther. He locked him in the sleeper. So I like, you know, how they went about doing it. It was very interesting that I don't think there was any match on either night. And I could be wrong, but I think the only match outside of the 2 main events that went longer than maybe, I mean, I don't know, 10 or 11 minutes in that range was the AJ Styles match. Like, a lot of matches felt very short. And
yeah, especially on night 1.
Yes. And that's really the main thing I'm focusing on. And I'm not saying that this Jey Uso match should have gone 20, 25 minutes. But it probably would have benefited maybe by a little more of a struggle there with him at the end before he made his comeback. But it's a minor critique. The match was exactly what it needed to be. This was about the moment. I said this on my end coming in. This is about the moment. And it just reminded me so much of the whole Kofi Mania thing, where it was about the journey to get there. And then getting that moment and him standing in the middle of the ring and embracing his brother, just like when Kofi won, New Day comes in and Kofi's son is in the ring, and it's this great emotional moment. And then Kofi, you know, he held the title for 6 months, but he was never destined to have like some sort of generational title run. Like, it just, that's not why they put the championship on him. And it's the same thing with Jey Uso. I don't see him having a lengthy run with this title. I'm not saying he's going to lose it at Backlash, but SummerSlam at the absolute latest. I mean, I don't see him holding it, you know, beyond that. It was about the moment. And I thought the moment was great. And the fans were happy. And I know some fans weren't, but, you know, look, again, he was pushed in this position for a reason. And I don't want to relitigate it all over again. If you don't understand why he was in the position he's in, there's nothing I can say that's going to convince you. But it was all about the moment.
I don't know why these New Age fans are so confused. Vince did the same thing. Triple H's footsteps of his father-in-law. Vince put somebody in position because they were making him money. Jeff Hardy was the WWE champion because he was selling a ton of merchandise and he was fucking incredibly over with the fan base. So Jey Uso's the same way. He's making money. He's selling T-shirts. I'm sure Netflix has a say in them wanting Jey Uso at the top of their show that they're paying $500 million for. So it's like, that's who they want. And he's not. Does a lot of people don't like what he is. It's just it is what it is. Like,
to be fair, Netflix probably is more interested in CM Punk being on that show than Jey Uso or anybody else. But I'm just saying.
You know, a lot of people just complain for it, whatever the case may be. I don't know. I didn't really mind it. Like Jason said, it was all about the moment. And the quicker you understand that WWE does things for the moment, and Triple H, the way he booked this thing, he had this moment in his head since December. The quicker you will realize that it's WWE, and this is what they do. So that's the open of the show. Jey Uso is the new World Heavyweight Champion. I'm going to try and incorporate some of what happened on Monday Night Raw into what we do here, so we don't need to do show for show for show. Mm-hmm. Jey Uso was on last night's show. He basically did a Yeet celebration, not much of a promo. It was more about Sami Zayn. He was out there. He was in Vegas. Said he wasn't going to show up to Vegas, but he had to show up to Vegas to congratulate his dog and his Zeus. He wanted the first person to tell him, look him in the eyes, that you've earned it, you deserved it. And there was a moment there, Jason. I know a lot of people on social media, including me, I said this on my review, where it looked a little bizarre. Jay's body language was a little kind of taken aback by Sami being out there. He didn't know why he was out there. Then there was a moment where Jey was yeeting on the top rope with the title, and there was this great camera shot of Sami just standing behind him. And I know everybody was thinking the same thing that I was.
You can hear it. You can hear it in the crowd.
Are they gonna do the fucking unthinkable here, which would be turn Sami heel on Jey Uso? I don't know if that's the plan. I said it on my end. I don't want to see that happen because I think you and I talked about it. Sami being a babyface, going into Saudi, winning the Royal Rumble, getting his moment next year. Do you see them actually going and do that? Because that, honestly, no matter how much we don't want to see it, it may be the most interesting title feud and story that he has as world champion.
It is, and it's one that I wasn't really thinking about. You know, when I was trying to think of, like, all right, who does he work with now? And I kept going back to Seth because Seth is the one that would make the most sense. So I hadn't even thought about Sami. And I have a different reason for hoping that they don't do it because, like, we'll get to John Cena, but John Cena wins number 17 as a heel. Winning the number 17 really, I feel like, was meant to be a celebratory thing. And they went a totally different way with it. And I won't say they squandered it, but they did what they did. With Sami, I feel like when he does eventually win the World Heavyweight Championship, it should be as a babyface. So for that reason, I would hope that he doesn't turn. The other reason also is everybody's turning fucking heel, dude.
Yeah.
Like, I are you turning heel? Like, am I turning heel? Are we turning heel? Everybody's turning heel. On the show last night, we had Becky Lynch, right? Turn heel. We had Braun Breaker turn heel.
I've been heel for a long time. Apparently, you're heel now because you're heel because you're working with me. Now you're heel.
Well, I'm more of a tweener, but you know, you have on the show last night, you had Becky and Braun, and in recent months, I mean, you've had, you know, Kevin Owens and John Cena and on and on and on. How many heel turns, you know, do you need? So if they're going to do it, I hope they take their time with it and it doesn't happen until much later on, because I just feel like there's too much of that going on right now.
Yeah, I agree. So that was Sammy and Jay on Monday night. Gunther, on the other hand, I love the way that they follow this up, because Gunther should be angry, and instead of taking it out on Jay, which, you know, they could always revisit that, he took his anger out on the two people that have been the biggest cheerleaders for Uso. I mean, that's Pat McAfee and Michael Cole. They got that little silly handshake that they do before he goes to the ring. Gunther targeted Michael Cole, put his hands on Michael Cole, even had the sleeper wrapped around Michael Cole for a little bit. And then Pat McAfee defends Michael Cole, throws a big elbow shot at him. He walks away. Gunther gets the sleeper on him. Pat McAfee's team that was sitting front row jumped the barricade. They get subdued by the security guards. And Pat McAfee's choked out, turning all shades of pink and blue with the sleeper hold applied by Gunther. I don't know where they're going with this, Jason, but A, it makes Gunther look like a savage. I love that he's now targeting those two guys because they're a bunch of clowns, and Gunther's all about the pride and prestige of pro wrestling, so he's taking his anger out on those guys. That's number one. Number two, I don't know what they're going to do with Gunther moving forward, but I don't want to see Pat McAfee and Gunther. That's the one thing I do not want to see. I don't know if you talked about that. I know a lot of people are like, maybe they're setting up a Pat McAfee match because he has wrestled before. I don't want to see. I don't want to see that because you think they're setting up a Pat McAfee versus Gunther match?
I think so.
You want to see Gunther self to Pat McAfee?
No, I want to see Pat McAfee get chopped by Gunther.
Sure. As long as it writes him off television.
But it's not even a matter of what I want to see. You just asked, do I think they're going to do it?
Yeah.
When that segment was over, my impression was we're probably getting a match between them. Oh, God. And it could be something because maybe they haven't quite figured out where Gunther is going to go next. And so it's something in the interim, to give him something to do. Pat is liked, I think, by the majority of the WWE audience. I mean, you saw the reactions that, it was getting last night. And Pat has wrestled before. We've seen him wrestle in NXT. He was doing something with Adam Cole. He might have been in a War Games match, I think, in NXT. So, he was at WrestleMania too, right? He wrestled, was it Austin Theory, and then that match with Vince that he had. That might have been the last match he had, was against Vince.
Yes.
So I think that they probably are setting up for a match. Do I want to see it? I mean, I don't need to see it, but I would get this perverse joy out of seeing Gunther, lay those chops in on McAfee for all the times that McAfee stood on top of the announce desk. And Cole did this too, but he would stand up and he would just yeet. And Gunther would look at him and he would stop. And then Gunther would look away and he would start yeeting again. Okay. So, I mean, there is good reason for him to want to chop the shit out of this guy. I don't know why you do that angle, honestly, unless you're setting up for a match between them.
Someone on my stream last night brought up this idea, so now I'm going to run it by you because I was like, that is fucking fantastic. I don't want to see this particular thing happen. I know we're getting it, but this would be the perfect introduction for it to happen. Now, I would use this as a way to write Gunther off television. He gets suspended, fined, he comes back, he does it again. And there's nothing that can contain Gunther because he's this fucking savage animal. So Pat McAfee is back on television. Gunther does it again. He gets fined and suspended again. And then Adam Pearce has no choice, or Pat McAfee has no choice, but to go find somebody that's going to be able to subdue Gunther. And that person ends up being Goldberg. And we get Gunther and Goldberg with the introduction of Goldberg via Pat McAfee.
Yeah, I don't hate the idea. Somebody brought that up to me last night, not exactly in that way, but is this a way for them to, potentially set up something with him and Goldberg? Goldberg, my impression is that doing something in the summer, I assume SummerSlam. And so you would have to do it that way, where you get him off TV for a while, he comes back, does it again, because otherwise, how do you stretch this out? SummerSlam's a long way off. Goldberg apparently is only first now, training to get into ring shape again. I don't see them doing that match in the next 2 months or 3 months. So, I mean, are you considering here a story where they just drag this out until we get to SummerSlam and they do the match there?
Well, I mean, Saudi is happening in June, no?
Is that confirmed?
I think so.
Well, then I guess you could do it there. I just figured they would save Goldberg's retirement match for one of the 2 nights of SummerSlam.
That would probably be better. But I don't know how much he'd get paid in Saudi. He's all about the money, that Bill Goldberg. But that was one of the
Pat. You know, he attacked Pat McAfee this time. Maybe he attacks somebody else. Maybe he attacks Adam Pearce. Yeah. It's not like Adam Pearce can't take a bump. He knows how. Yeah. Lost to the Yeet Man. It just drives him nuts, and you can understand why. And so he just starts attacking people, and maybe he'll get suspended. A match with him and Pat, then sure. To Goldberg, he should be attacking multiple different people. And then eventually how you get to Goldberg, I don't know, but you get to Goldberg, have Gunther beat him.
My next question to you. I mean, is Gunther now going to get his comeuppance for fucking having 1,000 title reigns?
Dude, if they have Gunther lose to Jey Uso, and just for he has to go in there and win. Right? You got Goldberg doing the honors on the way out there. Why did you hesitate?
I just don't believe that they're going to do that. I think they'll give Bill Goldberg the victory in his final match.
Benefit him.
I don't know.
He's sticking around. Look, Goldberg, he was very angry that he wasn't getting his retirement match. And they were trying to put something together. He was going to wrestle. You may have read the reports, like a tour in Israel or something. He was going to wrestle over there. Be the retirement match that you want. He's going to have to go over and leave a winner at the expense of someone.
Oh my God, man! He does. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, I don't want to see that. But yeah, that was an idea tossed around. How they get there, I don't know. But
I can't believe you even put that out there in the universe. Now I'm just getting angry thinking about it, man. I mean, it's one thing for him to lose to Jay. I know people don't like Jay, but he's over, right? I mean, okay, Jay's cool, but to then lose to Goldberg, I can't accept that. I can't get behind that. No, it shouldn't be.
No, it should not be. And listen, Gunther may be a national hero to everybody, according to Pat McAfee yesterday. I know some people were celebrating Pat McAfee's demise last night.
I just posted a very innocent tweet saying he's the hero we all need.
I saw that.
And I got so many tweets from people. Why do you hate Pat so much? like I just wish death upon the guy. Like, chill the fuck out. Jesus, my God, have some fun. These people on this platform here, they have no sense of humor.
No, so you don't like him because he's more successful than you, man.
Yeah. He makes $30 million more than you. Yeah, okay, thanks. What does that have to do with what I tweeted?
Oh man. So yeah, that's what's going on there. Gunther and Jey Uso opened WrestleMania Night 1. I enjoyed it. Jason enjoyed it. Some people didn't. The world fucking goes round and round. Tag team title match. The less we spend on this, the better. The New Day defeated the War Raiders. This match went 9 minutes. I will say what I said on my show here. This did not belong on the WrestleMania card. Nothing happened here to forward anything. And the War Raiders, sure, they got the WrestleMania match that they wanted. The New Day got their WrestleMania match. Where does it go from here? The New Day obviously moved on from the War Raiders on Monday night. And tag team division is still in shambles, bro.
Well, they said that last night they came out and said, we are the best tag team of all time, and we're better than any team alive or dead.
Yes.
And part of me was wondering, I was half wondering if we were going to get an undead LOD, coming out to the ring. When they mentioned alive or dead, I'm like, where's this going? We're going to get some zombified old tag team coming out. Who's coming out? I had no idea.
Well, I thought that we were going to get Fraxium to come out. I thought it was going to be Fraxium's main roster debut last night.
Yeah, I mean, you could have done that, although they're not going to win. But you could have set it up that way. That's true. Well, I mean, when Alpha Academy's music hit, I was like, I mean, I completely forgot when Maxine said that the last time these two teams had a match, they beat the New Day in 60 seconds. Dude, I'm sitting here going, I have no memory of this.
Me neither.
Do you remember when that match happened?
No, I don't remember that at all. Maxine got a decent promo, though. She looked pretty confident on the mic.
Yeah, no, look, I have to give Maxine her props. Like, we don't get to see her in the ring very often, but even the few times recently that we've seen her in the ring, you can tell she's made improvements. Yeah. But I'm just saying, like, I can't remember when Alpha Academy beat the New Day in 60 seconds. I'm sure it was on some episode of Raw 2 months ago or something, but I have no memory of this. So what happened at WrestleMania, it was like a TV match. It was a TV match. I am baffled that they set up a TLC match for the SmackDown Tag Team titles and they're saving it for TV and they put this on the show. If they wanted to have this on the show, okay, and then give equal time to the TLC match the next night. Yeah. And they didn't do that. And yet that's the division that has been the most active over these last few months, right? These teams have been at each other's throats. The Street Profits and the Motor City Machine Guns and Pretty Deadly and DIY. What has been happening in the Raw Tag Team division?
Since January, all these teams.
Yes. And so you would think if anybody was going to get a tag team title match and the spotlight at WrestleMania plus the TLC stip, if you could only do one, it would have been the SmackDown one. So the fact that they did Raw and not SmackDown just completely baffled me. But look, it was a TV match. The New Day have the belts back. I think, what are they now? Fucking 12-time tag team champions or something, probably at this point.
The one thing that bothers me is that they get no fucking heat when they come out anymore. What happened?
Oh, they squandered it. Yeah, I mean, Triple H fucked that one up completely. And I don't think he gets enough. I don't think he gets enough grief for that, quite frankly.
Yeah, that's
because
fucking awful.
They shot that great angle, and that was the beginning of December, dude. I want to say that was like December 2nd.
Yeah.
And my God, like not only that night, but in the ensuing weeks, the heat was molten that these two guys were getting. And then you wouldn't see them, or they'd be on the show, but it would be like a very brief backstage segment. And I'm like, do they just not know what to do with? Like, do they legitimately just not have any follow-up idea on what to do with these two? And now we're just at a point where they get heat, but like any normal average heel would get. It's nothing special.
Yeah, they were getting Dominic Mysterio heat, and now they're getting Zoe Stark heat. So it's like
big difference.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. I did make a prediction months ago that we'll eventually see the Hardys make their way back to WWE TV, whether they are the TNA Tag Team Champions or not. That could be a way for the New Day to call out the Hardys, or the Hardys to answer that challenge. I don't know what the story's going to be.
Yeah. I think that's probably setting up.
Yeah.
I mean, that wasn't said by accident.
Yeah.
And I think if we continue to hear them say that every week, it's got to be setting up to if not the Hardys, then who? It would have to be them.
Yeah. That's I'm sticking with that. But the New Day retain. Last night, Jason, in the New Day segment, where they did mention that in their promo, we saw the return of Rusev, Miro from AEW.
By the way,
if anybody remembers.
Well, but you didn't mention the best part of their WrestleMania match. This was the first. Yeah. What was the best part?
When it ended?
Well, besides that, this is the first time that, as heels, they came into WrestleMania with their new music. It's always the New Day. Got to mention the best part.
I miss Big E doing the fucking New Day intro, man. There was nothing
I just
really
miss Big E, period.
Excited.
I miss Big E in general.
I know. Now they got Def Rebels. It's fucking ridiculous. Rusev came back on Monday. He was in that segment. He looks fucking phenomenal. I will say that. It looks like they're going right back to what he did in WWE 5 years ago. I don't know if they're going to do a mix of the Rusev Day stuff with a little comedy mixed with the Redeemer stuff. I would love to see the Redeemer stuff take front and center here. I thought that was some of the best work of his career. But he showed up, Jason, and he attacked Tozawa, and he attacked Otis. He chased the New Day away. I thought it was a bizarre way to reintroduce Rusev. I know they probably did it to just give him a dominant performance, and he's here, and the accolade, and you get to see his strength and his size again all over again after 5 years. I didn't mind that, but I just felt like it was a bizarre way to kind of reintroduce him. And I'm like, are they going to feud him with Otis? Are they going to feud him with Alpha Academy, the New Day? And then I stuck on the New Day, and I'm like, well, Rusev coming on in as a single obviously is probably what they're going to do, but someone else who we haven't seen on television, and I don't really know where the fuck he went, is Sheamus. And apparently they are very, very good friends, if not best friends. They live in the same town, or they're neighbors, I believe, in Tennessee. I don't know what they're doing with Sheamus. I think the Intercontinental Championship chase right now is on hold for whenever they feel like it's best. And the tag teams tag team division needs tag teams. Why not tag them together? Put Rusev and Sheamus together. kind of weird mix of like what Sheamus did with Claudio in the bar.
Well, so you just basically what you want to do is basically revive the League of Nations.
Only the good part.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's probably as good of an idea as any, but I mean, I don't think Rusev needs to be in a tag team. I mean, I get the sense that the reason that he was probably introduced in that segment last night was just to give him some lower card talent that he could work with and run through. And I think we're going to get the inevitable singles match on TV with him and Otis. So, I mean, once he wipes out Tozawa and Otis, I don't know at that point, I don't know what you do with him. The Intercontinental title is occupied by a heel right now, and he's not wrestling, any higher than that. I think he'll pretty much be at that level, at least initially. So I don't know who he is going to feud with. So the tag team idea would at least give him something to do. But it's not like the tag team division is exactly lighting the world on fire on Monday nights. So I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do with him, but I'm sure we're going to get the inevitable TV match with him and Otis.
Yeah, that's the first thing that I thought of. I know Bronson Reed tweeted out last night after the Rusev segment. He said, sign me up. You don't have to say anything else. That's
well, it's going to be a while though before we see him, unfortunately. Yeah. So we're still at least a few months away from a Bronson Reed return. But hey, yeah, I mean that would be a match that I think. Look at the stuff that Reed did with Braun Strowman. I think him and Rusev could have some great ones too.
Or Rusev and Gunther. There's some people for him to work with.
Yeah, and look, he's in the best shape that I've seen him in. He looks like he trimmed down a little bit. He has new music. He got a really good reaction because anybody would when they've been gone for 5 years and he had a name. He rode into WrestleMania on a tank one year and wrestled John Cena. So I mean, he may not have been a main eventer, but like he was a star. And so when a star comes back after so much time away, they always get a nice reaction. The key, of course, is in the follow-up. And can they sustain that? They certainly haven't with Alexa Bliss. So hopefully they'll have something worthy for him to do. But I'm going to make a prediction right now. And my prediction is that probably in the span of the next 90 days, we will get more appearances on TV from Rusev than we had in 3 or 4 years from Miro in AEW.
You'll win some big money there.
I think so. Yeah. I think I will too. Take that, Pat McAfee. I'm on my way to matching your 30 mil.
Oh man, Rusev crush. Rusev Day is coming.
Machka.
Yeah,
Machka. What about Lana? She supposedly signed a Legends deal. Do you think they end up bringing her back?
I do. I think that would be a nice pairing on television. Speaking of the ladies, Lana may be making her way back to television, but Jade Cargill and Naomi, they wrestled number 3 on night 1 of WrestleMania. They went 9 minutes. So the tag team match went 9 minutes. They went 9 minutes. Uso and Gunther went 16 minutes. So you can see where the wrestling portion of WrestleMania came in here. Jade Cargill, Naomi. I thought that this match. I've been very hard on Jade. I don't want to be too hard here. I don't think I was too hard on my review Saturday. I think, Jason, the match was exactly what it needed to be if you're Jade Cargill. I think Naomi did a very good job of weathering the storm there, no pun intended, for Jade Cargill. We know that her ability is not where it should be after 3-4 years. But I think Jade went in there. I think I wasn't really keeping count of botches, but there was one miscue that I noticeably seen. I thought she wrestled a fun match. I thought Naomi did a very admirable job of bringing Jade Cargill to probably the best singles match she's had since I think she wrestled Chris Statlander in one of the final days of AEW. And the only thing that I have to say about this here, honestly, as far as the outcome, I thought Naomi should have won. I don't know if Jade winning is the right deal. I don't know how you felt about it, but that's the only big part of my head with this match.
It's funny. You think it might be the best singles match that Jade had since the match with Chris Statlander? How many singles matches since she lost to Chris Statlander has she even had? I mean, she's been mostly a tag team wrestler. So
she wrestled Nia.
But that's about it, though. And that ended on a freaking double DQ. I mean, obviously, you're not going to rank.
She was in the Royal Rumble, too.
No, but I'm talking singles matches, though. So, I mean, it's like almost the only one practically that she's had since she left AEW.
We got 50 matches under her belt. She hasn't really done anything to wow me in 60 or so matches.
All right, but what she does well are the power spots, and so that tends to be very impressive. I thought Naomi, she looked good because I'm digging the heel stuff that she's been doing.
Yes.
And I also felt that she should win. Now, if I can't imagine that they're just going to completely move in different directions and it was one and done. If it was one and done, then sure, Jade wins because Jade almost got murdered. So in the end, she gets her revenge and then you move on. But do you really think the story is over? Because I don't. I mean, I'm sure Bianca's going to end up being weaved back into this story. So if it's going to continue, then I feel like Naomi should have won. I was also very surprised that Naomi didn't make an appearance during the triple threat match the next night, because I was convinced that she was at least going to come out and it was going to, play a role in why Bianca wouldn't win the match. I was pleasantly surprised. They kept it clean. There was no distractions or interference or anything like that. The key with Naomi is going to be, okay, she lost, you beat her, but you got to keep her looking strong in some way because she just went heel. Yeah. This was her first really big match as a heel. Well, I wouldn't have beaten her. I hope they have a good follow-up plan for her. Maybe she'll, attack Jade on Friday in a savage attack. Hopefully they have something for her.
No, I agree. That's why I thought Naomi should have won this thing. Someone in the chat said that Jade did wrestle Liv Morgan as well. I do remember that.
2 matches. Wow, you named 2.
Thank God, yes. Yeah, I don't know what their decision was to have Jade win here in an anticlimactic way, and Jade wins with Jaded, and that's basically it. I don't know what they do on Friday. I don't know if Naomi is still seeking revenge. I don't want to jump ahead here because we'll talk about night 2 and the open to night 2. Bianca did not win, so I'm assuming Bianca's going back to SmackDown, and I do think that she will be integrated into the Naomi and Jade storyline, and something more will come out of that and the attack. I don't know if Bianca ends up going heel and joins Jade or joins Naomi. I don't know. I don't know.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Do you think that if these reactions continue for Bianca, that they should, even if it's not in the plans right now, that they should turn her heel?
Yes.
And I know I just got done talking about everybody turning heel, but first of all, I would love to see Bianca really embrace a heel turn. We have not seen her do that since she got called up to the main roster.
Yep.
But these reactions, it's going to be very interesting come Friday if the people are still booing her. There's still noticeable boos. I don't see how you don't, it doesn't have to be on Friday, but I don't see how you don't end up turning her and just lean into it. It's been happening since the European tour, and I thought maybe it'll stop when they come back to the States, and it didn't.
Yeah, but why is it happening? In your opinion, why is it happening?
Well, I mean, I think it's a couple of things. So I think the reason it happened going into WrestleMania, even though she did nothing wrong, she did nothing wrong.
No, she didn't.
There was,
it depends on how you look at it. She was cheering for somebody.
So what? She was cheering for Io. So what? Who cares?
All right, but everybody loves Rhea. Everybody loves Mommy. You know that.
That's the whole thing. That's why I assume Rhea Ripley could do the most dastardly thing, and people are still going to, pray at the altar of Rhea Ripley because she's that popular. And Io is very popular. So I just looked at it and went, okay, maybe it's a situation where, people like Bianca too, but they really like these two, and they want somebody to boo, and so they boo her. It could be as simple as that. Now, we'll find out, because if she's on SmackDown on Friday, WrestleMania is over now. If she's still getting booed, then I think it doesn't have to be a problem. I don't even want to say, oh, you have a problem. You could use this to your advantage and lean into it and maybe work towards a Bianca heel turn, even though she did nothing wrong in this story and really should not be booed. But we've had other heels or people who the fans dictated were going to be heels, whether it's Owens or McIntyre, who really didn't do anything wrong either, or they were telling the truth and the people just didn't like them and they booed them, right? We've seen other examples of this. So that to me is what one of the things I am looking forward to come Friday on SmackDown is if Bianca is on the show and they hit her music and she comes out, is she booed or is she cheered? Because they're not in Las Vegas now. I don't know where SmackDown is on Friday, but they're out of Vegas. WrestleMania is over. It could go right back to the way it was. Everybody cheers Bianca. I'm not so sure about that. And if not, I say lean into it. Maybe we end up with Bianca and Naomi back together on the same side, but as heels.
I actually would prefer that, quite honestly. I think you do the heel turn, and I think you do lead into it. I don't know how quickly the fans are going to dictate that happening, but Bianca is going to be on SmackDown for the foreseeable future. So I think they have time to play with that. We're eventually at least going to get a Bianca and Jade match one-on-one. I think that's what we're leading to as well.
Eventually, yeah. I thought they might do it at WrestleMania this year, and then they did the whole whodunit story. Bianca and Jade has to happen at some point.
Yeah.
Whether they're both maybe No, it doesn't.
I'm saying it could be SummerSlam.
Oh, I thought you said it has to be
No,
SummerSlam.
no, it could be something. We could see it. We could see it at Evolution in July. We don't know.
We yeah, sure, or WrestleMania next year. I mean, who knows? But and they don't have to. You don't have to have it where one is a heel and one is a face. It could be a battle between two friends who both happen to be faces. But if anybody was going to go heel, I would just love to see what Bianca could do as a heel, like really leaning into it, because it would be a role we have not seen her in since she got called up.
I agree. Since Black and Gold, she did it very well down there. My opinion, I honestly think the fans are a little bit more smarter nowadays, and they like what they like, and they don't like what they don't like. And Rhea right now is the hot hand, and Io is fucking incredible, and she's way over as a babyface now, much more over than she was 12 months ago. Bianca, I think, fits into that Charlotte and Becky category where it's like enough is enough. We want to see others. She's always been at the forefront of the division. It's not as cringy as Becky and Charlotte, but I think Bianca's really trending towards that, where fans just want to see someone new and something new. That's what I think it is.
And she was dominant for so long. They were talking about how she's undefeated at WrestleMania before this week. And again, she really wasn't. I love how they just ignored the Battle Royal from WrestleMania 34. But yeah, she was undefeated at WrestleMania, and she won more matches than she lost. I look at it and say, you know what? This woman has been on the back burner for a year. She took a back seat to do the tag team thing to try to elevate somebody else. That was to help get Jade over.
Nobody remembers that.
They did it for a year.
I'm saying that fans don't care about that. They don't care.
So I just look at it and go, okay, sometimes the fans are idiots. But I'm just saying, like, this woman was heavily featured for a long time, dominant. Eventually, that could work against you and you could become stale. But she really did. They really put her on the back burner for the better part of a year. And so it's like, okay, now it's time to elevate her back into the main picture in the women's division. And the reactions to her going forward are going to be very telling, I think, as far as what they do with her next.
See, this is an interesting comment, because I have gotten this more times in the last, I would say, 6 months than I really care to admit. And it's in the chat about Rhea Ripley. People are sick of Rhea being, says Zero Kaiba in the chat. Jason, have you heard anything in regards to fans being kind of indifferent towards Rhea because she's always in the title picture? She's always the one that WWE goes with as far as being a champion or in a top program. Are you starting to feel that with Rhea? Because I certainly am not. We could say the same thing about Roman Reigns. Even after 4 years, I still wasn't tired of Roman being the champion because he just made everything that much more important. I don't know if Rhea gives off that same vibe, but regardless, I'm not sick of Rhea being at the top yet. Are you?
No, I don't think most fans are. Because if they were, you would hear it.
Yeah.
The fans are not shy about, being vocal about who they like and who they don't like. And I think part of it also was Rhea missed a little bit of time because of an injury, had a fight to get her belt back. She got her belt back, and then she lost it, which surprised a lot of people. People just thought, oh, she's going into WrestleMania as the champion. And then she lost fairly, which she did lose fairly to Io Sky.
Yeah.
So you can't really say, oh, Rhea never loses because she just did. So no, I don't think she's reached that point yet. We could be having this conversation in 3 or 4 months, and all of a sudden Rhea Ripley is, getting some boos. But she's so popular right now. Sometimes someone is just so over and so popular, and everybody has their reasons for why they like Rhea Ripley, that it doesn't matter. Even if she was dominant and winning all of her matches and getting the Hogan push, when you're hot, you're hot. But you're not going to be hot forever. So eventually, what happens to everybody else and what happens to Bianca right now, what seems to be happening to her, is going to happen to Rhea. But no, I'm not getting any vibe like that at all when I watch these shows.
Yeah, me neither. Rhea has her pocket of haters. It's very weird, just like everybody else. It's very bizarre.
Well, they must not be that vocal because I don't see too much of that.
Well, listen, look at it this way, Chad. Rhea went down with injury. You got a little bit of Monday night without Rhea Ripley, and in that time frame, Liv Morgan made herself into the MVP of the Raw Women's Division. So you have Rhea Ripley's injury to thank for that. So it's not all bad.
The best thing that happened to Liv Morgan's career.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's like Jimmy suffering that ACL tear, 5 years ago. Best thing. I mean, a horrible thing, but the best thing to happen to Jey Uso was getting the opportunity he got as a single because his brother was hurt.
The right-hand
Look at Joe Hendry. He benefited from somebody getting hurt, unfortunately.
Yeah, we'll talk about that. That was also online discourse and a bunch of fucking eggplant brain fucking idiots on social media. Oh, Joe Hendry's buried. Fuck out of here, man.
I think he was on NXT tonight. I saw.
He was on NXT. He even had to explain himself to Bully Ray and Dave LaGreca on Busted Open literally the next night. So they asked him about that. We'll get to that.
You should never have to explain yourself to Bully Ray. Don't waste your time. Come on.
Jacob Fatu, LA Knight, United States Championship. This went 10 minutes. Up until this point, Jason, I don't know how you felt, but after Uso's WrestleMania moment, it didn't really feel like WrestleMania going into match 2, into match 3. This is the first time, I would say, where WrestleMania was somewhat feeling like WrestleMania. This was a great match. This is probably the best match up until this point, even though it went roughly 10 minutes here. Uso and Gunther went about 17 minutes. I think you had said Jacob Fatu was going to win the United States Championship, if I'm not mistaken, correct? On the
no, I thought LA Knight would win.
Yeah, that's why I was surprised. I thought LA Knight was going to win with Solo interfering and then causing tension between Jacob and himself. But they just flat out went to Solo not even being out there and Jacob Fatu winning clean with a mighty moonsault.
And you saw the reaction that he got. I mean, he's another one where he might be a heel, but people like who they like, and they can see, they know that, he's going places. This is the first of many championships that he's going to hold. So I wasn't surprised by the reaction, but yeah, Solo walked out there on stage and then he kind of collected the werewolf mask, which by the way, that's a badass mask.
Mr. Barker from the Wyatt realm made that match.
Barker or Baker?
Baker, yes. He made the match.
Jason
yes.
Baker.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did a great job. I made the comment. I said, "Boy, if they don't get like that up on WWE shops soon, they're crazy."
We got to buy that one too, if that's the case.
Who's this we? I thought you're the mask man.
I have become the mask man. I got Grande Americano's mask coming soon.
Do you know how long these shows go? You want me sitting here for 4 hours wearing a fucking mask on my face?
I would never do that to you. Maybe.
Yeah. It is a cool mask.
Chat, we got to do a goal, right? I got the Penta mask, by the way. It came this week. Let me tell you, the night and day difference between the Penta mask and the hologram mask, bro, I swear to fucking God. It is ridiculous.
But you paid $50 for the hologram mask. How much did you pay
for the hologram mask? I paid $79.99 for the Penta mask.
With shipping? Does that include shipping?
No. Shipping was like $80-something.
Okay, I thought you said the shipping was $80. Where the fuck did you get this mask from?
No, the shipping was like $86. But it smells. It almost smells like a baseball glove. It brought me back to some childhood memories because I put the mask on. It smells like fucking genuine leather here. It's fucking beautiful. It's substantial. It's heavy. I like it.
So what does the hologram mask smell like?
Cheap.
Yeah. I'll tell you what. If they make an El Grande Americano mask, maybe I'd wear that. But
they did. I already ordered.
Never mind.
Chat, we got to do a goal for next week. If Grande Americano is going to be wrestling for AAA, man, we need something for Jason to wear on the show. Absolutely.
Oh, man. You have to give me my own little mariachi intro theme here when we come on.
Don't worry. I already got it all planned out in my head, man. If that was everything on this show, chat, if you want to see Jason wear a Grande Americano mask, put one in the chat. Well, 4,600 you in here. Anyway.
Gracias.
Yes, gracias. Yes. Jacob Fatu, I'm surprised he won the championship. At the same time, I'm not. Where does this leave LA Knight? Because he just won it from Nakamura, who did nothing with it for 80 days. LA Knight seems like he's in this hot and cold period. They want to push him. They don't want to push him. They want to make him champion. They want to take the title off of him. I don't know where they go, but more than likely, Fatu and Solo are going to lead to something because Tama Tonga, a lot of ones in the chat, by the way. Tama Tonga and Tanga Loa are now out with injury. It was reported today that Tama Tonga is out with injury. He's going to be out for some time. So I don't know where this leaves the Bloodline 2.0, where this leaves Solo. A lot of things are up in the air right now. But Jason, what about LA Knight, man? Is he still in a good place on SmackDown?
He's not in a bad place, but I feel like he could end up there very quickly. So I don't know what they have planned for him. I certainly hope they have a plan for him. Not even necessarily to get him back to the U.S. title, but just to be in that kind of upper mid-card mix and not fall too far down the ladder, because he's too good to just go to the back of the line, and he's still over. Even though he's been sort of, I feel like he's been downplayed compared to where he was before, even though he was the U.S. champion. But he's still been able to maintain his popularity, and he could lose that very, very quickly if he's not featured in a prominent way. So we have some, well, at least one new name coming to SmackDown this Friday. I think we all figure who that's going to be. I mean, I could see that being a program. You know, I could see LA Knight working with someone like Aleister Black. If not him or Jacob, like a rematch with Jacob. If the roster stays as it is, because there may well be a draft soon, who does he work with? Who do you put him with?
I don't know. If I had the pen, I'm moving him to Raw.
Well, that's why there's a draft. Yeah. He could be one of the beneficiaries. If there's a draft, I would move Gunther on SmackDown. Oh, yeah. So there are definitely some people that would benefit from that. I'm not all that hot on doing another draft just because the draft shows are usually just very, very boring. And we just had the transfer window. But there are people who would benefit, I think, from moving. You're probably right. I mean, he would benefit, I think, from a change of scenery and just being on a different show. Imagine him like cutting promos on Dominic for the Intercontinental title on Raw, and like
that'd
working
be
with him.
That'd be good. Yeah. I always laugh when people mention Malachi and then they put in the chat, fight me.
Nice. Well, that's what he did for like 8 weeks. He sat in a room going, fight me.
We're not getting that on Friday. I'll tell you that right now.
I hope not.
Jacob Fatu's the new U.S. champion. Like Jason said, I mentioned this last night as well. I don't know if there's going to be a draft because we'll talk about the new acquisition for Paul Heyman. And I know a lot of people are mentioning names. Who's the third man? Everything's the fucking third man, you know?
You were mentioning that, and I laughed at you. And I said, enough with the third man stuff. There is no third man. There is no second man. We barely have one man.
Well, there should have been a third man. We'll definitely get into that.
And guess who got proven right after The Rock's little interview today, okay?
Oh, my God. Fucking ridiculous. Moving on here. Grande Americano, Rey Fenix. This match went 8 minutes. Now, Rey Fenix subbed for Rey Mysterio, who I think it was a groin, Jason, if not mistaken. He pulled his groin.
Yeah, it was either a torn groin or a pulled groin because I watched it back, and it didn't look like he landed on his knee or hurt his knee.
He had to be fucking hard, though.
He did, but he had to be carried to the back. But you immediately, with Rey, you think, might be his knee. I mean, even a pulled groin, that doesn't sound like a fun injury.
No, not at all. This was a game day decision. Rey Mysterio, they actually still promoted it on Saturday, and then Rey Mysterio showed up on the Town Show 3 hours before WrestleMania Night 1, and then they made the decision there to pull him, or the announcement was made rather, and Rey Fenix subbed for Rey Mysterio. Now, I don't know why this match went so short, 8 minutes. You would think that Rey Fenix, his first WrestleMania match against someone like Chad Gable, Grande Americano, they'd get at least the amount of time that Uso and Gunther got. It was nowhere near that. And it went 8 minutes, Jason. Were you disappointed with the time that they were given to go out there? And if so, why were they given such short amount of time? Is it because that Grande Americano was supposed to beat Rey Mysterio anyway, and they didn't really want to deviate away from the original plans? Or was the Rey Fenix spot with Vikingo at the end, the whole point of this and everything else we saw before didn't really matter? I don't know.
I think they may have gotten word during the match, and they let the referee know that there was some issue with El Grande Americano's work visa, and they had to get him out of there as quickly as possible. We didn't see him on Raw the next night either. So now, look, I mean, I'm happy for Rey Fenix because 24 hours before that, he wasn't even on the card, and he ended up having his very first WrestleMania match in the same weekend that his brother had his first WrestleMania match.
Pretty cool.
That's pretty cool. And the match was good. It wasn't anything outstanding. They didn't give them a lot of time, but I thought the match was good. They did the loaded mask spot, which they've been doing in all of El Grande's matches. He had to win.
Yeah.
You can't beat him yet. It's too soon. And I'm sure that if he would have wrestled Mysterio, he would have beaten Rey Mysterio. It would have led to a mask versus mask match at some point. I'm sure that's still the direction. Whether he wrestles Rey Mysterio in that match or he wrestles Rey Fenix or somebody else, it could be Vikingo, right? We don't know. I think you could definitely get some more mileage out of this. I don't think you need to blow it off at Backlash. And now with this Worlds Collide show, it makes me wonder if they may save the payoff with him being unmasked for that show.
I could see that for sure. I wasn't even thinking about that. A lot of people made a big deal about Rey Fenix already being pinned. I said this wasn't a big deal. It was a substitute for an injury, and Fenix loses nothing by losing to Chad Gable, because look at the bright side. He was held in fucking captivity in Guantanamo Bay with nowhere to go, and now he's at WrestleMania in an unexpected circumstance here.
He was in a straitjacket.
He was, yeah. It's ridiculous. What'd you make of the online discourse? Oh, he's buried. Oh, he lost. I didn't really give a shit that he lost, because whoever was in the spot, like you said, was going to lose anyway.
It doesn't matter. I mean, he wasn't even going to be on WrestleMania. He was a last-minute substitute.
But why didn't they use Dragon Lee? That's another one.
They could have. I thought maybe they would, because I figured Americano was going to win. Maybe they didn't want to beat Rey Fenix. So when they announced Rey Fenix, it was like, oh, okay, that was a little surprising to me. And I thought, oh, well, maybe they're going to have him win, but then you really shouldn't be beating Americano. And then Americano won. He cheated to win.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, he cheated to win. Boom. That's it. Like, who cares? It's not. I know he's been on the main roster. He's been in the company for 2 weeks. And so I knew people were going to flip out about it. But it's not anything worth getting upset about, because it's not like they've lost faith in the guy, right? I mean, he's going to be fine. Just because he lost at WrestleMania, in his WrestleMania debut, in a competitive match that he only lost because his opponent stuffed a metal plate inside of his mask, it doesn't mean the man is buried, okay? He's going to be just fine.
Oh, well, Penta lost his last 4 matches. Triple H is fumbling. Sure thing.
It has been a little bit since Penta won. He went on that streak for a while. I think he's won 1 match in the last, 5 or 6 matches he's had, so... It's
not really danger zone yet. That's all I'm saying.
It's not danger zone, but they do need to, flip it the other way.
Yeah. So yes, El Grande Americano defeats Rey Fenix. At the end of the match, before the match, Vikingo kicked Grande Americano in the face. He was sitting front row, and then Vikingo helped Fenix up to his feet after the match. So everybody's now fantasy booking Vikingo versus El Grande Americano at the Kia Forum in Los Angeles for Worlds Collide, maybe. Or maybe we get a tag team match of sorts, who knows?
Well, Kia Forum is a big building, so all the more reason to want to get main roster talent on that show, not just Gable, but some of the luchadors that were on set when they made the announcement, Mysterio, Penta, Phoenix, I'm sure they're all going to be part of that show.
Yeah. And like you said, he was not on Monday Night Raw, so kind of bizarre, but hopefully everything is all right with El Grande Americano there.
Do you think then that if they use some of these guys like Penta and Phoenix on that show, that they will turn right around and have them in Money in the Bank as well? That's the only thing, because you would think some of these guys they would want maybe in the Money in the Bank match, and so would they work both shows?
That's a very good question. It's tough. I don't know if you would, because their style is just going to be fucking crazy, and some of those guys are just going to show up and show out there on Sunday afternoon, Saturday afternoon. I don't know. I would use. I know we mentioned Legado, Santos, and those guys, Andrade. I would book the show revolving around those people that you don't really have Money in the Bank plans for. That still kind of resemble the Lucha Libre, and you would use Phoenix and maybe Penta in a Money in the Bank ladder match and save the bigger guns for the actual WWE show.
I'm just saying, there's a lot of seats to sell in that building.
I know.
You're not going to do it just using AAA guys.
No. It's going to be interesting who they use. Maybe AJ Styles, maybe Karrion Kross. I don't know. I don't know who would use. Logan Paul? No.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's got to make sense. Yeah. I mean, that to me that wouldn't make any sense.
Yeah. I don't know. We'll see. They got some time, but interesting to say the least. Tiffany Stratton. She went one-on-one here with Charlotte Flair. This went almost 20 minutes. So this was one of the longer matches of the night. This was the second longest match outside the main event, which went over 30 minutes. This is a very divided opinion here, Jason, when it comes to this match. You and I
didn't like this match.
Yeah, I agree. Everybody coming into this was just kind of down on both of these ladies just for the story that they were telling and the fucking fact that Charlotte, kind of sandbagged Tiffany in the build and just she always got the one up and Tiffany didn't really look good. And then that promo face to face was just the fucking train. People called it. We get to this match and I'm hoping with Charlotte's WrestleMania resume and how good Tiffany is at doing this for 3 years that we get somewhat of a great match. at the end of this, when the bell rang, surprised by the winner, number one. I know you made fun of me for wanting Tiffany to win and thinking Tiffany would win, but I think everybody was fucking floored when Tiffany actually ended up winning this thing. I did not expect that whatsoever, even though I wanted Tiffany more so than anybody to win this. This match was not good to me. I don't know what it was. I can't pinpoint one thing. Maybe I was just disillusioned from the build, and going into it, I was just fucking over and done with it. I don't know if it was the actual structure of the match. Bro, it felt like Charlotte tried to sandbag, and correct me if I'm wrong, tried to sandbag Tiffany almost, every chance she got here. I felt like Tiffany was struggling more than she really had to in this match at every twist and turn. And I don't really know why I feel that way, but it just wasn't a fluid match. I felt like there was just this overt struggle to get a good match out of both of these ladies. And I don't think Charlotte really gave one shit or another, honestly.
I don't know if she was sandbagging her, because I saw some people mention that, like, in the finish, that it looked like she was dead weight or whatever. But I just took that as her selling that she was, she was basically out of gas, and then Tiffany went on to win the match. So I don't know if she was intentionally sandbagging her, but it just felt like the chemistry just wasn't there in the way that you would maybe hope it would be. It did feel like a struggle. And I don't mean that in a good way, like, oh, you want a match to feel like a real struggle. Like it felt like a struggle, not in that way. It felt like a struggle, like two people who were not necessarily always in sync. And I just thought the match just was not, it was just very dull to me. Yeah, you could tell they were putting the work in. Tiffany looked like she was in a war when that match was over. She had a bruise on her forehead. People thought she cracked multiple teeth. Apparently she was fine, but she looked like she was in, a war more than any other match that we've seen her in. So I'm very happy that she got the win. I think that was the right move. I did not think they would do that. So I was wrong on that prediction, and happily so.
I think a lot of people were.
It makes me wonder if they're not going to have them work together again. Do you think that was the only time?
Yeah, that's it. One and done for me. If I'm in charge here, that's it. A lot of people, I said don't reward bad behavior. I think Charlotte is the opposite of what the division needs. I'm gonna make a statement here. I feel like with the up and coming women that you see in NXT and what just out of that segment on Monday night. I mean, you had Stephanie Vaquera, you had Rhea Ripley, Julia, Roxanne, Io. You got Cora Jade down in NXT. You got Jordan Grace. You got Jada Parker, Soul Root. I mean, the women's division is at this point the most talented that it has ever been in WWE. Charlotte's 38 years old. She did not conduct herself the way someone who cares about the division should. And honestly, I don't know what WWE does with her moving forward. We either do two things here. Number one, she takes a reduced schedule, and we only see her as much as we see Roman Reigns. And that's like big matches, big stories, not on weekly television. That's number one. Number two, I don't know when her contract is up. I don't know what Charlotte wants to do with her career. Honestly, Jason, I think she would benefit from a run in AEW. I think she should test her skills in AEW. Honestly, I think being a big on over there would probably benefit her. That's what she wants.
Well, so would it benefit that division? Would it benefit you?
No, it's not. So Mercedes needs some competition. And why not an old foe? It's like.
Well, so now what you're proposing is sending Charlotte to AEW after Sasha went there, and having Charlotte and Sasha work together at the expense of everybody else in the division who should be the primary focus. That's not good either.
Where's she going to go? Impact?
No, she's not going to go anywhere. She's going to be in WWE.
No,
I don't think she's going
to be at the top of the card like she wants to be.
Well, that's just too bad. She's going to have to deal with that because there's a lot of talent that's on the ascent there that's going to be called up in these next couple of years, and we saw a sample of that on Monday night. It's not her choice. She may not like it, but she's not going to be able to, conduct herself in the way that I think we saw her conducting herself, in some cases during this program, because if that continues, I don't think it's something that, they're going to tolerate. So I think that there are potentially great matches that she can have with all of these women. As a wrestler, bell to bell, Charlotte can go in there and have a great match with a Jordan Grace or a Julia or a Stephanie, right? The battle of the head scissors face smash. So
the Devil's Kiss.
The Devil's Kiss.
Yes. Did you see Stephanie's reply to that with Charlotte stealing her move?
The reply? No, I didn't see.
She's like, the difference between mine and Charlotte's is peach emoji.
Well, she's not wrong about that.
No, I sense no lies detected there.
No, not at all. She only tells the truth. So it's not a matter like Charlotte could have great matches with all of these women, but are there going to be issues? You know, is it? And I don't know why there would be. I mean, again, she's been there now for 10 years on the main roster. She's held multiple championships. She's been the queen bee there for so long. She was gone for a long time. She had this devastating injury. She didn't know she was going to be able to come back. And I don't know why there would be any issues here. She has this plethora of new talent now that she can work with. You would think that that's something that she would embrace and be excited about.
I know I would be. I mean, this notion of you winning the most championships makes you the best of all time, man. Put that narrative to fucking bed, man. That shit is ridiculous. You want to prove that you're the best? Get in there with Stephanie Vaquera and give me a WrestleMania match and blow the fucking world away. That's it. That's what's going to prove to me that you're the best. If you could work with all these women, man, why wouldn't you want to work with these women and hone your ability and test your skills? Fuck your championships.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't think she's going anywhere, and I hope that she can work with all these new women because there are great matches to be had. Just like we had that great match with Charlotte and Rhea Ripley a couple of years ago, which is probably the best women's match in WrestleMania history. Would it not be?
Rhea and Charlotte.
Rhea and Charlotte.
The best women's match in WrestleMania history. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, from 39. Yeah. So
it's better than Sasha and Bianca. Absolutely.
Yeah, and Sasha and Bianca was great too. I mean, don't get me wrong, but Rhea and Charlotte went out there and had a classic as far as what they did at 39. Even their match at 36 in the empty PC was very good. And so I would like to see that Charlotte Flair working with some of the newer names. But when you have all of this stuff about, all this drama, this unnecessary drama, I just don't see how that benefits anybody. It just, I don't know I guess what they were going for here in the waning weeks of this was taking a very real situation and just trying to turn it and manufacture it into some drama that they can use to build the match. All it did for me, I mean, maybe for certain fans, it made the match more exciting for them. All it did for me was make me less interested in seeing it. Yeah. I was not all that excited going into WrestleMania to see this match. It was almost like, let's just kind of get through this match and hopefully, it'll go well and they'll have some kind of chemistry together. I just didn't feel like it was there.
Someone in the chat said Charlotte's best match was with Sasha. I disagree. They've had some good matches. Charlotte had great matches with Becky, but I think that rematch takes the cake, honestly.
Yeah, the Rhea match, to me, the Rhea match is the best one. And maybe number 2, honestly, would be the Evolution match with Becky.
Yeah.
Which I think was that, what was the stipulation? Last woman standing.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, this one did no good. I don't know where Tiffany goes from here. I don't know what Charlotte does. We will see. But the outcome was very, very good. And I think nobody really complained about the outcome there. Main event, triple threat match, Seth Rollins, Roman Reigns, and CM Punk. Paul Heyman, the centerpiece of this. He's Roman's wise man, but he walked CM Punk to WrestleMania and down to the ring at WrestleMania because of a favor that was owed many years ago. This went 32 minutes. And this, I know, Jason, a lot of people made mention that WrestleMania this year was very multi-man, multi-woman match heavy. I think after the 2 triple threat matches that we got, even the Fatal 4-Way for the IC title, I think a lot of people and their notions about too many multi-person matches, they were kind of silent after how great these matches were.
Well, as it turned out, multi-man and multi-person Mania saved WrestleMania this year.
It really did. This was as every bit of a WrestleMania main event that you could possibly ask for through 40 years. This was fucking, I have no words for how great this fucking was. This was my match of the weekend by far and away. I loved everything about this. Yeah. You like the women better?
I have the women above this one. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, the story here was obviously, that was a better story and the big twist at the end, but just as a match, my match of the weekend for Mania was the women, but this was a close number 2. This was an outstanding main event.
Yeah, this was phenomenal. WrestleMania main event. I know you could have made a case for either one. I know a lot of people wanted the ladies on night 2 to close the show. They opened. Even Punk said I'd give it to Rhea, Bianca, and Io.
Yeah.
But I mean, this was just on a show that was so fucking not WrestleMania. This was as WrestleMania as you could get. This was just beautiful, and the story was amazing at the end. Obviously, what we got at the end, Jason, was the whole idea about Paul Heyman. Paul Heyman didn't really get involved until he really needed to. He tried to hand Punk a chair, and he finally got involved. He handed Punk a chair, and then the next thing you know, low blow to CM Punk. He then hands the chair to Roman Reigns, and Roman Reigns thinks he's got his wise man back. He even gets on his knees and just like he's kneeling at the altar of God. He's handing the chair to Roman Reigns, my tribal chief. And then Roman had an opportunity to blast Seth in the back, Shield style, and finally get some revenge on Seth Rollins for all those years. And Paul Heyman, he low-blowed Roman Reigns, and he enjoyed it a little bit too much, possibly.
Are you kidding me? He gave him a full cavity search. He got all up in there. He got every bit of that.
He enjoyed it a little bit too much, man.
Roman's not going to be having any more kids after this. He's got enough. He's got a couple of sets of twins. I think that's going to be it after this.
So the turn on Punk and then the turn on Roman, it was definitely one of the talking points in the narratives that a lot of us brought to the table, but we didn't really think about it actually happening. It was talked about as a possibility, in theory, what if, and then it actually was playing out right before our very eyes, and I'm like, this is fucking awesome. Like, Rollins doesn't need Heyman, and Heyman doesn't need Rollins, but the dynamic and the way that it just opens up the story now after what we saw on Monday, which we'll talk about in a little bit, I am fucking super excited about this. What was your initial reaction when you saw all this go down? Were you shocked to see it play out like most of us were after talking about it and kind of not really taking it to be a possibility? And what was your level of excitement after watching this main event match just go off the air with that cliffhanger, man? I know you felt, yes, WrestleMania, I'm excited for night 2 now. Finally, they give us something to sink our teeth into.
I thought it was great. And I can't say I was totally shocked by it because I knew it was a possibility. It wasn't anything that I was advocating for because I just didn't think it was necessary. But, the more you think about it, and this is just how I feel, Seth Rollins, character-wise, except for the stuff with Punk, because I feel like when he's in there toe-to-toe on the mic with Punk, like he gets really serious and really angry, that's when he's been at his best. But a lot of the other stuff, to me, has just been very uninteresting. And so this, all of a sudden, it adds a completely new layer to this character now, where now he's a heel and he's aligned with Heyman. So it's kind of fresh in a way. So I had no problem with it. I thought the way they did it was good. It was good. I mean, Heyman, especially on that low blow to Roman, though, he went down kind of slow. It was about 34 years from the moment he was dropping to one knee and then delivered the low blow. So that kind of telegraphed it. But outside of that, no, I thought it was well done. Rollins winning, I had him winning the match. I mean, that was the right move, I think, especially given what they did. But even if they didn't do the big swerve at the end, I feel Rollins was the one who should have gone over in that match. So I just liked the way everything came off here. I thought it was executed, flawlessly for what they were trying to do. Punk and Roman, who were at odds with each other and were pulling Paul Heyman in very polar opposite directions, were left laying at the end of the match, losers at WrestleMania. And that's partly their own fault, their own selfish fault.
Well, now they got something to come.
They do. And that's what's going to unite them when we eventually see them come together as a tag team.
Roman was pinned by Rollins, which continues that narrative because Roman cannot beat Rollins to save his fucking life. He's the one guy that's been the thorn in his side for most of his career. I like that. The aspect of Punk and Roman now, like you mentioned, teaming up and finding a common ground against a common enemy here in Rollins and now Heyman. And what we saw on Monday, I was hoping, before we get to Monday, I was hoping that whatever happened here would lead into night 2. I got way ahead of myself because, it was a fucking slam dunk. If you know who fucking showed up for night 2, it was a slam dunk to have something really just mega happen to really just make this an all-time. And nothing fucking happened. And we got what we got on Monday. So we'll bypass night 2 and talk about Monday because the way Monday went off the air last night was probably more exciting than any part of what happened at WrestleMania, in my opinion.
Well, it was more exciting than the ending of night 2, that's for sure.
Absolutely. Jason, I think a lot of people are excited about this because of the possibilities that this now presents. Bron Breakker showed up, and he has aligned himself after many, many, many discussions with several people who do what we do. We've seen the interactions with Bron Breakker and Paul Heyman. It was once on NXT. It was another one on SmackDown in 2024, February 2024, when he first got drafted. They've had interactions, and we know Paul Heyman's had his eye on Braun Breaker. We didn't know when or if that was going to happen, but it finally revealed itself last night. He speared Roman. He speared Punk. They lined Braun Breaker up with Rollins and Heyman in this new unofficial group. They don't have a name
for
it.
Dangerous Alliance.
Whatever it may be. New Dangerous Alliance. We don't know if that's going to be the name of it or if it's going to be something new.
The Heyman Harem.
Something. I don't know what it's going to be, but
that's definitely not.
No. More members are being rumored now, and the speculation is, I don't want to use this because I find it to be funny. Who's the third man? There's going to be a third man.
Oh God. So now you can use your third man.
Yes, I do think that this is not it, though. I think there will be more people added. And before we get into that discussion, the possibilities that this presents, Jason, we have Rollins and Reigns continuing their feud. Rollins and Punk continuing their feud. Now you have Breaker to the mix. We get Punk working with Braun Breaker. We get Braun Breaker working with somebody like Roman Reigns, spear versus spear. What I believe will be one of the co-main events for Backlash will be Braun Breaker and Seth Rollins versus CM Punk and Roman Reigns. That's a possibility for a tag team match. And then obviously you got the idea of more members being added. Who's going to stick up for the baby faces? Who's going to come to bat for them? Who's going to be added to Paul Heyman's new group? So just based on that, the ending that we got last night, how excited for you about the possibilities where this storyline could go?
Very excited. And very excited for Braun Breaker to move to that next level. That's why he lost the title on WrestleMania Sunday. Yeah. You know, he was the Intercontinental Champion. He didn't take the losing fall. They had to get that title off of him to allow him to ascend to this next level where now they're going all the way with him. You know, he's in a main event position right now. And this is a guy that a lot of people for years, a lot of fans, have been talking about him as a WrestleMania main eventer within the next 3 or 4 years. I mean, you could see it. You know, he's a special performer. And he's very fast. They talk about how many miles per hour he hits the ropes and some of the spears. I mean, honestly, just this year alone, we're only a few months into the year. He has delivered 2 of the best spears on television that I've ever seen.
And happened in the last 3 weeks.
Well, no. Well, one of them was I Show Speed at the Royal Rumble.
Oh yeah, I was talking about the one on Carlito and then the one at Mania.
Well, I was talking the I Show Speed one and the one on Carlito from a few weeks ago. To me, those are 2 of the best ones I've ever seen. And Goldberg to me is still the king when it comes to that. But he's got that explosiveness. He's fun to watch. So I'm excited to see him finally kind of, be focused on in a major way. And I think rubbing shoulders with people like Heyman and Rollins is going to benefit him in the same way that Orton and Batista benefited when they were in Evolution. I think this could be the same thing for him in his career.
Yeah, 100% agree. This is very exciting to me. And the aspect of adding new members. One thing I want to mention before we talk about potential new members here, if there will be new members. WWE conveniently, Jason, I don't know if you talked about this or even noticed it. They conveniently put a plug into the show last night for Survivor Series at Petco Park, where the San Diego Padres and the MLB play. Survivor Series is taking place in November, Thanksgiving weekend, at Petco Park in San Diego. This is an outdoor stadium. There's no roof, and Survivor Series is going to take place there in November. Now,
which, by the way, and I have not been there, but I have heard that Petco is one of the nicest ballparks in all of MLB.
Likewise, I've heard the same thing. They did not. They showed clips of Survivor Series because the last 3 years we've had War Games. Mm-hmm. They did not put the War Games tagline in the advertisement. It just said Survivor Series San Diego. Now,
they didn't put the War Games logo in there, but I did notice after the show was over, if you looked at the Survivor Series logo, it's got the cage, like the fencing, behind the lettering.
Okay.
So that is in there.
Well, you and I have discussed this vehemently that they don't need to do the gimmick every year. I think taking this year off would be beneficial to them and just go back to a 4-on-4 or 5-on-5 Survivor Series elimination. I think that would be just as good. We don't need to do it. But knowing them, they'll probably end up doing it. So that's one thing I noticed. So they did that strategically because of what's happening here. This is going to be the new war in WWE. The bloodline is finished. The Judgment Day is basically on its last legs because it's nothing more than Dom and Finn just arguing over the Intercontinental Championship. There's really no faction that they're feuding. With the Wyatt Six isn't on television, the Final Testament's disbanded. There's no real group in the company that's really at the focus of their television. This new Dangerous Alliance with Paul Heyman is probably going to end up being that, and then you're going to get a conglomeration of baby faces with Punk and Reigns and whoever else wants to stick up for the baby faces. But as far as the discussion goes for who's going to join Paul Heyman, Jason, there are names that people were bringing up to me last night. Mine, right off the top of my head, is Drew McIntyre. Now, he's on SmackDown. They'd have to do a draft to get him over to Raw again because maybe they don't really give a shit, but McIntyre's on SmackDown. Right now, this group is operating on Raw, and to get him from one show to the next, there's got to be a way. So that's one name. We got to have that happen. I think he would fit like a glove. Number 2, Jeff Cobb. Maybe he uses his Samoan connection, Paul Heyman, and gets Samoan into the group, maybe via Jeff Cobb. If not Jeff Cobb, I could see Bronson Reed come back, maybe be placed in this group as the big muscle behind Paul Heyman, Seth Rollins, and Braun Breaker. Or this one's a wild card. A lot of people were mentioning this guy today. I'd love to see it, but man, you got to build him up and really make him feel important again because he's fucking absolutely at the bottom of the barrel. Austin Theory. Austin Theory was one of Paul Heyman's chosen 6 when the pandemic Raws were operating at the Performance Center, and he was pushing guys like Austin Theory and Bud Matthews and Malachi Black and Andrade as like a new Raw 6 when he was the executive director of Monday Night Raw. And then Vince said, I'm not pushing these fucking guys. Get the fuck out of here, man. Heyman, I've seen enough. Go away. And then he gave Bruce the position. Could you see Austin Theory realistically being that guy to fit into this group? Because I know a lot of people have been lobbying for him to get that spot.
It would benefit him. It's so bad because he's got talent, but he's just been so marginalized for so long that it's like it's hard for me to even get excited about it.
I know.
But I mean, it would definitely be something that would help revive his career and would give him the best shot to be, I think, what they maybe once upon a time envisioned him being. It's just he's been pushed so far down the card. It's hard for me to see it happening. I wouldn't mind it, but I also wouldn't mind somebody from NXT, getting called up and someone like a Trick Williams or someone who I think would also benefit from being, in a position like that and working with a Heyman, working with a Rollins. So to me, I would be okay with that too. There aren't too many names from the men's side in NXT that I feel like there's not a lot of options there. Right? The women's roster down there is a lot stronger than the men's roster right now.
Yeah.
And I don't really think someone like Oba Femi needs to be in a group like this, but like a Trick, I could see him being somebody who would benefit.
Well, what about Ethan Page? It's not the most exciting name I know.
Yeah, but he's a good talker though.
Yeah.
I could be persuaded. Wouldn't be my first choice, but I could be persuaded.
How about this one? I'll throw a wild card at you because I think he fit just because of the whole accent. Tony D'Angelo.
No.
Okay.
No. That's a no for me, dog. I don't see it.
Salamanca's going to be sleeping with the fishes tomorrow. Okay.
I guess so.
Yeah, this is very exciting.
I'm going to be wearing some cement boots.
Yeah. This is very exciting. I am super stoked about this. Triple H needed something to go off the air with after that fucking absolutely deplorable WrestleMania Night 2 ending. So he got everything back on track, and everybody was once again licking his boots on Monday night. Man, they hated him and then they loved him. So, it's the story of the WWE fan base. But Night 1 overall, I would say, Jason, and this may be a little harsh. I don't know if you feel the same way. I felt like Night 1 was probably the worst Night 1 main event since, or not main event, the worst Night 1 of a 2-night WrestleMania since we moved to a 2-night WrestleMania. What do you say?
I don't know where it ranks. The way I described it was, what we had was a very mid show on Saturday with an excellent main event. And then we had an excellent show on Sunday with just a terrible main event.
Yeah.
It was like the tale of two cities here between these two shows. I do think that the main event that we got, Roman and Brock at 38. Yeah.
That's pretty,
yes, it is.
It's pretty fucking bad. There's some doozies. There's some doozies in that fucking category. Worst WrestleMania main event of all time. They got some stiff competition.
And again, it's not the worst of all time. There's been far worse, but we've been on a run for the last few years of like really good, really fun main events. Like both main events last year, the main event from 39, despite being upset about the finish at the time, it was an excellent match. And even 38 Night 1 with Austin coming back and having that fun match with Kevin Owens. But that night 2 main event at 38 with Roman and Brock I just don't remember that being good at all. And this is in that same category for me. It was a miss.
Yeah. Like I said on Twitter, I said almost the same thing. I said the night 1 main event saved the show, and the night 2 overall show saved the main event. Because if that show was as bad as night 1 was, and we got that main event to close the show, geez, I don't want to know what social media looks like.
My God, be an all-timer for all the wrong reasons.
Yes.
12 out of 20.
Speaking of all-timers, on night 2, triple threat match: Io Sky, Bianca Belair, and Rhea Ripley. Triple threat match, 15 minutes to open the show. Man, did they want to start the show off with a bang? Holy shit! I said that not only was this the best women's match potentially in WWE all year, and I know this next one has stiff competition because AEW some decent women's matches this year. I would be the controversial figure I am if I didn't say that this match was probably the best women's match all year so far in 2025 days. That's what I go with.
You wouldn't be wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, this was my favorite match of WrestleMania night 1 or night 2.
Yeah.
And I love the main event on night 1. But these women went out there. Everything about it just clicked.
Everything was perfect.
We talked about chemistry when we were talking about Charlotte and Tiffany, right? You want to see chemistry. Watch these 3 women working together.
Yeah.
And just think that Io was not even factored into the original plan for this. But it just worked because all 3 women are just great at what they do. And they have some familiarity with each other. And it just clicked on every level. And the fans were super invested in it. It was a fun match to watch. And then I love the way they did that finish, too, where you had the Io Sky hitting the moonsault. She was off camera, so you couldn't see her. And she flew in from out of nowhere and pins Bianca to win the championship. And everybody just erupted. Like, they were so happy to see Io win. So this to me was just a fantastic, not only just a fantastic match, but I made the comment, I said, this will go down as one of the better opening matches in the history of WrestleMania.
Yeah, I wonder what that discussion would look like. I don't remember a lot of them, but I said the same thing. I would say, just off the top of my head, it's not the best because I will always have Brett and Owen at WrestleMania 10 as my number 1.
Yeah. But people, when you talk about opening matches of WrestleMania, some people might talk about Eddie and Ray. I didn't think that was one of their best matches, but like Brett and Owen, people talk about Triple H and Daniel Bryan at WrestleMania 30. Like there are some matches like that will stand out. This is definitely in the conversation now. Yeah. Like you want to open the show in a hot way and really get people like fired up in your opening match. This to me was the classic. Like if I'm not closing, I'm opening, and try to top that. And nobody did.
Yeah, nobody did. There was a spot in this match where Io came off the top rope with the over the moonsault. Rhea got the feet up. She bounced right into a KOD and right into a. I mean, that was just fucking awful. The crowd went legitimately bonkers after that. It was so great.
She took such a great bump off the boots and then just right into the KOD. Yeah, it was great. Just the way they were able to, transition from one to the next. It was all action too. It was never a dull moment. Never dragged. They could have gotten a little more time, but like it felt like, you know what, it's about right. Didn't overstay its welcome or anything like that. So yeah, I can't say enough good things about this.
Yeah, this went 15 minutes. I mean, it could have pushed it to maybe 18 to 20 minutes.
Yeah, but you know what, it's fine.
Yeah,
15 minutes is more than what a lot of matches on this card got. So. Yeah, no, it's 2 thumbs up for me.
Yeah, and just to give you guys an idea of how well they work together, Rhea and Io had 2 matches on Raw on the build-up to this match, and they were fine. It was not Rhea or Io's best work, but here, getting all 3 involved, I mean, they fucking showed up to work and they didn't even look back. So the people can boo Bianca all they want to, but the one thing you can't do is boo her work. No. Because she's fantastic. No, all 3 of these women are. This was one of the best matches of the weekend. Jason takes it at number 1. I'm taking it at my number 2. I'm going men's triple threat match on night 1. Sin City Street Fight, Drew McIntyre and Damian Priest. This went 14 minutes. Drew McIntyre got a Doom Dark Ages-like entrance because they promoted the video game, which I will be pre-ordering because I'm a big Doom guy.
Doom Slayer.
Yeah, Doom Slayer. And Damian Priest came out with Kerry King of Slayer. playing his theme music. I thought we were actually going to get Slayer, the whole band, but if I take Kerry King and Kerry King only, I can't complain.
Well, they said he's going on tour this summer. Is it just him or is it the band?
Well, Slayer had retired, supposedly. They never retire. And they are actually coming back for a reunion gig, and Damian Priest is going to be hosting it. It's actually going to be here in the tri-state area.
I see.
Yeah.
Now, what was up with his guitar there at the beginning?
That's his signature sound. It sounds like garbage.
Okay, so it was meant to sound bad.
It is meant to sound that way. Yes, it's
okay.
It's very effects, very much heavy on the effects, and the wah bar on the guitar. He just wails away on it. It sounds like shit.
Okay.
Yeah. I figured that was not going to go over well. Like everybody was like, "This is music."
Yeah. I thought something was wrong with his signal, or he was overmodulated or something. Okay.
No, I wish the band came out and actually played "South of Heaven," the song, because that's the name of his finish. But Sean Ross Sapp said Slayer might be there, and it got me excited. I only see one fourth of Slayer there, so it's like whatever. It is what it is. I'll take it. This was a great match. The Sin City Street Fight stipulation really added to it. And I said in the lead up, Jason, don't doubt Drew McIntyre or Damian Priest, because when asked to go out there and work, McIntyre shows up every single time, and Priest is always a solid worker. And they've had bangers together beforehand, so it's not like they're unfamiliar with each other. But the no DQ stipulation really added to it, and the much-needed win went to Drew McIntyre here. I feel like he was the right guy, and we were 2 for 2 coming out of this thing, man, because we got the ladies, and then we got this. It started to really finally feel like a full-blown WrestleMania on night 2 with these 2 matches.
Yeah, good stuff. And what is becoming a WrestleMania tradition with Drew McIntyre snapping a selfie in the middle of the match and then typing out a tweet. Handed the phone back to his brother, and he tweeted a photo of himself giving the peace sign with Damian Priest on the ground. The second year in a row now he's done something like this. He says, still bored at work, he said.
That's his new thing.
Yeah.
Got to make it a thing. That went viral almost instantaneously. I think the last, I don't know when I checked it last, probably 2 days ago, it was like 300,000 likes. Fucking ridiculous. So yeah, this was fun. McIntyre got the win. I don't know where McIntyre goes. He stays on SmackDown. If they do hold a draft and he moves over to Raw to go align himself with this new group with Paul Heyman. If he stays on SmackDown, Jason, I feel like going after the United States title is again beneath him. I don't want to see that. I don't know what Cody's going to end up doing now that Randy Orton's going on and facing John Cena at Backlash. I said maybe McIntyre and Cody have a one-on-one match away from the championship. What do you think McIntyre does now?
Well, why not McIntyre and Cody, with McIntyre winning and Cody just goes on this losing streak? Ever since he lost at WrestleMania, he just can't seem to get back to his winning ways. And then maybe over the summer or whatever, maybe Cody wins, Money in the Bank or something. I mean, that's one possible direction. I mean, he doesn't have to win Money in the Bank, but do they do like a losing streak thing with Cody, or do we just not see Cody for a while?
I don't know. It's tough. You want to keep him strong, so I don't think making him lose. McIntyre would benefit greatly from a win over Cody. That's what I'm about right now. But
right, but I'm saying
I would keep him off television, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, you could do that, because if I think they're going to want him there, though. Like, I thought they would keep him off television longer when he took the package pile driver in December, and he was back 2 weeks later. So I don't know. It's not like Cena's going to be there every week. I don't think they're going to want Cody gone for too long. But there's enough time where if he's not going to get his rematch until at least SummerSlam, and they may even drag it out until Survivor Series, being that it's a stadium show. But if he's not going to get a title rematch until at least SummerSlam, I mean, he could lose a few matches. They could tell that story if they want to, where it's like, maybe Cena got in his head, he lost, and he's having self-doubt, and people were booing him or whatever, and he's got to, work his way back up to title contention.
My girlfriend.
And if that's the case, then Drew McIntyre can get a win over him.
We also don't know. It's not happening in Saudi. It's Night of Champions in Saudi Arabia. We don't know if WWE is going to move the King of the Ring to television and do the tournament on television, or if they're just going to get rid of it completely this year. I don't know why he wouldn't do it, Triple H. Maybe Cody wins King of the Ring if they do that.
Yeah, that works too.
Yeah. So, McIntyre gets the victory. Very good match. They went 14 minutes, and McIntyre, much-needed victory over Priest. Fatal 4-way.
Wait. Cena and Cody both advertised for SmackDown on Friday, so he's not going nowhere.
Okay. We'll see. I don't know what's to be done there with both of them, but we'll see. Fatal 4-way. Dominic Mysterio, Finn Balor, Penta, and Braun Breaker. IC title match went 10 minutes. Figured they get this a little bit more time, but
it was a great 10 minutes.
It was a great 10 minutes. Really action packed. It was all about Dominic Mysterio here, and the reaction that Dominic Mysterio got legitimately blew me away because I didn't really expect that. And one of the best things, Jason, to watch pro wrestling and even call pro wrestling like we do, to see someone from the beginning stages and grow and watch their story just kind of take shape on television, or if you're calling matches over a period of time, watching someone's career just go from one point to the next. That's what we saw play out on Sunday at WrestleMania with Dominic Mysterio. I know he's been in the Judgment Day. He's been more of a, he's been with Liv Morgan, comedy character, goofy. But, I didn't really expect the fans to take to him on Sunday night. It was almost like they're anointing him as the next one, on Sunday. And the fans wanted it. They got it. They reacted accordingly. I didn't expect it. We expected him to win, but I didn't expect that reaction. But, man, oh, man, I felt fucking happy for him, man. What a moment for him.
Yeah, it could just be a WrestleMania crowd. I don't think he got that same reaction the next night, on Raw. But it was unexpected. But I've been saying on my shows, I said, just remember, the fans are the heels. And we've seen different examples. We see it with Bianca right now, right? Why are some of these baby faces being booed, and then some of these heels are being cheered? Look at Becky Lynch last night, right? She's beating up Lyra Valkyria, and then all of a sudden people are chanting one more time. And we've seen examples of this before. So it could just be one of those, crowds that are very favorable to the heel. But he felt like a superstar out there. He got a curtain call. When they were done showing replays after the finish, he ran back to the ring and he posed, and you would think he was one of the biggest baby faces in the company. And yet this is the guy who was getting so much heat that you could hardly hear him sometimes on TV. But it was so perfect. Like, how could you not have him win? That's why I said Dom needs to go over. He needs to win the title, and he needs to steal the pin from Finn Balor. And that's exactly how it played out, because it feeds into this story, this Judgment Day story, and the tension that's been building between him and Balor now for months. It advances that story. So I was very happy to see him win. The reaction was unexpected, but I kind of got a chuckle when he couldn't get the mask off as he was making his entrance. I think somebody said he was wearing a Rey Mysterio Senior mask, I believe.
It looked like it, yeah.
And he was trying to pull it off, and he had some trouble, and Michael Cole made fun of him for it. But just to see his growth and where he was 5 years ago, when he had the short haircut, he was kind of like the timid kid teaming with his dad. And you see him now with the long hair and the mullet, and
and Liv Morgan.
Well, that doesn't hurt. So Liv Morgan. It's been fun. It's been fun to see him grow from what he was to what he is now. And I think this is great. I think that he was the right choice to win this championship, and hopefully he'll have a lengthy run with it too, because I think he could do fun things with it.
Absolutely the right decision. Braun Breaker now moves on to the main event. He didn't need that title anymore. He did okay with it, but he didn't do anywhere close to what we expected. But it's Braun Breaker. He's going to shine greater than the Intercontinental Championship. But now he's exactly where he needs to be. Balor and Dom is the story. Penta is eventually going to get it. They're building him up for that big win. It's eventually going to happen at the hands of Finn Balor, who's going to get so jealous over Dominic being the champion. We already seen that on Monday. He's still eyeing the championship. There was some spots here in this match where Dominic tried to take advantage of Finn. He didn't really give a shit. Finn just kind of anger in his eyes, put the boots to Dominic at one point. And like Jason said, Balor had the match won with the coup de grace. Dominic comes off the top rope with the big frog splash. He pins Finn Balor. And the rest is history, and Dominic is the new IC champion. There was this great spot as well with Braun Breaker running from one commentary table to the other and spearing Carlito through the table. Fucking unbelievable spot there. Made a great moment, great sound going through those tables. Those tables look beautiful as well, too. So he went
right
like
metal.
Yeah,
they're made of like metal.
Yeah.
And so I wasn't sure if it was going to break, but I guess it's Breaker, so it's kind of in his name.
Yeah,
he breaks things.
So that was a great spot. And Dominic walked out with the title, got a huge reaction. And Balor, Dominic at Backlash, potentially. I don't know what they're building towards, but we will see what happens with that IC title. The next match was the Open Challenge. Randy Orton and whomever was going to walk through Gorilla and out to 60,000 plus in Las Vegas. There was a lot of names, Jason, that were thrown around. There were mentions of Jeff Hardy. There were mentions of Matt Riddle, Matt Cardona, Nick Aldis, Solo Sikoa. Thank God that did not happen. We landed on someone who I popped for because I'm a big fan of his. Love his theme. I think Joe Hendry is a great just guy. He's just very fan friendly, and he showed up, and he was the open challenge here. Again, I don't even want to say something. Yeah.
I was going to say he's a success story.
Yeah.
You know, the way he was able to go viral with his music and build himself up. And so this right here was just a cherry on top, you know, where all of a sudden, completely unexpected, last minute decision, you know, someone goes down with an injury. We need somebody. And now he gets to walk out. He's got the TNA World Heavyweight title around his waist. So he's entering as the TNA champion.
Yep.
And he walks out there in front of 60,000 people, and they knew who he was because they reacted big to him. And everyone's swaying their hands and their arms back and forth. And so what a moment for him, you know. And we've met him before, like a humble guy.
Yeah.
Like he's a likable guy. I don't really hear anything negative said about him. So it was I wasn't expecting him. So it caught me off guard when I heard the music. But when he walked out there, I was like, man, you know what? That's cool.
It was fucking cool. When that guitar solo and his theme hit and people were waving their hands in the air, I mean, that's just a great fucking moment. I don't give a shit who you are, if you like him, if you don't like him. It was a great moment. The match lasted 3 minutes. The premise of this was Randy Orton needed someone to beat, whether it was 3 minutes or fucking 33 minutes. It doesn't matter. He needed a win because the direction for Randy Orton was John Cena and the world title at Backlash in St. Louis. So they got that with Joe Hendry. 3 minutes. But in the 3 minutes, Jason, I mean, you talk about maximizing minutes. I've been on this kick about maximizing minutes. If you're in the ring, maximize the time that you got out there. Joe Hendry got his shit in. He did the pose. He did his fall away slam. He tried for his finishing move. And in 3 minutes, he did the pose. And then all of a sudden, a viral moment that will probably live in infamy for the next 30 years on social media. Randy Orton comes out of nowhere while Joe Hendry is posing in front of the camera. They do the close-up, and he gets RKO'd into oblivion. So it's like, people are looking at this. They buried Joe Hendry. The TNA champion was embarrassed. How could they do that to the world champion? And all these different excuses. And I legitimately am just sitting here dumbfounded at all the stupidity on social media that I had to come on my show on Sunday and spend 10 minutes talking about this because people didn't understand. You take anyone in that fucking locker room, whether it's Dolph Ziggler, Nick Nemeth, Ali, you take Sami Callihan, you ask Mike Santana, would you go out there and lose for 3 minutes at WrestleMania in front of Randy Orton in front of 60,000 people? Every single fucking person in that locker room would have been Joe Hendry in that moment. Like, TNA got worldwide recognition fucking 1,000 times over compared to what they do in 52 weeks in one calendar year on Impact, on Access Television. Their world champion was showcased in front of the world's largest wrestling audience all year, and he got how many moments out of that match? In success that accomplished Randy Orton winning over someone who absolutely went viral because of it and made their company bigger than it was before they came in here. What's the problem?
Well, I mean, it's appropriate too because that's, you know, he went viral. Like I said, he went viral with his music, and that's kind of what really launched him in the first place. And you'll notice when the match was over, the first thing he tweeted, he goes, "I just wrestled Randy Orton at WrestleMania." You know, I mean, come on. So you know that he was just geeking out, you know, on the inside, probably as he's laying there looking up at the lights. I will say this though, so I agree with you, and I didn't have an issue with it. He wasn't, you know. Buried would have been him, and I thought they were going to do this.
Yes.
I thought as soon as the bell rings, he's going to drop him with an RKO and pin him. That would have been a burial, and they didn't do that. But what I did say was, man, they didn't have to do him dirty with the second RKO. So it was bad enough, you know, he took the first one, and then Randy helps him up, and he drops him with a second one, and then he steals the man's pose, which I thought was hilarious when they zoomed in on Randy doing his own pose. But yeah, he hit him with a second RKO, and he stole the guy's, you know, pose. That to me was like, all right, did we need to, you know, rub some salt in the wound there? Probably not. But was it a burial? Is he, you know, done for? Is he finished? Like, no, he's going to be fine. And for him, he just had the moment of his career. And so I really don't see, you know, what the big issue was here. Did you really expect Randy Orton was going to go in there and have a competitive 12-minute back and forth match against Joe Hendry, someone who doesn't work for WWE?
No.
Evidently, from I think it might have been Fightful, said that this was a make good because there was a plan in place, I guess, for him to appear on Raw when they were over in his home country during the European tour. And the plan was for him to wrestle The Miz in his home country and lose. Now you tell me, which is better? Going to WrestleMania and wrestling Randy Orton, or losing to The Miz in a match on Raw in your home country?
Not even a fucking choice, bro.
Yeah. And there's talk that the person who was, running TNA at the time, he may have worked for Anthem or whatever, he was the one who ixnayed the idea and said no. And he's since been fired now.
Rightfully so.
Well, yeah, I don't know if that's the only reason why he was fired, but like that probably would have been a fireable offense, in their eyes, because like, how could you say no to that? But you know what? It was the right call. Sending Hendry out there in his home country to lose to The Miz, I'm in his corner on that. That would have been a terrible idea. So as a make good for that, I guess they went with him here at WrestleMania. So for him, it all worked out in the end, and I'm happy for him. But it also took away the idea that if it was Rusev or somebody like that, who they're bringing into the company, it spared them from a loss. Because Randy Orton really couldn't lose here.
No,
he was going into Backlash to wrestle for the WWE Championship. Whoever it was going to be, he had to win this match.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to send Rusev out there in his first match and then lose after 5 years. I mean, that's ridiculous.
Well, I mean, you don't want to. I would not have been as, upset with that as if they would have sent like Aleister Black out there to lose. I just feel like his ceiling is a little bit higher.
Joe Hendry said this on Busted Open. I believe this was today or yesterday, one or the other. He said, my job as TNA champion, and what defines this reign is business and getting as many eyeballs on TNA wrestling as possible. You know who else lost quickly at WrestleMania in a similar fashion? John Cena. All of a sudden, I'm going to say I'm too good to do that. To me, that's exactly how it should have gone. Do you know what CM Punk told me? We had a great conversation after. CM Punk told me that's exactly how it should have gone. If it had gone longer, I think it would have worked out worse for me. There's no shame in taking an RKO and losing to a legend like Randy Orton. So chat and fans who may be watching it that don't like what we do, or you don't like Joe Hendry, if Joe Hendry's okay with it, why aren't you okay with it? Why are you so upset and losing sleep over it when this man is just fucking over the moon ecstatic about what just happened this past weekend? I don't get it.
It is, by the way, John Cena went in there and he lost in 3 minutes to The Undertaker.
He did?
I'd forgotten about that.
John, I believe he said in the same interview that John Cena congratulated him and said, you're going to be a major star in this company. Just, you did the right thing. Keep doing what you're doing. So, I mean, how many moments did this guy have in a span of 20 minutes? It's like, come on, man.
Yeah, King James says a burial is what Kofi went through in his match with Brock Lesnar. Yeah. I mean, that people throw that word around way too easily. That's a burial. Yeah. This was not a burial.
Yeah, I think if it was a burial, I think the two guys on this show right now would have definitely called it out, but nowhere near, not even close to a burial. Yeah. Logan Paul, AJ Styles. This went 18 minutes. Logan Paul had one of the best WrestleMania entrances that we saw this year, so I really enjoyed his creativity with the try. I like the drone, the whole grid shot. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Logan Paul's not over with the audience as many people want him to be. I guess I don't know.
No, I didn't think the entrance was anything terribly special. I mean, he came in on a zip line once. I thought that was cool. That was more fun. Yeah. You know what? If I had to say what was the entrance that I liked the most, it was probably just very simple. It was probably Punk and Heyman coming out together one last time. Yeah, I figured that was probably going to be the last time we saw that. So
yeah, I think. As far as entrances go, I would say I'm a Slayer guy, so I gotta go Kerry King. Or I love Rhea's look. She came out dressed as Batman who's laughing or something like that. Marvel inspired.
So did you not like the Tiffany Barbie in a box entrance? Okay. Not a Barbie guy?
No, I'm not a Barbie guy. You're not either, I hope, right?
No. Okay. Why would you ask me that?
I don't know. You asked me. I gotta return the question.
What vibe do I give off to you that I would be a Barbie guy? You fucking kidding me? I grew up on He-Man and Thundercats. Who are you talking to?
I grew up in Transformers and fucking Care Bears. I may be the Barbie guy if that's the case.
That's why I asked the question.
Oh man. What happened? Major with a 199 check. I gotta read this out. I don't know if this is true. I gotta look this up. Triple A just released Alberto Del Rio.
Let's see.
Jason's looking it up.
I'm looking it up right now.
I don't know.
I'm not seeing anything.
Oh, come on, man. You can't troll us like that.
Well, I am seeing something very interesting here. Okay. Master P is going to be on Dynamite tomorrow night.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
How about that?
Where's Dynamite tomorrow?
New Orleans, I believe.
Ah, okay.
I believe it might be New Orleans. Let me see here. Alberto Del Rio.
Sources? I don't know. Logan Paul, AJ Styles, though. While Jason's doing that, I'll continue the show here. The match wasn't bad. Let's say that out front. The match was not bad. I just felt like the crowd was very deflated at this point. I don't know what had happened. I'm going to attribute it to it being that everybody loves AJ. They don't like Logan Paul. So it's either one of two things. One, they didn't really react because they don't care about Logan Paul in numbers. Or number two, the match didn't really have any story whatsoever coming into it, and the fans just didn't react because there was no story. They reacted more to Karrion Kross being out there at the end of the match when he wanted to hand the knuckles to AJ. It didn't really resonate with the audience, Jason. For 18 minutes, it wasn't bad, but nobody felt anything, no emotion.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, if you look at the build, it had a very basic build. I mean, what was the build to this match? AJ Styles calls out Logan Paul. 3 weeks later, Logan Paul calls out AJ Styles. That was it.
Yeah. Basically what it was.
But there wasn't much to it. You had, there was more interaction, it felt like, between AJ and Karrion Kross, who wasn't even in the match. I mean, he appeared during the match, and he got a great reaction when they showed him. But, we got more interactions between those two, and Karrion wasn't even officially a part of the match. So I'm disappointed in that AJ, I still feel like AJ, for all the time he's been there, which is almost a decade now, he doesn't really have a lot of, he's like John Cena in that regard. He doesn't have a lot of really classic WrestleMania matches to his resume. The best WrestleMania match he ever had might have just been the match with Shane McMahon.
Unfortunately, yes.
I mean, you would think that he would have been able to put together, if you want to count the Boneyard, I did love the Boneyard match, but I'm talking more like in-ring. I'm not talking about cinematic. And I was hoping this would be it, because Logan, in the ring, he's very athletic, and I thought maybe their styles, no pun intended, would mesh. And it was just like, it was fine. It wasn't a bad match, but crowd didn't really seem to care too much about it. I didn't really care too much about it. It was just kind of there, it was a match.
It was certainly a match. Not bad, but nothing really coming into it. I think the video package that they highlighted before this match is more than what they actually said on and did on television. So we got Logan Paul beating AJ Styles here, and he's going to continue his feud with Karrion Kross. Jason, what do you think of the Kross, Sam Roberts, and Megan Morant sit down on the Raw recap? I thought what Karrion Kross did, whether it was a shoot, a work shoot, whatever it may be, I thought that was probably the best piece of business that he did with the WWE logo attached to it.
Yeah, it was great, and I'm really happy to finally. It feels like they're actually doing something with him. I've never felt like they had a story worth investing in with him. And now, after what we saw on Raw last night, where they had that little interaction, and AJ's like, the guy you want me to be. When I looked at him a year ago in the mirror, I didn't like that guy. I hate that guy.
Yeah.
He goes, you want to deal with Logan? You deal with him yourself. And then he goes, maybe I will. And so now we're faced with possibly like a babyface Karrion Kross against Logan Paul, which I find very intriguing, because we haven't seen Karrion Kross as somebody like a babyface that the fans would get behind. So this is going to be like a real test now to see how much the fans get behind him, how much of the reactions that he's been getting the last few days, how much of that was just being in Vegas, where, he's got roots in Vegas, I think, and how much of it is just people genuinely starting to get behind his character and what he's doing. I'm hoping this is kind of the launching pad for him to actually do something, because he's been around for so long, and there was never anything worth really investing in, with his character. Now we're seeing a side of it. It's not just like the dark kind of spooky side of it that we got early on.
Yeah.
And I always said, like, if we can get a closer version of Karrion Kross as the one that we see on social media, that guy, if we see some of that on TV, I feel like that could be the key for him. And I feel like we're kind of on the cusp maybe of that happening.
Yeah, a lot of people were worried that he actually went off script and A lot of people were maybe thinking he'd get future endeavored or whatever the case may be. I hope that's not the case. I hope that they do have a follow-up to whatever happened there. And I'd love to see him get whatever success he has coming to him, because it's been a long time. They waffled on him back and forth and all these various gimmicks. I just feel like this is what he's been doing. Whatever he's doing on social media, I just wish there was more of a presence about that on the show. But maybe we get Cross and Styles at Backlash, and they finally push Cross over that threshold. We'll see what happens. But he did get a nice reaction at WrestleMania when he tried to help AJ win the match here against Logan Paul.
And it was a hell of a promo that he cut too. Yeah. If you watch the whole thing, I mean, he really went off, and I'm sure it was smart because he's incorporating what I'm sure are very real feelings that he's had. And that usually makes for the best promos. When you're able to grab from reality or how you really feel and work it into whatever the character or the story is that you're trying to portray. So you had all these people like, oh my God, is he shooting? Is he, they're going to fire him? He's shooting on the company? Like, no, but it felt real. It felt genuine because where were the lies in what he was saying? There was a lot of truth in what he was saying.
Yeah, those are the best, for sure. David Thiering says the Del Rio News is a Wessel votes story.
Wessel votes has struck again.
Sorry, Major, you got Wessel voted. Sorry.
Don't you hate when that happens?
It's awful.
I have them blocked just because it's very easy to fall for it. So it's like I have to block it just because otherwise I don't want to fall victim to it.
Everybody's in the rush to get the news out first. That's what happens.
That happens, man. They thought Backlash was coming to the Tokyo Dome. It's going to be in St. Louis in a few weeks.
Becky Lynch, she was revealed as the mystery partner for Lyra Valkyria as they defeated Liv Morgan and Raquel Rodriguez to win the Women's Tag Team Championships. A lot of people made a big deal about Bayley getting written off of television here for Becky Lynch. Becky Hogan strikes again, says the IWC. I didn't like it. I thought it was fucked up how Becky could have easily come back 4 weeks ago and they could have just did this from the get-go, but she wanted the WrestleMania return because it would be a big pop. And then Bayley, unfortunately, had to suffer the consequences of being in some decent matches and some decent television. She did the gauntlet match, 5 matches in with Lyra. She wrestled Lyra for the IC title, only to be pulled on Saturday at WrestleMania before her Sunday match. It is kind of frustrating, and her Chris Van Vliet interview today looked just she just looked so defeated about everything in certain segments of the interview. But what'd you make of Becky taking Bayley's spot, Jason? Is it that big of a deal? Because I think we can all come to a common understanding that Bayley is not Becky. Becky obviously made the moment and the match better. The match was honestly dead with them as a tag team. They just put them together for whatever reason. I don't know what Bayley's plans were. They had Roxanne. They dropped the plans with Roxanne and Bayley to put Bayley and Lyra together. And then they end up removing Bayley from this entire equation. What'd you make of the whole situation and them removing her from the match?
Well, I mean, it sounds like it was something that, Bayley was aware of, at least, I mean, if not a few weeks before, a few days before. So it wasn't like they hit her with the news the day of, like, hey, you're pulled. So the plan was what it was. Look, Becky coming out and making her return got a bigger reaction than Bayley, or Lyra would have gotten had they just come out for the match. I feel bad for Bayley that they couldn't find a spot for her on the show a year after she won the championship. She won the Royal Rumble last year and went to WrestleMania and won the title. And then this year, she's not even on the card. So, and she's not the only one who got left off the card this year. But my hope is that she will be incorporated into this in some way, whether or not we come to find out that Becky is the one who took her out. I think that's a distinct possibility. Look, if they want to get back to Roxanne, they could say Roxanne is the one who took her out.
Yeah.
And revisit Bayley and Roxanne. So I don't know how long she's going to be out for. They said on TV last night they gave some, injury story and said she may be gone for a while. So whenever she comes back, is she going to be a babyface? Is she going to be a heel? I would imagine a babyface since Becky went heel, right? One or the other. So who do you turn, right? So Becky turned last night. So when she comes back, is she going to wrestle Becky if we find out that Becky was the one who attacked her? Possible. We could get that as a match.
Yeah, I said last night that Becky turning on Lyra will probably reveal that Becky took out Bayley to get the WrestleMania spot. I mean, it's just a natural in there. Yeah. And you do, Lyra needs something as a babyface. She doesn't really have much of a personality because they haven't really let her speak and do anything on camera for us to show her personality. So I figured working with a heel Becky, that would get her over. And Becky would take the title. She'd go against Bayley. Becky would drop the title back to Lyra. I feel like that's the natural progression of things, but I don't really know what their plan is.
Yeah, and it would go a ways towards elevating a title that honestly has just been marginalized since the first day they introduced it. You can say that about both women's mid-card titles, right? They really haven't done a whole lot to get you to view them as being anything other than just, hey, it's a belt and it's just something, it's like a prop. You want it to feel like more than that, though. And I feel like having a name, Becky is a name, and she's one of the biggest names in the division. Having her hold the championship and compete for it and then drop it back to Lyra could also help elevate the title, not just Lyra, but make the championship seem something more than what it is now, because they really haven't done much with it at all.
Yeah, it's frustrating.
Yeah, and again, if Becky beats her for the belt, you could even have Becky defending against Bayley. So you have two former world champions wrestling for the belt. Becky beats her. And then in the end, as long as Lyra gets put over, then that's really all that matters in the end. You hope that when you get to the end of that, Lyra's more over at that point than she is now. But having some big names wrestle for it, I think would be helpful.
Yeah, I agree. Becky's heel turn, to me, felt a little rushed. I don't know how you felt about it happening last night. I mean, you talked about earlier, everybody's turning heel. Did Becky need a heel turn?
It didn't bother me. I really don't have any issue with them doing it the way that they did it. They did the title change on Sunday, and then they immediately put the belts back on Liv and Raquel. Every now and then when you do like a shotgun title change like that, I think it's fine. They did it that way because they wanted Becky to snap and blame Lyra for the loss. So that's how they chose to do it. Honestly, it's the women's tag team titles. I just can't get too worked up about it because who cares?
Yeah, I said the same thing. I mean, if this was for the world championship, then it's a different story.
Yeah.
But for the women's tag team championship, it's not something I'm going to make a big stink about. So
yeah, it's really not a big deal.
Yeah. Steve Austin, he drove an ATV to ringside. He made a great loop around the ring, and then all of a sudden, Jason, chaos ensued, and he ended up crashing his ATV into a barricade where this woman was standing up against the barricade, and there was this like delayed reaction where she just kind of crumbled down. She's wearing a nightmare jacket.
She was so shocked. Once the shock wore off, she slowly fell back in her chair.
I don't know what had happened here, why Austin crashed. I don't know if the ATV was malfunctioning. I don't know if he was drunk. I don't know if it was something that he didn't test out beforehand. He didn't know what he was doing.
Dude, he was flying. He was like, when you get to ringside, there's only so much room. He was fucking flying. Now, I know he does this now. He does off-roading, and he has his buggy, and this is what he does because he's in the desert. He has all this space to drive around. So, maybe he's just used to going at a certain speed, but dude, it was bound to happen. He's come down with the ATV before, and on those curves, there were times where I thought he was going to tip over. And even on Sunday, it looked like he was going to tip over, and he made it around once successfully. But then on the second, I think it was the second lap around, he just fucking crashed into the wall. And I'm like, it's a good thing that barrier is sturdy. It didn't break. It didn't, he didn't drive into the fucking crowd. And I think he apologized to the woman. She was pissed. She didn't look like she was accepting his apology. And that's when Nick Khan, of course, by the time the segment was over, you could see he's standing there. He's Johnny on the spot, checking on the woman, making sure everything's okay. We know what his concern was.
Yes, absolutely. And this is what exactly Dave Meltzer and Brian Alvarez talked about. Apparently, WWE was nervous, according to them, about potential legal action from Steve Austin's ATV accident at WrestleMania 41. Alvarez stated, and meanwhile, Austin sprinting down in his ATV or whatever, he flies around the ring, and he smashed into the barricade, and he knocks this woman back, and he jumps off, and he gets into the ring or whatever, and Nick Khan flies over there, and he's talking to this lady, and we'll see what happens, man. Meltzer then says, hey, Nick Khan is a smooth operator. Alvarez says he is. I heard they're nervous about this one. So, yes, like Jason said, Nick Khan was over there. He was like Batman, but, what would you do in that case, Jason? If you were knocked back, I said this on my show, if you were knocked back by Steve Austin, would you be as pissed as this lady was, or would you ask for a couple of Steve Weisers, maybe cheers and salute Steve Austin, maybe some autographs, and just be on your way?
It depends how seriously I was hurt. I mean, if I was really hurt, I'd be fucking pissed.
You got a scraped knee and maybe some scrapes on your elbow, maybe a slight torn in your nightmare jacket.
Then you know what? Give me one of your Broken Skull IPAs, and we'll crack one open here on camera.
That's it.
That's all you got to do. That's it. And you know what my favorite part of this was? It wasn't even this. He gets in the ring to announce the attendance for night 2. And I don't know if you know where I'm going with this, but like on night 1, they announced a sold out crowd of 61,000 and change, right? Sold out, they said. And then that was Shawn Michaels who made the announcement. Then Austin comes out on night 2 and says, we're sold out tonight with 63,000 and change. And I'm like, the math isn't mathing here because we have the same number of seats for both nights, one would assume. But apparently it was sold out both nights, even though the attendance was not the same. So I thought that was interesting.
Apparently WrestleVote said that more seats opened up, more suites opened up.
Did they open more seats? That's the only thing that would have made sense. If they opened either stage seating that wasn't there on night 1, or if they opened up more suites. And they were counting that. And then, what was that, 2,000? I think the number was 2,000 higher. But even the quote-unquote sold-out number from night 1, I'm not sure they were necessarily sold out, but we all know, they're going to announce that anyway. And then they can announce the combined attendance, I think was 124,000 or something like that. Yeah, they love announcing those big numbers like that. So, but yeah, that was kind of funny to me. And then Austin, he walked to the back. He did not drive to the back, which was good because he was drinking in the ring. So probably better for him to be walking home than driving.
Yeah, just to give you guys an idea, this is reported by WrestleTix, just as a little note here before we get to the main event. WrestleTix reports at 3:48 p.m. on Sunday that the tickets distributed for WrestleMania was 60,212. So they had to sell 3,000 more tickets before the show started. I'm going to say no, that did not happen.
Yeah, I think you're right. But
yes.
They have fun with them. They fudge the numbers sometimes. This is nothing new. They do this at every WrestleMania. Although with Vince, I think it was even worse. Like Vince would exaggerate by like 10 to 15,000.
Yes, and it would be egregious. Yes,
it was like ridiculous. Like you could have like a legit 65,000 people in the building, which is impressive enough. And then they would announce like 78,000, 81,000. It's like, come on, dude. Like, it's just ridiculous.
Oh, man. I love WWE, man. The more things change, the more they stay. So, yeah, Steve Austin, hopefully there's no legal action there. I mean, it was an accident. It is what it is. But that's the news coming out of Steve Austin's ATV accident. And then the main event, we got Cody Rhodes, as you guys know, defending the WWE Championship against John Cena on his quest for number 17. I guess I'll let you start this off, bro. This match, just because I am who I am and everybody knows me for being a man of so many words, this match was fucking awful. I did not like this match at all. It was, we've discussed this, man. John Cena, just going back to the Austin Theory match, not good. His showcases in the Royal Rumble, and the Chamber wasn't bad because he was in there with Punk. He was doing his thing. The Chamber was fine.
He didn't work the entire match.
No, he didn't work the entire match. But 25 minutes of John Cena at this stage of his career, man, I thought I was my brain was fucking melting. Cody tried. He tried his heart out. Match was fucking terrible. We'll get to the ending in a bit. But what did you think of the overall match?
I didn't like it. They started slow, and I assumed they were building. I was like, okay, they're starting slow, and then they ended slow. It was just slow. It was a very basic match because, frankly, I think that's the speed that Cena can go at this point. That's why Cena is retiring. Yeah, he said that this week, I think, even on the McAfee show. He said he made a promise to himself that when he loses a step, he's done. And he says, if you look at me in 2015 and you compared that John Cena to the John Cena of today, I've lost a step. And he has. And it happens to all of us, right? He's, 47 years old?
Yeah.
And he worked a pretty ridiculous schedule for them. When he was on top. So he's not able to go out there and have the kind of matches that he was having 10 years ago. Like you're not going to get that out of him now. So a lot of it's going to come down to who he's in the ring with. But I had so many people who were like, that's the point, Solomon. Like, he's a heel and he's going to ruin wrestling for everyone.
He's working a heel match, JP.
Yeah. Like, it's supposed to be bad. That's the point. Like, think how brainwashed you need to be like the company has convinced some of these people that because John Cena is the heel and he is saying that he's going to ruin professional wrestling, and when he says that, by the way, he's talking about the championship. He's going to take the title and go home with it. But they have now manufactured this excuse in their head that every time he goes out there and does anything that's terrible, anytime he goes out there and has a bad match, it's on purpose. It's supposed to be that way. Like, how delusional do you need to be to believe that? Like, no, that's not how this works. And if that is, by the way, if that was the case, that we're going to have a year of John Cena intentionally going out there and having terrible, shitty, boring matches, okay, that is a terrible idea creatively.
That's all I heard, man. Travis Scott came out there towards the end of this match and did what he did, and I got the same thing, man. That's exactly what he wanted. He told you he was going to ruin wrestling. Yeah. like there's a difference between ruining wrestling as a character and just bad creative writing, man. What aren't you getting here?
Yeah, or just bad matches. So, yeah, look, he did what he could. We ended up getting, what was it, 4 attitude adjustments? Yes. I think by the time this was over, you went with 4 AA.
I remember Michael Cole yelling, "What a match!"
Oh, yeah. It's a classic. Yeah, I always love it when they tell you it's a classic when you're in the middle of watching it, instead of letting people just sort of dictate that on their own. But yeah, as a match, especially as a WrestleMania main event, when you consider the ones that we've had in recent years, it was a disappointment. It was not at the level of those matches. And no, it had nothing to do with him being a heel. He was working a certain style because he is a heel now. But the match itself was just boring. It felt like Cody had to bring himself down, to his level and work the kind of match that Cena wanted to work or could work. And then when we got to what we got to at the end, it just somehow got even worse.
Yeah, Effie in the chat says, so much funnier when someone says this terrible mindset out loud. Yeah, listen, I mean, this is exactly what Jason and I deal with on a daily basis. This is what we heard all weekend.
Doesn't it sound completely preposterous? Like, it's supposed to be a bad match. He's ruining wrestling. Like, boy, that's really exciting for the rest of this entire year that he's promised us, that he's going to go out there with Randy Orton and CM Punk and all these people and stink out the fucking joint every single month. Like, first, A, that's not what's going on here, and B, if it is, then you know what? This gimmick sucks.
Yes. Travis Scott, he comes out, and this was just, I don't know what the fuck I was watching, what dimension I was in. Travis Scott comes out to his Fiend music. He took his time, Jason, and I swear to God, man, it felt like 5 fucking hours before he got to the ring. Like, he's out there rubbing the hardcore replica title. He's fucking taking it. And I'm like, who the fuck is this guy? You would think that someone legitimately that plays a major part in the storyline would be out there relishing in the moment that he's in front of 60,000 people. Then we get Travis Scott out there, and he walks to the ring after 5 minutes, and the referee's down at this point. Rhodes calls Scott into the ring, so he finally gets into the ring. He leapt over the rope, which looked impressive. I didn't even think he could do that.
Well, he's been training, I think.
Yeah, he has been, to give him some credit. He faced off with Rhodes. Scott tried to slap Cody Rhodes again, but Rhodes ducked, blocked it, and gave him a crossroads. Now, I'll stop there. After what Travis Scott did to Cody Rhodes in the Elimination Chamber, was this the payoff? Was this the receipt that you had expected from Cody Rhodes to Travis Scott?
I mean, did anybody honestly expect that Cody was going to, give him a receipt and, pop him in the mouth for real? Like, some guys would. Cody's not going to do that, though. So, I mean, the fact that Cody didn't go out there and give him a black eye, like, no, I'm not surprised by that. Was this proportional to what Travis Scott did to him? Of course not. Of course not.
So that was the quote-unquote receipt. Who knows if he has another receipt coming at some point this year, but
maybe that's Cody's next match.
You talking about me putting things into the atmosphere that you don't want to do. This is what you said?
He's training. I mean,
can you imagine that being Backlash? Oh my fucking God, man.
I can. That's what's scary about it. I can.
Imagine Pat McAfee and Gunther and Cody Rhodes versus Travis Scott on Backlash fucking in St. Louis.
And you know what? You know what'll happen in the middle of the show? They'll come out and talk about the new gate record that they just set.
Exactly. While shilling fucking Netflix celebrities that I've never even fucking heard of before. So this crossroads to Travis Scott. Cena, at this point, he's there, and he tried using the belt. He grabbed the belt. He tried using it as a weapon. Rhodes yanked it away from him. There's this weird tug of war with the championship. Rhodes eventually takes the championship away, and then Cena starts begging him off, like, no, please don't hit me. Please don't hit me. And then Rhodes He can't hit him. He can't hit John Cena. So again, I'll stop there. Did they make Cody look too much like a geek here, Jason? Because I thought he looked like a complete fucking pussy in this. Like, what are you doing?
Of course. But they made him look weak the first time he confronted Cena to the Elimination Chamber, and he didn't go after him. I mean, I talked about this the very first time that Johnson was on St. Patrick's Day, and Cody came out. If you didn't want them to get physical, at least have Cody come out there and he's angry and he's ready to just tear into this guy, and have like a row of security out there and Adam Pearce just to keep apart. They didn't do that. They just get in the ring and they have a conversation. After what John Cena did to him at Elimination Chamber, he kicked him in the dick. He bloodied him up. He embarrassed him in front of the world. He betrayed this man. And so I felt like Cody was made to look weak in that regard from day one. Why should this be any different? But Cody, this was like Cody's, I guess, Roddy Piper moment from WrestleMania 8. You remember that part of the match where he had the bell?
Yeah.
And he had the chance to use it on Brett. He's like, no, fine. But that was different, though. Like, he had, like, him and Brett, they had established going into that match that, like, there was, like, a family connection there. And, you know, Roddy was a baby face. And should I really do this? Because he's, you know, Brett's also a baby face. So maybe that's what they were going for here. But in this case, it just made Cody look, it made him look like a bitch. And he was losing the match anyway. So it was just like a double blow. Of course, Cena had no issue kicking him in the dick again. But then it was just, dude, it was the way they did the and this is what some people don't understand. Because, again, you get the criticism about how, well, you know, but I'm not someone who has an issue with him winning 17.
No.
Okay? I predicted, when I did my predictions, I said I want him to win number 17. Because I feel like there's more fun in even a short-term heel title run for him. So I wanted him. I had no issue with him winning 17. Him winning the match is not my issue with it. It's just the way that they did it was so underwhelming and flat, especially for a WrestleMania main event and this big monumental historic moment of him winning number 17. He kicks him in the crotch, and the referee is outside. All this time is going by, right? You got to wait and grab the referee into the ring, and then the referee just counts 3. And it's like, this will go down. Travis Scott played a role in the outcome of this match where John Cena set the record and won 17 world championships. I didn't have so much of an issue with him being at Elimination Chamber. I know why he was there. He's a celebrity, whatever, right? It looked cool that he was there. I guess, you know, whatever. Him and Rock and Cena. Here, there's no excuse for this. There's no excuse for him being involved in the finish of this match. That was awful. And the way they did the finish was awful. Like, it ended, the referee counted 3, and I'm like, wait, what? That's it?
I said the same exact thing. John Cena is going to be in the record books winning number 17 because of an assist from Travis Scott.
Yes.
How embarrassing is that? And that's legitimately what Jason just said there. That's legitimately how the show went up the air. That's it.
That's it.
WrestleMania ended. Fireworks went off. Cena posed, number 17 on the big screen, and Rhodes is sitting in the aisleway like he was sitting in the aisleway at WrestleMania 39 when Roman beat him and he didn't finish the story.
He was sitting in the ring. Yeah. They had that great shot of like Roman's in the aisleway posing, and Cody's in like the foreground sitting there in the ring. Only now he was sitting in the aisle, probably thinking the same thing. Like, I can't believe I just lost in this way to this fucking guy. It was awful. Yeah. It was awful. It was anticlimactic. Maybe I would be able to look past it if the match was like this great, fantastic match that I was really entertained by, but it was fucking boring. Everything about this to me was just a huge swing and a miss.
I like a fool. I said from night 1 to night 2, I'm like, Rollins is going to be the fucking guy. Rollins is going to be the one to sell his soul next. And blah. I had all these visions. Everybody was like, this is great. The night 1 going to night 2 is going to be great. There was one guy missing from all this. Mm-hmm. One fucking guy missing from all this. The centerpiece of the storyline, the reason why we're all here, and that is Dwayne Johnson. So the discussion that you guys are finally going to get here, we're going to get into this. The Rock was not at WrestleMania. He wasn't in Vegas. That fucking merchandise with his likeness on it. The Rock finally has come back to Las Vegas.
And to be fair, because I see people mentioning this, and I mentioned that last night too. That shirt was actually made last year when they had the WrestleMuff show in Vegas. That's how far back that shirt goes. Oh, okay. So, because if you go on the website, it says, like, it gives the date, like it was like whatever it was, February 8th, 2024, and they still have it for sale. They marked it down. But it wasn't made specifically for WrestleMania this year. People are talking about it like it was. They might have had it in the WrestleMania store in Vegas, which that's ridiculous. But it was actually made for that when it was supposed to be Rock and Roman. And then, of course, it wasn't. Yeah. But just so people know.
All right, that's a negative point removed from the Rock scorecard here. So Rock was on Pat McAfee's show today, and he discussed the events of this past weekend at WrestleMania 41. He discussed, going out with Pat McAfee next time they're in town for steaks. They talked about Papa Tui. They talked about whatever the fuck they wanted to talk about. So.
Dude, you were watching it live, right?
Yes.
I was watching the chat, and all of the fans of Pat's show who watch it for sports talk are just like begging this man to just please, because he was on for like 40 minutes.
Yeah.
And after he talked about the wrestling stuff, then he's talking about his movies. And he's talking about Papa Tui. And I'm laughing my ass off because these people are like dying here. They're like, please, for the love of God, can we talk about sports? And they could have. And the one thing that Rock did not talk about is the UFL. Yeah. Is the football league that he, I don't know if he owns it or he's whatever, he's an investor in it, whatever. That's the one thing he didn't talk about the entire time he was on.
Oh, he didn't talk about that, and he didn't show up to the fucking biggest show of the year for WrestleMania. He talked about the heel turn. Let's start there. A significant topic of discussion between Pat and Dwayne was John Cena's recent heel turn, which began at the Elimination Chamber. And it culminated in John Cena obviously beating Cody Rhodes on Sunday for the WWE Championship. Rock offered his perspective on this character shift for John Cena. He says, and I quote, "The way John, at the end of the night, raising the title, that was the bottom line. That was the North Star. And I think he's going to have this insane run as a heel. When we talked about this turn a few months ago when he did it, I gave him so much credit because when he was attempting to do what he was attempting to do takes guts, because there was no blueprint for heel John Cena. So he was creating it as he went along. He was crossing his T's and dotting his I's as he went forward, and I can't wait to see this heel turn for the rest of the year. He's not a bad guy. He's just telling the truth." So I will agree with The Rock there. I know I've talked about this. I know Nikki Bella, his ex, had said something in regards to this. John took a situation that a lot of fans wanted, and he went and did it. Now, I'm sure John wanted to do it because Vince didn't allow him to do it, but I think John did it because he wanted in some weird way to give back to the fans in his final year. And I do think that's deep down what John Cena feels. So in that regard, I do kind of agree with what The Rock said. It does take a lot of guts to do this because you never know. He's been something for 20 years, and all of a sudden in his final year, he's going to go heel. Nobody really expected that, which is what added to the shock value of it. What did you make of that comment from The Rock, Jason? Did you feel like what he said, he was kind of in the ballpark of what John Cena is going for here? It took a lot of guts.
I mean, it took guts. I mean, I also look at it as Cena has always been, and he's talked about this before, Cena has always been somebody who doesn't rock the boat. And he doesn't really push back. He doesn't advocate. He doesn't lobby for things. He just kind of takes what they give him. And Rock even talked about it. Like, Triple H is the one who came up with the idea. What if we turn John? And Triple H said this previously, so that was not really breaking news here. Some people thought that he just revealed that we already knew this. But he still had to go pitch it to Cena, and they were like, yeah, Cena was on board. But I feel like Cena went on board with almost anything they would have pitched him. I feel like he's not somebody who is going to cause problems or headaches or push back. He's going to just show up. He's going to do what the company wants him to do, and he's going to leave. And he's going to move on in his life because he's already got one foot out the door. And, to him, it's like, whatever they want me to do, I'll do it.
Yeah.
So did he want to give back to the fans? I mean, maybe that's part of it. But I really just feel like he's like, okay, it'll be fun. Sure. Why not?
He did say that. Jason said that Triple H was ultimately the one who suggested the heel turn for John Cena. I like that aspect of it because no matter who did it, it was a great moment, or who came up with it rather. But it also kind of lends to Triple H doing things that Vince was afraid to do, which I also appreciate. And we need something like that, more like that going into the future.
Well, it's a little bit of a difference though. So the reason Vince was afraid to do it is because Cena was basically his cash cow, especially when it came to merch. He's like, yeah, we're not giving that up. Like he freaked out. Like we can't lose all that merch money. And now like Cena's already said, I'm done when this year's over. Like I'm finished. So of course they're like, well, it's now or never. We really don't have anything to lose here because it's his final year and he's leaving. So there's a little bit of a difference, and I can kind of understand. I can understand why Vince chickened out and got cold feet. I mean, I think it sucks, but at least there it's like, okay, I'm taking a risk. And maybe he felt like he was burned by doing the same thing with Austin years ago, which really was a mistake. So it's not exactly the same situation.
Is Cena's heel merch now selling #1 for WWE or no?
I have no idea. I'm sure it's selling well. It has to be selling well. I mean, it's his last year, heel, face, it doesn't matter. Like, people are still buying tickets because they want to be able to say, I went to go see John Cena for the final time.
Yeah.
And I'm sure if you look around that building, you see tons of Cena shirts.
So we start getting into the discussion now that really just kind of angers everybody. He said, I had an idea. The most important thing about the final boss is that he wants your soul, he told Pat McAfee. Cody, I would make your dreams come true. It was a test to see how people would react if Cody sold out. So he goes on to say, I didn't want to make Cody heel yet, but I did want to give him reasons to do so. I talked to Triple H about it, and he suggested we've turned John Cena heel. Do you believe, Dwayne, about them wanting to test how Cody would react if he sold out, or how the fans would react to see Cody selling out, of the idea of him selling out? Do you believe that at all?
I think he wanted Cody to go heel. I mean, dude, there were reports, and we have to be fair here.
Yeah.
Meltzer was the one who talked about this months ago. And a lot of people, including us, mocked him for it because there are a lot of things he's gotten, wrong recently. And he was the one who first reported that it was The Rock who wanted Cody to go heel. And either Cody refused it, or people got in Cody's ear and said, you really shouldn't do this. And Cody said no. And the second option, which apparently Triple H came up with, was Cena. And Rock was cool with it. As he said here, I'm cool with it, but you got to run it by John first. And John went for it. And I think even in the report, it might have said Punk was maybe going to be the third choice, but it never got that far.
Yeah.
So that was Meltzer who said this months ago. I believe that Rock wanted Cody to go heel. And he talked about it a lot in this interview. No, look, I agree with him in that I think there could be a really good heel run for Cody. Everyone talks about like Homelander Cody. I think there could be a great heel run for him down the road. I don't know why. He's not the only one. Like, why are people so insistent that Cody has to go heel? I don't understand it. Like, had they turned him heel here, it would have been a terrible decision. And I think that's what he wanted to do. And I wouldn't be surprised if it was Triple H. Like, you know what? This is a fucking terrible idea. Why don't we go with Cena?
Yeah.
And Cena went for it.
Yeah, it was definitely not the right time. I like the way he says, I didn't want to make Cody heel yet. Like he's in charge of it.
Yeah. But you know what's so ridiculous about this? Like, I'm watching this interview, and he's talking so openly about this stuff. Like, it's matter of factly, like, oh yeah, he'll go heel at some point.
Yeah.
Like, it's in the plans. Like, it'll happen. And I know all the finishes. Like, I didn't want to know how they were going to get there, but like, I know all the finishes. Like, is Triple H like emailing him the finishes for all the matches for every major like PLE, like running them by Rock first? Like, that was kind of weird.
I have no idea. I just laughed. I didn't want to make Cody heel yet. Okay, sure, guy. So following the Chamber, The Rock felt his role as the final. This is where it now really gets fucking frustrating. His role as the final boss and storyline had reached its natural conclusion. Really? That's fucking nuts. Unbelievable that he even had the fucking balls to say that live on the biggest sports podcast. My
work is done here. I have sufficiently blown things up.
It's reached its natural conclusion. He says, I knew then the best thing for the final boss is we've established this thing with Cody Soul. I don't want to be involved in that. I don't want to be involved in that, he says. Let the final boss step back into the shadows. Let all the spotlight go to John Cena and Cody, and not make this about Cody's soul or John's soul. Let them do what they do. I called John and Cody after the Chamber, and I said, I think the final boss work is done. We just pulled off the greatest angle in wrestling history. I'm always here if you need me, but it's best for the final boss to not be involved in that finish. I don't believe these words were legitimately uttered on fucking the biggest sports podcast in the entire world this afternoon. As soon as I fucking even take 2 sips of my coffee, I couldn't believe what I was listening to. You mean to tell me that this guy is the centerpiece of television for weeks and nobody knows why? What is this? What is the soul? Your champion? What does this mean?
Well, you missed one part, which is the reason why he was even at Elimination Chamber in the first place. He claims it was Ari Emanuel who said, look, ticket sales are a little slow. And gee, I wonder why.
Yeah, I had that here, but yes, you're talking about that.
My God. I mean, yeah, gee, I wonder why ticket sales are slow. I mean, they still sold a lot of tickets, but I mean, have you seen these prices? So yeah, ticket sales are a little slow, and yeah, we kind of want to give people a reason that they have to tune in to the Elimination Chamber, because otherwise it's just kind of like it's an event between the Rumble and WrestleMania. We want to make it must see. And The Rock's like, all right, let me think on this. Let me ruminate on this, Ari. And so this is what he came up with. That's the reason why, according to Rock, that he was even at the Elimination Chamber. And he came up with this whole story about Cody's soul, right? Now, he didn't say anything in there about how Ari said that you have to be involved in the top storyline on the show. He just said we need Rock to be at the chamber so we could advertise him and sell some more tickets. And by the way, I'm not even sure how many more tickets they sold after the announcement was made. I would love to know what that number, like what the spike, if there was one, in ticket sales after the announcement was made.
7 days from the announcement of I want your soul, I want you to be my champion, and legitimately that weekend there was the chamber.
Yeah. So I mean, I can't imagine what did they move? You think they moved fucking 5,000 to 10,000 tickets in 1 week? Like I don't see that being the case. But like nobody said that he had to interject himself into whatever the top storyline was going to be if there was no plans for any kind of a payoff for it. He could have made an appearance at the chamber. They could have come up with any number of things for him to do and still advertise the fact that the final boss is going to be there at the Elimination Chamber. He concocted this entire story, which remember that first weird segment on SmackDown, you know, where he's telling Cody, I don't want this, I want this, I want your soul. And everyone's
I need a brother.
I need a brother. I'm lonely. I have nobody to talk to. I need a brother. And so, but this is what he came up with. And then we go into Elimination Chamber and we saw what we saw. And you cannot look at the situation and say, well, the fans talked it into themselves. You know, the fans, they come up, they fantasy book all these ideas, and they have nobody to blame but themselves for, you know, when they set themselves up for disappointment like that. Any reasonable fan is going to look at what they did in Toronto at the Chamber. What are they coming out of that show? Do you think that they're going to be like, oh, well, I guess we're not going to see Rock again for the rest of WrestleMania season? No. Everybody was thinking, man, this is cool. We have like Rock and Cena together on the same side, and Travis Scott is here for some reason. Okay, sure, whatever. And yes, they're going to get excited and they're going to come up with what does this mean and where is it going to go? And then it doesn't happen and they throw it back on the fans for getting their hopes up. When everything they did on that show, any normal person would look at that and go, okay, there must be a plan here for where this is going. Let me ask you a question. You remember when Rock showed up, fucking blitzed on that NXT show? And he came out at the end of the show and he said, I have no notes. I don't know what I'm going to say. And he said absolutely nothing. Like he looked like, it sounded like he was drunk off Terramana. And he's standing around the ring and he's cursing and he's doing whatever. And then he made the comment. Do you remember the famous comment?
I remember word for word.
Shut your mouth and enjoy the ride The Rock is about to take you on.
Not even that, bro. He said he's 20 steps ahead of everybody.
He's 30 steps ahead of everybody. And you people don't know what you're talking about. You just have to let it play out, right? Let it play out. Well, where are those fucking people now? Because here we are now, and it's pretty clear there was no plan. There was nothing. Everybody thinks, oh, but they've got this booked out for fucking 6 months. They've got this great plan. They had nothing. This was all, they just manufactured this because we want you at Elimination Chamber because ticket sales were a little slow.
They were in the 40,000s for tickets. They didn't need The Rock. I mean, you got John Cena in his final Elimination Chamber on the road to WrestleMania. That's all you need. You got Punk and Cena in the chamber. That's all you need. You don't need Dwayne. So now looking back at it, he says the final boss didn't need to be involved in that finish, but you set yourself up to need to be a part of that finish. That's the fucking problem. You set yourself up to need to be a part of the finish, and then you want to come on this show today and say, I didn't want to be involved in the finish. I wanted to leave it to John Cena. So I'll get back to that in a second. He expanded on this. He explained his reasoning for stepping back from the immediate storyline. They know when I come to them and I lay this out, and here's how I really feel it should go. We can insert the final boss into the finish, but where do we go? He says. The fuck do you mean, where do you go? What are you talking about? I can get involved, but why get involved in that finish when that should just be focused on John, 17-time champion, what 2025 looks like? That is the anchoring storyline. The soul will go back to it. Really?
Oh, Oh, great.
You just said that you didn't need to be a part of the finish, and now we're gonna go back to the fucking soul. So my question is, he put himself in the chamber spot. We got the John Cena heel turn. He didn't need to be involved in the finish, but then he asks, "Where do we go?" The fuck do you mean, where do we go? We had a whole main event to book, and you left Triple H with no choice at all because you were absent and on a fucking hammock in Maui. You left him with Travis Scott, no other choice but Travis Scott. What the fuck do you mean, where do we go? If he showed up, Jason, on the fucking ramp next to John Cena and Travis Scott, or even on the ramp during the fucking match and sent Travis Scott out there, I do not think we would even be talking about this right now. As long as he was there and then he could show up whenever he wants on John Cena's run as 17-time champion.
Well, look, it was very telling when he admitted in this interview that when they played Travis Scott's music, he was a little surprised about it. He was trying to be very diplomatic, and basically what he was saying is when they played Travis Scott's music, everybody assumed The Rock was coming out next. And when he didn't, people were going to be disappointed. And he said, what was his comment? He said something
he said, I was very surprised to see Travis Scott, but that made people wait for the final boss. I would have adjusted things.
Yeah, I would have adjusted things. Basically, that's his way of saying that he's not exactly thrilled with the way they went about doing the finish in the way that they did.
He's to blame for that, for not showing up.
Yes. Even if it was a case where it was Ari Emanuel, right? The head of TKO and Endeavor, right? He wanted Rock on that show. And you want to put some of the blame on him, right? Rock was the one who came up with this idea. The idea that they went with to involve Cody and the Soul and all this stuff, like that was the Rock's idea.
Yes.
And then so they went through with this story, and it was a great angle on that one night. And then it was like, you know what? I don't want to take any attention away from everybody else involved in the story. So I think I'll take a step back here.
Bro,
really? Because the whole story, the whole crux of the story, dude, was around The Rock and selling out to The Rock and the Soul and this and that. Dude, that was the story. You can't say, well, no. It was just John Cena going heel. He never actually said that he sold his soul to The Rock. Maybe I'm crazy. When I watched that segment of the Elimination Chamber and Cena went over to hug Cody, he looked at The Rock. And what The Rock did, The Rock went like this, right? He gave the cutthroat signal, like this was all part of the plan. And he kicked him in the balls. He stood next to The Rock. He left with The Rock.
Still watching this.
And you're going to make excuses and tell me that, well, The Rock really didn't have anything to do with John Cena going heel. That was a separate thing. No, it had everything to do with it.
Well,
he was the linchpin. He was the biggest part of this story. And he never made one single appearance. They rarely mentioned his name throughout the entire build. And you would assume, well, he's got to be at WrestleMania. Why would he be at the Chamber and not be at WrestleMania? And then he's not at WrestleMania, but Travis Scott is at WrestleMania.
Bro, this legitimately,
it's ridiculous.
It frustrates me so much, and I'm trying to choose my words here wisely. You look back. First, I'll say this: you look back and look at the Chamber situation. It did not even need to happen. Him being at the Chamber did not need to happen. They could have went off the air with John Cena and Cody Rhodes fucking embracing. There's your main event. John Cena sends the crowd home happy. He rushed a heel turn. He did what he did at the Chamber, and granted, it was a great moment. But if I could take it all back, I swear to God, I would. I would end the Chamber with Cena and Cody hand in hand, friends, WrestleMania main event. And The Rock fucked everything up to a point where we are now looking back at how to change things. Imagine if The Rock wasn't involved. The whole WrestleMania main event would have been completely different. Cena could have turned heel on Cody in the main event of night 2 by kicking him in the balls after Cena congratulated Cody for a great match, took number 17, and then the shot heard around the world, and we go off the air with fucking, imagine WrestleMania night 2 going off the air this year with Cody fucking being blasted by John Cena after John Cena turns heel in the final moments of that show. This is what The Rock took away from us.
Yeah.
And then he says, I wouldn't have had Travis Scott go out there. I think the final boss work is done. Motherfucker, the work is just beginning. Like Jason said, he's the focal point of this story, and he opted to not show up. Meanwhile, he has the balls to show a picture of himself sitting in a hammock on his island somewhere on Sunday night. You weren't filming no movie. Where were you? Why couldn't you show up? I don't understand why you weren't there. Your inclusion is the most important part of this story, and he fucked everything up. And I'm going to say this, and this has nothing to do with Jason's opinion. This is my opinion and my opinion only. I'm going to put my conspiracy theory cap on. I honestly think The Rock has sabotage created for Triple H, that Triple H takes all the heat, and The Rock is fucking getting away scot-free because this was nothing more than damage control. I honestly think The Rock knew exactly what he was doing, and he forced Triple H to have that fucking bullshit happen on Sunday night where no other decision could have possibly been made except for Travis Scott. I think there was one of two decisions made. Send Travis Scott out there because he was a part of the fucking story on February 1st, or we have to just cheat to win and win the championship. And at that point, if that was the best decision, I would have went with that because Travis Scott fucked everything up. I think John Cena and Rock should have been on Sunday's show, but without him there and without him showing up, I honestly think Triple H is being sabotaged by The Rock, and I think something politically is going on backstage, something that we are not privy to, no one's privy to, and sooner or later it's going to come out. I honestly think The Rock is fucking things up purposely, and he's sabotaging Triple H. I don't want to take the blame away from Triple H because night one was fucking awful, and this main event was awful, the way it was structured was awful. Bobby Roode, I think, was the producer for this match. It was fucking terrible. Triple H is not, innocent, but I do feel like all of this is coming down on Triple H and it's directly coming from The Rock, and I think it's being done purposely. I seriously think that.
Travis Scott's mere presence there, it was a no-win situation because you're not going to see him and not expect The Rock, not to be there. So the minute that happened, and then The Rock wasn't there, obviously, the minute that happened, you were setting people up for disappointment. I don't know how they put this together and structured it in the way they did and didn't think that there would be disappointment and backlash to it. Like, it's almost shocking to me that this is the finish of your night 2 main event of WrestleMania, and they put this down and this was the plan. They went over it and they said, yeah, you know what? This is a good idea. Maybe they looked at it as a way to tie up a loose end with Travis Scott. Maybe we're not going to see him again. Maybe it was like, all right, we did this thing at the Elimination Chamber. Rock's not here. We'll have Travis go out there. He'll eat a Crossroads and play a role in it. Maybe that was their way of tying up a loose end. I don't know. It just doesn't make sense to me that they looked at this and thought that this would be a good idea. It just doesn't make any sense.
No, I say exactly what I said. How does anyone in that company look at this, the way it played out, and think, yeah, that's a great way to close the show? Yeah. There's no fucking way that you're gonna look me dead in the face and say you thought that was a great idea to end WrestleMania 41 and John Cena's last main event. There's no way. There's no way anybody said, that's the way we're going to go off the air, man. We're going to go with that. Yeah. No, his hand was absolutely forced. No doubt about it.
And that's what's sad about it, is that it was his last WrestleMania match. And he did break the record, and he won number 17, and it's a big celebratory thing, but that's how people are going to remember it. The way it went down, it sucks. It had to go down the way that it did because it went down in the worst possible way. I mean, like you said, if they would have saved the John Cena heel turn for that main event itself, it would have been this huge shocking moment, and it would have led directly into number 7. You would have had back-to-back big moments there. And the only reason I was against that, holding it off until WrestleMania, is because I really didn't have the appetite to see babyface John Cena and babyface Cody Rhodes building up to this match. I just think the build would have been boring. Yeah. But I mean, as it turned out, we only got Cena for a handful of times anyway. So I don't really think it would have made that much of a difference from what we got, but the moment itself would have meant so much more if they would have done it that way. And we wouldn't really be having this conversation right now. It would have been this monumental thing. Holy shit, he's so desperate to win number 17. He did the unthinkable. We got the one thing we never thought we would see. We got a John Cena heel turn out of desperation, kicking Cody in the balls and winning the championship. And then off he goes, right? Off he goes on this heel run. And, hindsight being what it is, but that would have worked so much better and been so much more effective. But The Rock's involvement in this, looking back at it now, completely unnecessary. He can, map it out, lay it out any way he wants to. It felt like damage control to me, honestly. Him, this is how this happened and this is why that happened, and because he sees all the reaction. He's had days now to look at all.
I would have adjusted it differently, motherfucker. Yeah. You were the one who caused the ending to be the way that it was. What the fuck are you talking about adjusting it differently? You know how you adjust it differently? Show the fuck up. Honestly. I mean, if you're not going to show up, I said this, and LaGreca said it too on Busted Open. He went fucking more ballistic than I did, believe it or not. If you aren't going to show up, then don't show up. I can't have this hot, cold, one foot in the fucking pool and the other not. Yeah. Bro, if you are going to show up, commit to showing up. If you are going to fuck with us, go away and do Moana or Fast and Furious 16 or whatever the fuck he's doing with Leonardo. Go away. I'm done. Everything that should have been booked did not come off the way that it needed to, and he is to blame. 100%.
But dude, it goes back when he was out there. He wasn't out there as The Rock, though, right? He was out there as Dwayne, the board member, and he's putting over Cody.
We complain.
He's putting over Cody. But dude, I'll take it back even further than that. Bad blood.
Yeah.
Bad blood. What was the point of that?
I'm going to throw 3 in the air and then disappear.
What was the point? What was the point of him showing up at Bad Blood? Based on everything he said today in this interview, this only came together in the weeks before the Chamber because Ari needed to sell tickets. There was no plan in place to do anything, so the Bad Blood thing was a complete fucking waste of time.
Elimination Chamber isn't selling too well, Dwayne. We need you there. Motherfuckers, the reason why they're not selling well is because to take a family of 4, it's a fucking down payment on a house. The fuck you talking about?
Well, they're not going to change their ways when it comes to that. But yeah, like even looking back at the Bad Blood thing, and then Cody, being put over by The Rock at the beginning of the year, and they're shaking hands. Let's drink Terramana and toast each other and everything. And it's like to then have him go on NXT and say the things you said, just to go back to that, and him be like, enjoy the ride The Rock's going to take you on. 20 steps ahead. All this, it was all bullshit, feeding us constant bullshit. And now it just feels like, okay, we have to explain this, and I don't want to take the heat for this because everyone's coming down on me. So let me explain to you what really happened here. We'll get back to that soul stuff at some point, but it came off so badly. It came off so badly. It doesn't change what happened at the end of the show. It was a terrible finish. Thankfully, in a lot of things, they hit the reset button on Raw last night on some things anyway. And I thought that was a great show last night, but as the WrestleMania main event goes, it was ruined, and it didn't have to be that way. If you were to list out 5 things that we could do here, or 5 ways that we can do it, they chose the worst possible way.
Bro, they chose the one thing that nobody even thought was even fucking possible. Who the fuck is Travis Scott? Like, what does he have to do with anything? He's a nobody in this realm. This is 2 years in a row now that WWE has had The Rock fuck things up. Thankfully, they fixed it last year. They could not fix it this year because I genuinely believe his hands are tied, Triple H. And listen, by the time...
Do you think maybe The Rock is so insistent on Cody turning heel because at some point, let's say Cody gets the belt back, he goes heel, like he wants to beat Cody for the belt and then drop it to Roman?
Bro, listen, I wouldn't even put it. I was gonna say I wouldn't even put it past him. Now you mention it, I would not put it past Dwayne
because that's the match he wanted to do. I mean, that's why he came back. He wanted to wrestle his cousin.
I swear to God, I don't want to be a conspiracy theorist. I really don't, bro. I'm stuck on this fucking. I think he's sabotaging everything. I won't be surprised if The Rock fucks this thing up so badly that Triple H takes all the fucking blame and they get Triple H out of creative, or there's a decision made to remove him. And he's the one who's in charge and puts Gewurz in charge. And by the time we get Roman and Rock, his team is in charge because he doesn't want anybody else booking the fucking match.
You know what? It's at this point, nothing would shock me. You're more of the conspiracy theorist than I am, but it's just how do you explain some of these things? Like it doesn't make sense. It just doesn't.
Cody to go and heel and taking the title from Cody.
I'm telling you, the thought occurred to me. He's so insistent. Like Cody's got to go heel. Cody's got to go heel, and we still haven't gotten that Rock and Roman match. Maybe that's the play. I don't know. Either.
This was today's news, guys. Thank you. Listen, we have 5,000 people in here, and we've been on the air for now 4 hours. You know that? We're only growing in viewers on this Tuesday night. Thank you.
Well, we had a lot. There was a lot that went on this weekend, so we knew it would be long. But
fucking crazy, guys. Thank you so much. 5,000 large in here. We got almost 2,000 likes. Hit that thumbs up. We are 80 likes away from 2,000. If you guys can hit that for us, we would really appreciate it. We're gonna get into super chats now in just a second. Again, if you guys enjoyed the discussion, you know where to find us. I link Jason's Twitter and YouTube down below. You guys know where to find me. We appreciate everything. This was the biggest and best WrestleMania season for both of us. We were discussing it before we went live on the air. Without you guys, we're not doing this. And from me to you, and as I'm sure Jason feels the same way, you guys make everything worthwhile. You make it fun, and you have allowed us to live the life that we are living right now. It's all thanks to you guys, and there's no possible way that we can repay you. And we enjoy spending our Tuesdays with you, and basically every night we're live. We enjoy spending it with you guys. We thank you very much. Let's get into it. Super chats. There's many. Michael Krause with the 2 TNT after Mania. Let's go. Yeah, thank you, Michael. Undertaker. What's up, brother? Haven't seen you in a while. Cena really wanted to ruin pro wrestling. He should have put the title in a briefcase. never be seen again. It's been a while. Hashtag OTS for life. You know, some people were saying that John Cena is going to do what John Moxley did with the WWE title. I don't think we need another Death Rider story.
Oh, that'd be great. Yeah, this is what we need. One Death Rider story is not good enough. We need two of them.
Yeah. Gabriel Boss, thank you, brother. Monet and Athena match received the same praise like Io, Bianca, and Rhea, and they didn't need to hit every shot in their arsenal to make it memorable. It was a good match. It wasn't better than the triple threat match at WrestleMania. And he also says Io, Rhea, Bianca gave all that they had, but Monet and Athena only scratched the surface. Wait till they meet at a pay-per-view. Monet killed it again at high stakes. Yeah, I didn't see what she did over in the United Kingdom. I believe she wrestled at Rough Pro.
Yes.
I don't know what is going on with Monet and Athena. I do think that Mercedes is going to win the Owen and go to wrestle Tony at All in Texas. So that's what we're looking. We didn't even get to AEW. I mean, a lot happened over there too. We'll definitely touch upon that next week. Gabriel, thank you, brother. Boss Mo Jackson 199. Sean Spears looks like the dude who plays Daredevil. I'm enjoying his work down there.
Is it who plays Daredevil?
Isn't it the dude that was in Shane from The Walking Dead? No, right?
No, he's
Punisher. Punisher. That's Punisher. Boss Mo Jackson also, Raw after Mania was one of the best shows from top to bottom I've seen in months. I don't know why people are hating on Jay. It's not like he is going to have a long title reign. Listen, we've said that for weeks now. I don't know what the people want. Going to happen. He's going to drop the title latest SummerSlam. Sidro, $10 super chat. I need everyone to wish me luck. I'm meeting at a bank later, and if it's a success, I'll be out of debt and own everything I have now. I'm so excited. I can barely put my ski mask on.
Good luck.
Thank you, Sidro.
Let us know how that goes.
Sidro with, he's got a bunch here. He's got 4 in a row here. Wesley Widener, high school yearbook comment. I'm going to end up in jail or working at Olive Garden. Either way, endless salads are getting tossed. Wesley Widener? Okay.
I don't know who that is.
I don't know. I thought that had a little punchline for the joke, but I guess not. A truck loaded with Vicks Vapor Rub overturned on the highway. Amazingly, there was no congestion for 8 hours. Man, listen, man. When I was sick, man, the one thing my mom always grabbed was the Vicks Vapor Rub.
Anything with menthol in it.
Yes. And he says with the $10 super jet, man sees a wizard and asks, can you lift a curse that a priest put on me years ago? The wizard says, if you can remember the exact words of the curse. The man says, I now pronounce you husband and wife.
That one hit.
That
one hit.
That was a good one, bro. Thank you, man. Boss Mo Jackson with a 199 and a 199. Solomon, so do you watch NWA Power?
I used to at the very beginning. I have not watched it in recent years. Not since the pandemic started.
Rock only had one match of 10 he had with Austin. Hashtag fact. Did he get one win?
WrestleMania 19.
Yeah. Sidro, $2 super chat. Baldwin is a cool name. It's opposite of hair loss. Yes.
It is actually. I know somebody who lives in Baldwin, in fact.
Yeah. You may be looking at it. Michelle
Well,
Laurent.
I mean,
why wear that?
Well, I was going to say there are some people who may not be aware, if they don't live in New York, that there is a Baldwin, New York. I don't want people thinking I'm making fun of you or anybody else here.
Michelle Moran with $2 super chat. Do you think Raw has too many heels, especially at the top?
Everyone's going heel, it feels like. I mean, they're very heel heavy right now. So I do think you got to be careful. You don't want to turn everybody heel. You need some really strong baby faces. And as long as you have enough of those, I mean, it's fine, but you got to have a good balance there. You don't want to have too many heels on one side.
Yeah. Johnny Boy Vaccaro with 4 months. Thank you, bro. Hey, JD and Solo, kayfabe this possibly. Heyman creates a mega faction to take over both brands. Seth, Ron, Becky on Raw, Drew, KO, and Bliss on SmackDown. Well, KO's out, bro. He's not going to be on TV for the rest of the year. And Bliss, good luck.
Bliss is going to be associated with the Wyatt Six.
Yeah.
Whenever they get to that. So She's not going to be a part of anything like that. You said Becky. Yeah, if they want to add a female member to this Heyman group, I mean, Becky would make sense just based on the Seth connection. But I mean, there's any number of women that I think who could benefit from being in that spot.
Trey, the Trillist, for the 24 months. Imagine the story Cena and Cody would have told without The Rock. Yeah, we just talked about that, bro. I mean, imagine the heel turn didn't happen to the Chamber. We went off the air happy. Cena and Punk fucking, ends the show. Cody comes out, shakes his hand. We get the heel turn at Mania. I mean, Rock fucked everything up, bro.
I said, it could have been the story about I have to win number 17. If you really focus on 17 and Cena talking about how this is it. This is my last shot. I've been on horrible losing streak, which he mentioned, right, on the Netflix debut. And I may not have another shot at it. And you guys have given me so much over these 25 years, and I've got to win 17. And made that the story. And then done the match. And again, he's trying everything, all these attitude adjustments and everything. And he's so desperate. Then the kick comes. And it's like, holy shit.
Yeah, I don't understand it. I hope that they know they fucked up. I don't even think they give a shit. They really don't. All the money they made.
Yeah, I mean, as long as they just said it was the most successful WrestleMania of all time. So I mean, they don't give a shit.
Jamel with a 499. Which was worse, the Mania main event or Dynasty main event? Meaning the endings. I'm gonna go Mania 100%. Mania was worse. It was obviously the most disappointing because of what it meant. Dynasty, it's just us hating on the John Moxley shit because it needs to fucking end. But the Mania main event ending was much worse. Johnny Boy Vaccaro with a 20. Motor City Machine Guns need a classic DIY New Day team tension being losers. Sabin and Shelley have been a team for 20 plus years, and now on the big stage they can't handle it. We need one-on-one feuds to give fans some emotional connection. Listen, I think Friday's a start. If they can't get people to pop for them during that ladder match, I don't know what the fuck they're doing wrong. Let's see what happens there. M. Mills, again, with the $100 super chat. We thank her for the huge generosity here today.
Thank you, M. Mills. M. Mills was with me this weekend for WrestleMania, and she's awesome.
Tone C with a 2. Stephanie Vaquer, heart emoji. Listen, bro, don't get me started. Blue never looked as good on Monday night.
Blue's my favorite color.
Yeah.
She wears it well.
Benjamin with a 100. Thank you again, Benjamin. And congratulations on your success. Thank you for being here, brother. Sidro with a 2. He drank so many broken skulls, he could have gotten one. I wonder how many beers he really did drink before he went out there.
He definitely had a few. I was going to say, the Rock telling everybody a few months ago, like, enjoy the ride the Rock is going to take you on. That ride went about as well as Austin's ATV ride did the other night into the fucking barricade.
And people were so stunned to hear his music, and then he didn't come out for like fucking 3 minutes. It's like,
now we know why. He missed the ramp.
Where was he?
You missed the. It's like missing. You have a exit that you have to take, and you drive past the exit, and then you stop and have to back up so that you can go out over the proper exit. That's basically what he had to do. I'm like, where is he? Is he coming out? Like, where? And then he finally drove out. I had no idea he missed the ramp onto the stage.
Bossmo Jackson with a 199. Predictions for Heyman's new group, JD and Solo. We talked about that tonight, brother. We went over a bunch of names. Johnny Boy with a 20. Women's Intercontinental and Women's United States titles won't be completely useless. It is created for the NXT women like Julia, Stephanie, Zarya, Grace, Perez, Ruka, and etc. Not all will be at the top of the mountain. I don't know if all those women are going to be on the same on the roster at the same time imminently, but yes, if WWE could keep a solid division on both Raw and SmackDown, yes. Sidro with a 2. Picture this someday. Rusev versus Jacob Fatu. Oh, I can believe it, brother. It's definitely one of the matches I'd love to see from Rusev in this return.
Oh, yeah.
Our guy David Thiering here with a $10 super chat. For those who don't know, can you guys give a rundown of House of Glory Isolation on Friday? I'll let the commissioner do.
Well, we have the Alpha. Konosuke Takeshita is coming in to wrestle Mike Santana, who's had himself a hell of a run as the HOG World Champion. So that's the key attraction of the show. And tickets, if you are local, tickets are still available. You can go to hogwrestling.net, cheap plug. But it'll be airing live on Triller TV Plus as well.
Yep.
So, yeah, I mean, Takeshita is one of the best in the world. I said this the other night after his match with Ospreay. Ospreay and Takeshita, two of the best in the world right now.
That match was fucking incredible, man. Oh, my
Fucking great. Fucking great.
One of the most perfect in-ringers in the world right now is Takeshita, and Ospreay is probably the best in the world. David also says, programming question, JD, are you planning on doing SmackDown review this week or weekend with HOG event going on? Appreciate you both. David, I'm sitting Friday out. I've opted to stay home and work SmackDown because it is the biggest SmackDown of the year. So I will be live on Friday night. It's going to be a big payday for me. I do not want to give that up. So I will be here with you guys on Friday night. Terry's Odyssey with a 5. No message. Thank you, Terry's. Lauren with a 2. Rock's excuse for missing Mania is inexcusable. Babyface Orton, heel Cena will feed families. Lauren, she's in my chat all the time. She loves this Orton and Cena match at that Backlash. I seen someone say, yeah, until the bell rings today on social media. We'll see.
After what we saw from Cena at Mania, I'm wondering how that match is going to go.
Yeah. Ryan Fairburn with a 5. So basically, the path is from one of these global NXT brands. Then once you've shown enough where, then you can dip your toes in US NXT and then Raw SmackDown. So he's saying, like, get big over in one of these global NXT brands that Triple H is probably putting together and then come to NXT proper here in Florida and then go to Raw and SmackDown. I mean, that was the way for NXT UK. A lot of the talent from NXT UK went to NXT proper here in Florida and then to the main roster. So I don't know. That may be the way. We'll see. MGM Ballin with the 20. I just noticed the Survivor Series logo doesn't say War Games. Is it a possibility they bring back Iron Survivor Challenge to that show and let NXT have War Games with Dark State? Or do we just do blend 5 versus 5 traditional? It's a good question. We talked about that earlier, MGM Ballin. Jason says the logo still has the chains.
Yeah, the cage is still behind the Survivor Series logo. So I'm sure the plan is still War Games right now, but I mean, it could change. I mean, it's April. So a lot can happen between now and November.
If they want to do War Games, I wouldn't mind them doing it for NXT. If there's going to be a big faction thing with Dark State, who by the way, I did watch Stand and Deliver, like we mentioned earlier, and Dark State. The one stand out there is Osiris Griffin. That guy looks like a fucking savage. Holy shit. He's got a bright future. Booker T loves him, so he's just a monster down there. So I wouldn't mind the 5-on-5 traditional. I miss it. I think what is old is new again. Base Beerus with the 2. Cena will lose the title and regain it. Number 18. Against who? No, we don't need that.
No, we don't.
Dan Richards with a 5. WWE spending $500,000 a year on social media analytics in 2016. They were a client of a company I worked for that provided those advanced analytics. Yeah, but they hate all the criticism on social media, so they spend nearly $1 million a year on social media analytics. Jay Everington with 5. For all the talk about The Rock and Triple H, Paul Heyman is WWE's most important creative asset. Oh, and fuck Travis Scott, says Jay. Yeah. Yeah, I wonder how much say Paul Heyman has in what's going on with this new thing here with Breaker and Rollins. I'm sure he's got a lot to say.
Well, I mean, he's had creative input as far as the bloodline stuff goes, and he's one of Triple H's right-hand guys, so I would imagine he has at least some influence.
Matt Scales with an 8. Hey, JD and Solo, I was thinking Andrade needs to move to Raw. I wonder if his divorce has anything to do with him not being on TV. I don't think so.
No, I don't think so. I think Charlotte even had a birthday recently, I think, and he wished her happy birthday. Yeah. I mean, it seems to be amicable, so I don't imagine one has anything to do with the other.
We thank Boots again for the massive $250 bomb earlier.
Thank you, Boots.
Thank you, Boots. Bro Mobile, 07 with a 5. In my opinion, opening matches are most important, or as almost important as main events. So what are your predictions for the opening matches at WrestleMania 42? Bro, I don't even know what I'm having for breakfast tomorrow, man. Yes.
Bro, I don't even know where I am right now. Okay, I'm running on fumes here after this weekend.
Let's get Jason out of here, man. I have had him here much longer than expected. Australia is OTS for life. Thank you, bro. Chaotic with a 4.99. Best Mania sets. 19, 20, 21, 24, 28, 29, 30, 33, 34, 37, 39, and 41. Stages only because the event quality varies. LOL. I don't even remember half the fucking ones you mentioned there, bro. I remember 37, 39, and 41. Before that, it's all fuzzy.
It's 33 and 39.
There you go.
Those are your top two right there.
Michael Krause with a 2. Congrats on 169,000 subs. Well deserved, my friend. Thank you, Michael. Cake with a 2. WWE had Jay and John Cena do the same exact spot. What spot was that? What is he talking about? Cake, what are you
I
talking
don't know. Same exact spot.
about?
I pointed out you had back-to-back WrestleMania main events ending with nut shots.
Yeah, you did.
I mean, that seems a little overdone, don't you think?
I do. Face Beerus with a $2. Imagine if John Cena's heel turn happened. Oh, I mean, it happens anyway. We got a nut shot, but I mean, whatever. I don't know, man. A lot of nut shots, especially Paul Heyman. I enjoyed it too much. Face Beerus with a 2. McIntyre should be the next World Heavyweight Champion. I advocate for that greatly. Jay Everington with a 2. Which is worse, gonorrhea or Travis Scott in WWE? I'm gonna go gonorrhea, bro.
I'm gonna go Travis Scott because I don't have to deal with gonorrhea. I have to deal with Travis Scott on my TV.
That is a good answer, man. Jay Uso, #1 Nepo baby, says Base Beers with a $2 super chat. Listen, everybody's a Nepo baby nowadays. It's the go-to fucking insult. JR Slander with a 5. It's been a while since they were all heels. I think there's a chance of a horsewomen reunion, but with Naomi. No. I don't think so. Charlotte stand there and be equal to someone else? No, thank you. That's never going to happen. Hollywood guy with a 2. JD or Solo, what are your top 5 Mr. Perfect matches? Anything with Bret Hart?
Yeah, I mean the 2 matches with Bret. So SummerSlam 91, King of the Ring 93. Those are really the 2 standouts. The career-ending match, the loser leaves town match on Raw with Ric Flair. That was very good too.
That was good too. Yeah. Hollywood guy with a 2. Thank you, brother. Michelle Moran with a 2. Why does Rock want Cody to turn heel so bad? For the reasons that Jason mentioned. So he wins the title, Rock is a babyface, beats him, and then drops it back to Roman. The Anoa'i family needs all the gold. Face Beerus with a $2 super chat. I feel like we always wish for TLC and Stips on TV. No, we only ask for Stips and TLC matches on TV because the feuds don't have any story. So the next best thing we go to is fucking Carnage. Hollywood guy, JD Stephanie Vaquero looked hot in blue. Just bro, come on, man. You ain't telling me nothing I don't already know. Ryan Fairburn with the 2. Put Rusev with the New Day. The new Rusev Day. No.
Yeah, that sounds terrible.
Let's
not do that.
Sir Eddie Gaming with a 5. Third man ideas for Heyman and Seth. What do you guys think about Austin Theory or Carmelo Hayes? Theory is too good of a wrestler to stay a jobber. I agree. He just needs to be propelled into something important and to not be made into a loser. But Carmelo Hayes was another one that people had recommended. But again, he's on SmackDown and he needs to be moved to Raw. Ryan also says Bianca has been the same character since 2009. It is time. It is time. Bossmo Jax with a 5. There are a few women in WWE I want to destroy. Okay, Bossmo Jax. Thank you, bro. Thank you. Appreciate you. He lists names. I'll just thank you for the $5 super chat, bro. Fernando with a 20. Remember when Bianca got booed at Backlash 23 and again in this feud, all of which Io was a part of. Backlash 23 Io was a heel and Bianca was a face. Yet they cheered heel Io and booed babyface Bianca. Is it the Io effect?
Right. That was in Puerto Rico.
Yeah. Could be. Yeah. That was a great match, by the way.
Yeah, it was a fantastic match. Io is very popular. She's just fun to cheer for. I mean, what's not to like about Io?
The India with a super chat. SmackDown tag teams are busting their backs for weeks. Triple H throws War Raiders of New Day on the WrestleMania card instead of showcasing the tag team titles on SmackDown. Total disrespect to the SmackDown tag team division. I wholeheartedly agree. And I'm a fan of the War Raiders. They're just not doing much of anything. Apex Calibre with a $1.99. Heyman gets Knight to join him. Good or bad? No. LA Knight stays a babyface. Nima, $5. Do you think Rusev will go to his KOK gimmick where he lets everyone smash his wife? Oh, man. No, they're not going to allow that. That's not going to happen in Triple H's era. Base Beers with the 2. The Hendry match should have been competitive. Sure. Randy Orton thinks otherwise. Devil Jinx with a 5. Charlotte Flair, a woman whose ego is matched only by the amount of artificial ingredients she is injected herself with. God. You guys are fucking losing it, man. Thank you, Devil Jinx. Base Beers with the 2. Buy or sell. World Elite or League of Nations? What is the World Elite?
I don't know, but I'm going to go with League of Nations.
You buying on it?
I guess so, yeah.
I'm buying on League of Nations, too. Jamel Turney with a $4.99. Think about this. Charlotte has just as many title reigns as Randy Orton in his 23rd year. Listen, bro. You're going to anger me at this late hour? No. Please. Walker Stubbs, $5. Hey, Mr. JD and Solo. Just wanted to see what the discussion is about. Have a good rest of the week. Well, thank you, Walker. Appreciate it.
It's about everything.
Yeah. Base Beers with a 2. Vader powerbomb on a cinder block. Darby Allin. Are you advocating for Darby Allin to take a Vader powerbomb on a cinder block? He probably would. He'd probably be the first to recommend it.
No, but yeah, I saw the photos. Darby was, doing his expedition there, and that was what.
He's alive.
He is, yeah. This was like 10 days ago, whatever. I haven't seen any updates since, so I don't know how much progress he's made, but apparently he's on his way. He's on the mount.
Base Beers with the 2. Who wins in a shoot, Nunzio or Hook? I'm gonna go Hook.
I'm gonna go Nunzio.
Okay. Base Beers also with a 2. Can we get a Kiss reunion at WrestleMania? Gene Simmons at WrestleMania. I'm surprised that never happened. Has that hasn't happened before? Even in the early days? No, that's great.
I'm more interested in Shannon Tweed at WrestleMania.
Yes, absolutely. Gary with a 615. Hey, JD, with The Rock's bullshit excuse as to why he didn't show up at WrestleMania 41, was it still a good idea turning Cena heel with how things turned out? Gary, we discussed that several minutes ago. It could have been a lot better without him being involved. Wellington T with a 5. All Dwayne had to do at Mania was present the title to Cena to continue his part of the story. It's simple, and yet not even that. Bro, it would have been something as simple as that. You are correct. Margaret DeSalvo with a 2. Would you pair Frazier with Rollins and Heyman? No, I'm not breaking up Fraxi.
Yeah, no, that would be a bad idea. When we see Fraxium, they need to be together.
Yeah. Apex with a 199. Rock Proud saying Dom's name European style. They did. They also did it with someone else, I believe, on that show, too. I think they did it with Seth Rollins? Base Beers.
Might have been. Yeah, might have been.
Yeah. Base Beers showcased. He looked like a jabroni. Oh, you mean Joe Hendry? Yeah, listen. 3 minutes, man. Best 3 minutes of his life. Major fell for Wessel votes. Thank you for the 199. Project Libertad with a 5. I noticed most people complaining about Hendry losing to Orton are typed to defend the one-sided New Japan and AEW partnership. Listen, bro, they don't know what they want. Nobody knows what they like or what they don't like, man. A lot of complaining for no reason on that. Ryan Matthew Russo with a 5. My buddy bought a finally The Rock has come back to Vegas t-shirt at Mania, laughing my ass off. Dwayne the Ghoul Johnson. He ghosted us. He did. That's a good nickname for him for sure.
We're gonna have a new faction. It's gonna be the Ghoul faction. The Goldberg and the Undead Rock.
Oh my God, that's fucking hilarious. Thank you, Ryan. That was hilarious, man. Rome Collector with a 2. Nerd Voice. JD, Batman is DC, not Marvel. I'm sorry, man. I can't tell the fucking difference. Who gives a shit, really? I'm sorry. I should know that. I'm a big Batman guy, and so is this guy. He would have been the first one to correct me.
Good.
Juliet 316, $2 Super Chat. The Universal title is officially, finally dead. I don't know what took them so long. Finally. Blue Jay was only created to make Roman's reign even more impressive. So, and end Roman as the final Universal Champion. Blue Jay with 199. Rock saying he wasn't needed at Mania. Why do it? We're all asking him. Kate with a 2. Cody paralyzed KO with an Alabama slam for less. His injury did not happen. Kevin Owens said that injury. I mean, it didn't help, but he didn't get injured there.
Well, what's weird is he probably got hurt in the match he had with Rey Mysterio, which was on TV in January, and so Owens missed Mania, and then Rey Mysterio was supposed to be in Mania, and he got hurt, and he missed Mania.
Jamil, they had that Rock shirt all over the Superstore, $199 Super Chat. I saw people sent me pictures. People who will listen to the show were there, and they sent me pictures because they knew I would get pissed. I didn't tweet about it because I didn't really know if it was now or old shirt. I don't know.
Well, that's leftover inventory from last year.
Yeah,
but still, though, I mean, if you're showing up at the store and you see finally The Rock has come back to Las Vegas, then you're going to have expectations that The Rock is going to be in Las Vegas.
Yeah, I mean, how many people saw that show for the first time? Many. Major with a 199. 70% of the Andre winners get released. Good luck, Mello. Mello ain't getting released. Come on. Red Hood with a 5. Why is Bale? You mean Bailey? You forgot the why. Bailey always getting disrespected. Why does it feel like she isn't even a horsewoman and more of a cheerleader? I don't know. Maybe listen, man. It's just one of those things where the company just kind of passes you by, and the companies use you to a point where they just feel like there's nothing left for you. I don't know.
It's not going to be her name if she leaves the company.
Bale.
She was part of her old name. We'll call her Bale.
Oh, man. Major with a 199. I just think Tiffany couldn't keep up with Charlotte Flair. Bro, she worked a match with Nia Jax. Don't give me this nonsense, okay? Come on. Base Beers with it, too. Cody looked dumb, and Cena's STF was embarrassing. I didn't even remember what the STF looked like. I was so fucking pissed at that thing.
It was interesting that Michael Cole called it the STFU.
I didn't even hear that. I was just so fucking pissed.
Yeah.
Jim Jones with a 5. WWE wants to congratulate new head of creative, Ava Rain. Listen, man, it's coming. I'm telling you. It's coming. Notorious QJD with the $10 super chat. I'm sorry, Dave, for not believing your story about The Rock not showing in November. Yes, we all owe Dave an apology. We do. You know? He got one right out of fucking 100. Gotta touch my... No, I'm sorry, what?
I was going to say, when you're right, you're right.
I know.
You know?
Gotta touch my soul with a 5. JD, do you think what Cena is doing is similar to Jon Moxley's story? No. Please don't compare it to Jon Moxley's story. At least I understand what Cena's talking about. I don't understand what Jon Moxley's talking about. Why World of Wrestling Podcast with a 499. JD, do you think Triple H is still a good booker? And do you think last night's Raw was a bit of a reset for the product? Well, the Raw after Mania is usually a reset show. Why World? And do I think Triple H is a good booker? How much worse can we get coming out of Vince McMahon? Yes, he's okay. Is he perfect? No. He's made plenty of blunders. But I'm not going to sit here and tell you he's bad. Better than what we had. Alan Alec with a 5. I think Rock is purposely sabotaging Cody because he's never gotten over that people wanted Cody over him. All he's done is make Cody look like a geek. Listen, man. Conspiracy theory, it may be, but it makes for a good discussion. Avili with a $1. Thank you, brother. Sidro with a 2. Lana spelled backwards and Naomi spelled backwards.
What is Naomi spelled backwards?
I don't know. What is it? What is it?
I don't know. I have to see this now. Let's see.
I have to spell it. Oh, okay. Thank you, Sidro. I appreciate you, bro. Thank you. I have Billy with a 2. Best Benoit 3-way match at Mania, 16 or 20?
20. Yeah, 20 is this. I don't like 20 as much as some people do. Some people think it's like top 3 greatest Mania main event of all time. It's an excellent match, but I don't rank it as high as some people do.
Yeah, I'm taking the WrestleMania Night 1 main event this year over that. People like, well, it's better than Benoit, Triple H, or HBK. Yeah. I'm taking it. Brent Amania with the 2. Will Rock and Roman happen anymore? Oh, it's going to happen because Rock wants it to happen. It'll happen on his time when he gets complete creative control. Nightmares Adventures with a 5. I stayed up all night wondering where the sun went, and then it dawned on me. Thank you, Nightmares. Mark of Cain with a 10. JD, I have to correct you. Fast and Furious is up to 17. Oh, excuse me. I didn't even think it was up to that. Are they really up to 17? least after. Oh no, he's kidding. Okay.
No.
Listen, you could have fooled me.
I think they're up to 10 or 11.
He says he doesn't even know what the number is. It's probably much higher than that. I think they're up. I think they got to be up to 10, 11. Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, no, it's 10 or 11. It's not 17.
Spirit Enigma with a $10 super chat. That finish reminded me of Bailey being afraid to use a kendo stick, which kills her babyface run. Cody hesitating would have made sense if Cena was still the hero. Then Cena cheats like Austin at 17. Yeah, it's funny looking back at how things should have been now with The Rock not being involved. Mark of King with 10. JD, I'm with you on The Rock conspiracy. I know Salamonster's brain doesn't work like that on conspiracy theories. He needs it certified by CNN. But that's why you two together complete the full picture. Okay. Thank you, Mark of King. Drew McIncock for the 199.
Ah, my boy.
He says JD from NY is greater than JD McDonough. I don't listen, man. I'm not going to put myself over JD McDonough.
You know what? I don't know if he could take a bump like he took.
No.
And live to tell about it. That was scary.
Chris, thank you for 33 months. Cake with a 2. To clarify, Jay and Cena both had the 4-corner spam. Yeah. Now, okay. I see it now. JD25 with a $20 super. It's crazy to think how excited we were after the Chamber compared to how disappointed we were after Mania. Rock messed up the main event. Cena's heel turn at 17. Plus, Cody looked goofy also. Yeah, man. It's going to be one of those things. It's going to be one of the bigger what-ifs of the modern era for sure. Alex with a 5. Brother JD and Solo 4 hours in and 20 more to go to make it a full 24-hour live stream. One of these days.
I feel like I've already done it. Like it's just been nonstop, continuous wrestling now since last week.
Cozy with a $2.99. SummerSlam, CM Punk, Cena, Braun Breaker, Jay, Seth, Reigns, Drew, Cody. Oh, he's doing Cena, CM Punk, Braun, Jay, Seth Reigns, Drew, Cody. I like it. I can see it. Triple M with a 2. Oblivion Remastered is peak. Enjoy your nights, guys. Yes, I saw everybody's playing that today. They remastered Elder Scrolls today. Thank you, brother. Sidro with a 5. Remember this joke, Solo? Made Solo crash on this one. Where do bad rainbows go? To Prism. It's a light sentence, but it gives them time to reflect. Oh my God! I gotta get out of here, man. I need a fucking beverage. I need to go relax on the couch. Sidro, you're fucking crazy, man. Thank you. Justin with a $10 super chat. Great show tonight, guys, as always. Check out Stephanie Vaquer versus Roxanne from NXT tonight. It was excellent. Everything with them, EO, Rhea, Julia on Raw felt like an Evolution 2 teaser. Yes, that's exactly what they did. I think they tried all those women out there because they're set to announce it any week now. Absolutely. William Sweeney with a 199. People say No Rock was part of the story. Well, those people are fucking dumb, for sure. They are completely out to lunch. Hollywood guy with a 5. EO, Scott pinned Bianca, making EO undefeated against Bianca. Bianca needs against EO, making that her WrestleMania moment. EO is everybody's, EO's the bane of everybody's existence. William Sweeney with a 199. Cena said we get nothing, so No Rock? No, it doesn't. We both said it on our shows. It doesn't work that way. No. Big Hoss with a 499. Thoughts on Julia Andrade and Theory as Heyman's group factions can help WWE's creative and bloat issues. Julia is not getting called up, bro. If they're going to call up anybody, they're going to call up Stephanie before Julia. And Drew, again,
I'm just going to say, Andrade does need somebody with him, though.
Yes.
He does need a manager desperately. I don't know that the Heyman group is necessarily the best fit, but he needs to have somebody with him.
Bringing our guy Jose the assistant. That'll work.
That works. But he needs somebody there to be by his side and to assist when it comes to promos. And I think he'll get more promo time that way, but he needs to have somebody with him. That's why the pairing with him and Zelina works so well in NXT.
I missed that. And this is the last one before we get out of here. Drew McIncock with a 199. You want to fight? Let's glow. That's it.
No more glow. He has new music now.
No more glow. I like it. Jason, sound us out of here. Sound us off on what was a tremendous episode 92 and the support that you guys showed tonight. William Sweeney with a 199. They keep coming in. I agree with you, Rock. is all bullshit. I agree, brother. We had 5,000 plus, 2,100 likes plus now, and the super chat, you guys fucking absolutely killed it. Like Rock killed the main event on night 2. Jason, sound us off, man.
And like Austin killed that barricade at WrestleMania Sunday. Yeah, I just want to say thank you. I mean, it's been a very busy weekend for both of us on our respective platforms, but you guys came out in full force this weekend. You guys came out in full force tonight. So it's been a lot of fun. Even the parts of WrestleMania that weren't necessary, you guys made it fun. Thank you so much. Thank you to everybody who helped get me over 86,000 subs on my channel. I appreciate it. And you guys are awesome. This is probably the best TNT we've done yet.
This is the biggest and best. Absolutely killed it tonight, guys. You guys are great. We will be back next week. Episode 93. Hopefully we'll be coming down from our post-WrestleMania highs and lows. And we'll get back to a normal week next week. We got Dynamite tomorrow. Jason will be live on his channel covering Dynamite. Looks like a great show. And I know it doesn't stop. It doesn't stop. And we will definitely be back with you next week. Thank you guys again. Episode 93, next Tuesday, same time, same channel. Have a good night, guys. We are mercifully off the air, bro.
Oh my goodness.
WrestleMania 41 is officially in the books, and you know what that means. We're breaking it all down. So today, I am ranking each and every single match that took place at WrestleMania. So let's do this. Kicking off the Silver for the World Heavyweight Championship. I thought the match was okay when I first started seeing it, but as the night went on, I saw that it was one of the better matches of the night. So even though I thought the match was just okay, at least on this particular card, it stood out just a little bit more. So for that reason, I am putting Jay Uso versus Gunther in the number 7 spot. We have a new day defeating the War Raiders. Okay, I didn't think this match was very exciting at all. I felt like this was a match that belonged on Monday Night Raw. On Monday Night Raw, it would have been fine. On WrestleMania, it just didn't cut it at all. So with that being said, I'm going to rank this one a little bit lower. So I'm ranking that match in the number 13 spot. Jade Cargill defeating Naomi. So this one was another fine match. Too extreme. I think the storyline was better than the actual matchup. However, it still was one of Jade's best performances, so I'm going to rank it a little bit higher. I'm going to put it right below Jade Uso and Gunther at number 8. All right, let's keep it going to Fatu versus LA Knight. This one was another match that had some good moments, but overall, it also did not hit that WrestleMania caliber match. However, I did love seeing Jacob Fatu with the U.S. Championship and also looked dominant in this matchup too. So that does give it a little bit more gravitas. So I'm going to put this one out. Number 9, El Grande Americano versus Rey Fenix. This is a match that I thought, even though it was very brief and I wish it would have been just a little bit longer, it was a short match, but everything that they did was so crisp, so technically sound. I really cannot shit on the match at all. I do think that had it been a couple more extra minutes, it would have been a banger. But I did think that they did a pretty damn decent job. So you know what I'm gonna do? I'm actually gonna move up Jay Uso versus Gunther to number 6, and I'm gonna put El Grande Americano and Rey Fenix over at number 7. Because I also really did enjoy seeing Rey Fenix have a WrestleMania matchup too, so that was very cool too. So I feel like I'm getting a bonus point. Charlotte Flair versus Tiffany Stratton. So this match I thought was going to be so much better. The build did get good towards the end, like once we were nearing WrestleMania, after both the women went off script and we knew that there was some real beef between them. And the match though, man, I had far better from Tiffany Stratton. I had way better Charlotte Flair WrestleMania matches, period. It did not come close to what it needed to be. And so I do feel really bad about that, but I do love both of these women, so I'm still rooting for them. I just wish that it was a more put together matchup. I also thought the finish really came out of nowhere with just Tiffany Stratton hitting the prettiest insult ever, and that's it. That was the end of that. It didn't feel smooth at all. I did love Tiffany Stratton get the win over on Charlotte. That was cool, but it wasn't enough for me to rank it very highly. So I'm actually going to put it below. I'm trying to think. Dang, I think I'm going to have to put it over at number 10. All right, and let's keep it moving. We had Seth Rollins and CM Punk and Roman Reigns in that triple threat match. So this was one that I thought that the matchup was pretty entertaining. I thought it was one of the better matches of night 1 for sure. So I can't rank this match too low. Of course, all of the reactions that happened afterwards. Paul Heyman turning on both Roman and CM Punk with the low blows and aligning with Seth Rollins. I did not love that coming out of WrestleMania night 1. Now, this video has nothing to do with Raw. Let's pretend I still don't know what happened at Raw Mania. Because Raw Mania definitely changes things, but I'm talking as it was at WrestleMania. I did not love it. I did not love the aftermath, and I wasn't too crazy on it. I felt like it was just done for whatever. I felt like it was just done just to be done, just to talk to the audience. Again, it does not include the aftermath of Raw Mania. So I'm going to put this matchup over at number favor. It may actually be one of the best women's WrestleMania matches ever. And mind you, there are some really good ones. Charlotte and Rhea from WrestleMania 39. Becky and Bianca WrestleMania 38. I think that was still my favorite. I don't think that I can replace it just yet. But damn, that is close, man. It's cutting it freaking close. So there are several others, but this one is 100% number one. Alright, so next up we have Damian Priest versus Drew McIntyre in the Sin City Street Fight. I love what they did here. It was a brief matchup, but I thought they did a lot, and I thought the ending in particular was the best because they had Damian Priest going old school, and then he ends up getting put through the freaking tables that Drew McIntyre had set up earlier in the match, and I completely forgot we're even there. And then he brings him back into the ring, he sets up the chair at the turnbuckle, and then he puts Damian Priest's head there and hits him with the Claymore. I thought that was a very satisfactory and believable ending to finishing out and closing out your opponent. So I love what they did for this finish, and I did like the match too. So I'm gonna rank this one over now. Ooh, let me see. I'm gonna rank first one. I'm gonna put CM Punk and Roman up at number 4, and I'm gonna put Damian Priest and Drew right below. And next up we have Dominic Mysterio, Brock Breaker, Finn Balor, and Penta to fatal 4-way for the WWE Intercontinental Championship. This was so freaking fun. They had me on the edge of my seat. The non-stop action, Brock Breaker looking like a beast, people getting behind Dominic Mysterio. The spear from Brock Breaker to Carlito. Dominic Mysterio getting over in this match as people rooting for him and him having this moment. All of it was done so well. So I am putting this match at number 2. Alrighty, next up we have Randy Orton versus Joe Hendry. So this one was a very quick match. I don't even know. It was 3 minutes and 10 seconds. So clearly the matchup itself wasn't anything, too extraordinary. 3 minutes. It's a 3-minute match. You can only get so much out of it. But the moment was cool of seeing Joe Hendry come out, seeing Joe get RKO'd by Randy after the match, and he was showing him some respect. Randy Orton doing the whole Joe Hendry meme at the end with the RKO pose. All of that was very, very fun. So I'm going to rank it. It's hard because, again, this one I'm ranking more so on the moments, not necessarily the matchup. So it's kind of a little difficult to place amongst these ones here. So I'm going to go ahead and put it. I'm going to move down Charlotte. I'm going to move down Jacob Fatu and Ali Knight. I'm going to move down Jade and Naomi. And actually, no, I'm going to put this one back up. I'm going to put this one back up too. And I'm going to put it here at number 10. And only because of the moment. Okay, next up we have AJ Styles versus Logan Paul. This was also a fine match, but it wasn't a WrestleMania match to me. I've actually enjoyed other Logan Paul matches way more than I did this one. I just kind of felt like, okay, we were sort of going like a string of really great matches and exciting moments on the night, and this was probably one of the points of the night where I thought, this isn't that great. It's a little bit boring. So I did not love this match as much as I thought I would. So I'm going to go ahead and rank it. Let's see. I'm going to end up ranking it below Charlotte and Tiffany, and the only reason I'm doing that is because at least with Charlotte and Tiffany, I was interested and cared enough about it to see where it was to go. Whereas AJ Styles and Logan Paul, I wasn't really that interested in seeing where it went. Alright, next up we have the women's tag team match, Lyra Valkyria and Becky Lynch defeating Liv Morgan and Raquel Rodriguez for the WWE Women's Tag Team Championship. Alright, this is another interesting one, mainly because this did end up being a really fun tag team matchup. And also Becky should return, and then that really cute moment with her celebrating with Lyra Valkyria in the end. So there were some good moments in this. It was fun enough. So I'm going to end up putting it. I'm gonna have to wiggle some things around here. I'm going to have to end up moving up CM Punk, Roman, Seth. I'm going to move up Damian and Drew. I'm gonna move up Jay and Gunther. I'm going to actually put the women's tag right below Jey Uso and Gunther. Perfect. And last but not least, we have John Cena versus Cody Rhodes in one of the worst WrestleMania main events that I've ever seen. Given how much hype this match had, Even the buzz, the excitement, I thought it was one of the worst things. Now, here's the thing. I know everyone's going to be so mad, but I'm putting it all the way at the bottom. And you want to know why? Because we had higher expectations for this matchup. I didn't have that many expectations for the New Day versus the War Raiders. I didn't have those huge expectations because of the Travis Scott bit, the way that they embarrassed Cody. They made him look so bad. I'm putting this all the way down at the end because this one meant more, and this one just did not hit at all. Yes, it was great to see John Cena get his 17th world title win. That was awesome, but it was just too important of a match for it to be the way that it ended up being. So for that reason, it's almost like I'm more tougher on this match than I was on so many other ones, and so I'm putting it all the way in the bottom. All right, with that being said, do I feel good about this ranking? I feel like I have to move some stuff around now looking at it. I think I'm going to swap Jade and Naomi with LA Knight and Jacob Fatu. I think I'm going to put that there. I'm going to swap those two. I feel like I have to put AJ Styles versus Logan Paul a little higher, only because even though I was kind of bored with it, it was still a technically better match than some of the other stuff we had. So I'm actually going to put Charlotte and Tiffany down there, Joe Hendry and Randy down there, and AJ and Logan. Oh, God. I guess I'll move it up to 10, only because Joe Hendry and Randy was more so the moments than it was the matchup. So I guess I'll put it there. I think I'm okay with this ranking. I really only care about, like, honestly, these top 5 matches. I'm really satisfied with how I rank those. Everything else could have easily been in a different spot here, but my top 5, though, I feel very, very confident. The rest, like, make it or break it, could have been higher, could have been lower. You name it. I just feel like Joe Hendry and Randy, that was tough to rank on here again because it was really just the Joe Hendry surprise and the fun aftermath of it all. And I hate that I had to rank Charlotte and Tiffany all the way down there, and I hate that I had to put John Cena and Cody all the way at the bottom. Like, I did not see that happening at all. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, you can check out this one right here because YouTube thinks you're going to like it. I think you're going to like it, and hopefully you do. Plus, do not forget to subscribe right over here for some more daily pro wrestling content. Catch you on the next, everybody. Bye. What is up, everybody? Welcome to Speak Now Pro Wrestling. It's your girl, Denise Salcedo, and it is the Raw After Mania. It is here, it has happened, and damn, Raw After Mania anything else, okay? And even just the ending, if we're even just talking about the ending alone was far better than any ending that we got from WrestleMania Night 1 and Night 2, which is crazy to think, okay? Because they literally had me completely change my mind on the Seth Rollins, Paul Heyman pairing. I was not on board with it. And coming out of this, now seeing Braun Breaker take part in this, now I am invested because we are shaping the future. Braun Breaker is going to be a Paul Heyman guy, and I cannot wait to see how that is going to unfold. But let's go ahead and break down what went down on the show, what even made it so special, and all of that. So I'm going to kick things off the John Cena segment. Now, here's the thing. I didn't think that the John Cena segment was great until Randy Orton came out. Once Randy Orton got here, that's when it started to feel like, okay, you know what? This is good. Because we were all wondering, coming off of the Travis Scott, John Cena ending, guys, it was just not good. It was not what the people wanted in the sense that it wasn't about John Cena winning the 17th world title, right? We knew that was going to happen. We banked on it that it was going to happen. But it was the way that it was executed with the slow Travis Scott walk, with the silliness of not having John Cena hit John, not having Cody Rhodes hit John Cena with the title bout. It was all of those things that really took away from a moment that a lot of people were really excited about, like legit excited about. And unfortunately, it just didn't hit. It didn't hit. Instead of being like, oh shit, yeah, John Cena won the 17th world title. Instead, we were kind of in the dumps about it. Like, we weren't really going too crazy about it. I felt like it took away from the moment so much because I was more so let down about how it happened that I almost didn't have like the energy or the goal to like even start cheering or getting excited about John Cena winning the 17th world title. So I kind of hate that they took the juice out of the moment, and so that sucks, right? So John Cena goes out there today. He kicks off the show, and again, he is telling the fans that he doesn't care about the fans. He doesn't like how 1 minute we cheer him, the next we boo him, and that they're going to boo him. They're going to have to boo him a lot harder because he's been in more meaner, nastier crowds, right? And that's, here's the thing, that's nothing new. We have already heard John Cena say all of these things. That is nothing new. We've heard it. So I wasn't too in love with the intro to Raw after Mania, but once we got towards the end, it started to feel like John Cena was basically saying like, okay, you know, the next person, I'm going to be the one. He said that he's going to be the one to take the championship home. He's going to retire it. He's going to leave with it and basically screw the fans, right, and ruin pro wrestling. So John Cena, and that's the moment where you knew that somebody was going to come out. You knew someone was going to come out. You just didn't know exactly who. And so I'm waiting there, and I'm like, okay, who's going to beat? And it ended up being Randy. He comes out, he creeps up from behind him, and he hits him with that RKO. Now, John Cena and Randy Orton, they go way back, guys. Like, their careers paralleled each other for a long, long time. And the people, when we found out that John Cena was going to be doing his retirement tour, people were wondering, hey, if you're going to run back any feuds, obviously some of the ones that people want to see run back are Randy Orton, CM Punk. Those are some of the ones that were thrown out there, people that he's had history with that you can sort of run back. And so it looks like they're doing Randy. I'm assuming they're going to do this match at Backlash, given that, you know, Randy's on the cover. He's already been promoted. I believe John Cena's been promoted for that too. I've lost track of what they've been promoting John Cena for. But that was the other thing. He mentioned that he had, you know, the 36 days, right? The 36 days that he was going to be doing his retirement tour. And I'm actually kind of glad that they did a countdown for this because I had even said a while back, like, hey, does anybody been keeping track? Like, I hadn't even really been keeping track of how many days he's done. So we're down to days. 27 days. And by that I mean 27 appearances. That doesn't even mean matches, guys. Literally, John Cena can pop in, say hello, wave his hand, and walk off the screen, and that counts as an appearance, and that counts as a date. So he did let us know where we're at right now and how many we have left. So we are at 27. And so Randy hits him with the RKO, and everybody's like, fuck yeah. Now, Randy was a safe assumption to make that he was going to go out there because he had originally told Cody Rhodes that Cody Rhodes was the champion. He had told Cody Rhodes that he was going to challenge him for the belt. He was obviously expecting Cody to win, but didn't. But he had made his intentions very clear that he wanted to go for the championship belt. So I mean, Randy was definitely a safe assumption to make that he would come out there. And now they're going to run back John Cena and Randy. I don't think Randy is winning though. I do think that John Cena will retain because I still think they're going to want to do a lot more with Cena with the belt, especially with those limited dates. However, we also know that we're not going to see John very often with that belt, which means we're really not going to see that championship belt at all. So that is kind of sucky unless Randy Orton does actually defeat him. Then great. Then we will see the championship belt and we will have a champion on screen. So it could, I guess, go 50-50. Maybe me saying that John Cena's going to outright win. Maybe that isn't completely so bold of me to say. I don't know. But Randy Orton coming out there and hitting John Cena with the RKO. I thought that was freaking awesome, and I'm glad that they did that. But that was really the best part of that opening segment. All right, so we do have a super chat here from, let me see, where are we at? Luis Arturo Mendez, who says, after the attack match, do you think the commentators would go on a strike? Plus, straight WrestleMania. It's so funny because obviously, other commentators in the past have been attacked. So it's one of those things where I don't feel like they would go on a strike or anything like that. Obviously, they were pissed, and Michael Cole made like a big deal about it, which that was what they were trying to do. They're really selling it, but I don't think they'll do like a strike or anything like that. Lawrence Ross says, "Hey Lisa, what a Raw WrestleMania! Way to bring us back, beat Io and Seth. OMG, dude, that was my favorite part of the show." Hold on. The ending was my favorite part, but this was one of my favorite parts too. With the women, I'll get into that in just a second. Thank you so much to Lawrence Ross for the love on that. We also have Jim here who says, "Will Braun ever become Steiner? Maybe even help." Dude, if they did a segment where Paul Heyman is talking about how he's gonna do all of these things for Braun Breaker, and they start off with saying that there's going to be a name change and he's going to go to have the Steiner name. Oh, dude, that would be so much better. I do feel like he should have the Steiner name. I've always felt like he should have the Steiner name, and now is the chance to do that. Like, this is a new chapter for Braun Breaker, so the new chapter could involve him having the last name, but that I don't know if it'll happen though. MSU says, "Let's go. Cena did his job last night since everyone's mad about last night's main event. Also, Travis Scott is Rodman 2.0, not another Jon Stewart." Look, so with that being said, there's a difference between, I know you're saying that you feel like he did his job because everyone is mad, but it's not the kind of heat that you want. It's not the heat that is the good heat because, oh, hey, this is the pro wrestler's actions, right? When a pro wrestler does actions, what their actions is what generates the heat, right? This was on the book. That's on the person that is actually running the show. And that Santi made it. Santi, the story that you had to rush through.
Well, with such a crazy episode, so many people are sharing their thoughts and opinions. I was like just floored by how many super chats were coming in, which, by the way, I'm grateful for. It's a great problem to have. I'm glad that we were able to connect you. I was like, should I join this show? I don't know, but I'm just gonna send it.
I literally just started because I saw your message like not too long ago, and I'm like, okay, screw it, I'm just gonna start. And so I started, but I've only gotten to the first segment, so I'm gonna keep you off, and I was basically sharing my thoughts on that. But to John
sorry to derail your show, but I need to go back to something else. I refuse to continue the show with you. This will literally be my last episode. Unless you sit here right now and apologize to Karrion Kross. I will not continue. Apologize.
Why do you got to apologize?
Apologize.
Why
You
do
said
have to apologize?
that you couldn't do anything good. You said that you saw nothing there. Apologize and then
I
continue
didn't
the
say
show.
all of that. Okay, look, I just saw that promo that he did with Sam Roberts. Okay, that was good, but I still need to see that on TV, Santi. Once I see it on the programming, then I will issue my apology. And once I see it consistently, Santi, consistently.
I mean, this is maybe the best compliment you've ever given Karrion Kross, considering you thought a compliment last week was you liked him when he was bald. But
I'm still on board with that. Once we see that on TV and we see it consecutively, then I will be on board. I will be on board. All right. John Cena, Randy Orton.
I mean, I love it. It feels early. You know, I think a lot of people were like, this is the John Cena, like, final match. I guess it makes sense with St. Louis being the host city of Backlash. This might be necessary, actually, to do it now, because John Cena is trying so hard to be booed. He's trying so hard to be the bad guy, and people just keep cheering for him. Nostalgia is too damn big of a drug. So how do you combat nostalgia? With more nostalgia in the hometown of the other dude that elicits nostalgia, Randy Orton. This is the feud that could properly get John Cena booed so that then we can bring Cody Rhodes back later on. I think that this is a weirdly good timing, even though I thought that this was always going to be John Cena's last match.
I mean, I wasn't even sure what his last match was going to be because they could really go any direction, right? They could go back and rehash something like with Randy Orton, or they can, use his retirement match to compel somebody out, right? And so I really wasn't sure who or what that was going to be. But with this match, though, with Randy, here's the thing, Santi. I said, and I'm kind of doubting myself, but I said, outright, John Cena is going to defeat Randy Orton, and he's going to retain the championship. I don't think Randy's going to defeat him and get the title. I don't know. Should I be so confident about that opinion, or do you think that there's a chance that Randy actually defeats John Cena and takes that title, especially given how many limited dates we have John Cena for?
I don't think so. I think that we're going to see Cena hold this thing until Cody comes back. That's what I'm seeing. I guess we could see a world where Randy wins it and then it's Cody Randy, but with Cody being like the face of the WWE and losing the way that he did, I feel like the continuation of this is Cody getting the title back in some capacity, in some way, shape, or form.
Dude, because, okay, here's the thing, though, is that when Cody gets back the belt, I think we have to be in a place, though, where the fans actually want to see it, because we can be in a place, Santi, where the fans want a completely new person. There could be somebody else. You know how it is. People's attention, they shift very fast, and their adoration can switch very fast, and they can jump from person to person just like that. So I don't really know, but at the same time, given the way that everything played out, it does feel like Cody needs to get revenge because they made him look not so great last night, okay? I did not like the way they made Cody look, and he does need some form of retaliation.
It's interesting how much we disagree on that WrestleMania main event. I love Travis Scott coming out. I thought that it was a great payoff.
I'm not following your acting skills, Santi.
If you think about it, the connection of everything that's going on, like it all revolves around Travis Scott. Like I was cheering with how good that was.
Lies. Go back to class, Santi. I do not buy it, okay? I do not buy it. That was horrible. Dude, I was like yelling. I was yelling at Travis Scott. That is the stop. Move faster because I could not believe it. It was a joke to me. It was a joke seeing him walk out there so slow, taking his sweet time. It was
Wait, did you go? Because you said you weren't going to go. that you were going to go back to your office?
I was going to fly back here, but I got stressed out about making my flight back because I had to do Busted Open, and it gave me like a very small window. So I decided to stay and do my post show from the hotel and my watch along from the hotel instead of actually going to the show, which worked out because, as you know, the press box is like super high up. And also, I found out supposedly someone told me that night one in the press box they didn't have the audio on the press screen, so like people couldn't hear the commentary or anything like that. So I feel like I made the best decision on that.
All right.
Yeah. We got a super chat here, by the way, from Orange World, who says, I heard that Cody and WWE were being sued by Boston Band, also named American Nightmare, and that they had until June to respond. Think that factors? Cody has been, I don't know what the update is on that. I did see that a while ago, but I haven't seen any updates, or maybe I haven't followed up on this. Santi, I don't know if you've seen any updates on this.
I haven't seen any updates. Like, I have a tiny bit of knowledge because I have a degree in legal studies. My understanding is like it's going to be a difficult case for them to win to prove copyright infringement because Cody Rhodes' American Nightmare is a moniker, a nickname, not something that is in the same realm of music. They're going to need to prove that WWE Entertainment falls in the same category of entertainment of their music. I think it's going to be an uphill battle.
Okay. Thank you so much to Orange World. We got MSQ here. Says, Santi, be careful what you wish for. You wish for Stone Cold at Mania? Well, here you go. And show some respect to Taker for being at last year's Mania. I will never forget that Undertaker meme where he's like running and he's running so slow. That's probably one of my favorite online era videos. So funny. And then thank you so much for the love. All right, with that being said, let's go ahead and get into our next segment. Liv Morgan and Raquel Rodriguez defeat Becky Lynch and Lyra Valkyria. So when I saw this was going to be a rematch, I was a little taken aback by it. But I thought to myself, okay, I know
it's only 6 o'clock.
This rematch, the titles weren't
Give me another hour.
to Liv and Raquel. And then of course we see Becky Lynch turn heel and attack the Irish bestie Lyra Valkyria. How do you feel about this?
It just brings me with a lot of questions, especially like regarding Bayley. I don't know how much information we have on that, but just like based on like what we have here, I think it's the right call. Becky being heel in attacking Lyra gives the IC title its first ever actual story and its first ever actual feud with a giant name in Becky Lynch. It's also a nice surprise to see, Becky Lynch turning heel, and I do think that the Raquel and Liv are better suited to actually in the division and already be a dead division, but going down to NXT with all those women that are there that are vying for the title, I feel like Liv and Raquel are the better representation of Becky wrestling than what we're getting with, or what we got briefly between Lyra and Becky. So I like the call. And plus, giving a bunch of members of the Judgment Day Gold while Finn Balor has is also extra money. So I'm down for it. I'm here for it.
That is so true. Here's the thing. So with that being said, I feel like Liv, you're right, because the women's tag team division is pretty much non-existent, but I think that Liv and Raquel have more of that personality to see through, even if they're not being out there and matches with all of these teams and they don't exist. But you have the personality to run, right? I feel like Becky turning heel and having this matchup or having this feud now with Lyra is exactly what Lyra needed because she didn't have a big story. She's been Intercontinental Champion for such a long time now, Santi, and really there hasn't been a major story there. And this is finally it. And we had felt like this is what they had started at one point, and then she left. She came back, and we're finally seeing it play out. I'm excited to see what they do there because I think this was needed, and I also think that Becky is far more interesting when she's feuding with someone than her being in a tag team with someone. Like, sure, it's cute, it's fun, but come on, we want to see something more of a big deal. Also, given the fact that I didn't want Becky's return just to be about this cute moment. I wanted it to lead to something bigger, which it did.
Yeah, I think this is the right call. I think you and I are in agreement here. This is the right call for Becky This is going to be big for Lyra, her biggest story, her biggest feud, and good for the IC title. It desperately needed somebody like Becky Jordan after it.
I feel you. We got Bob Ross Jr. who says my investigation of leader of Dark State is complete. The leader of Dark State is Sanji. Also, can we get a door giveaway?
Don't give that a good attention. They're trying to get me to buy a door at Home Depot and give it away to my viewers.
What's wrong with that? I think you should do it.
A door giveaway?
Yes, a door giveaway. So that you can mention horrible shipping costs.
What if I put a bunch of nude pictures of me on the door and I call it the forbidden door?
Look, Sanji, first of all, to do that, you're going to have to definitely charge me for it. You don't want to give it out for free.
Oh, yeah, that's not a giveaway. You're paying for that. You're paying for the forbidden door, baby.
All right, well, hey, if you do the door, I'll do a ladder. I'll go out there and ship someone a ladder from Home Depot. Thank you, Bob Ross Jr. All right, with that being said, let's keep it moving. We got Hassan Butler, Jerry Hensky, Becky with the Amen Man. Just another theory that's going around Sanji is clearly something's going on with Seth and Becky because they're both angry people. Becky Lynch, do you think there's a world where she joins Seth Rollins' new group?
Yeah, I think it exists. I feel like she has to be somebody that you have to seriously consider as an option. We spent a huge portion of the end of the stream like fantasy booking who could be the extra person that could be added to it. It's cool to be in this situation because the last time that we were in this was when we were all trying to fantasy book who's going to be the new member of the Judgment Day. I remember when people thought it was going to be like Tommaso Ciampa for a while, and then we slowly got members added to the group. Do I see a world where Becky Lynch makes sense? Sure, I do. I think there's more intriguing options than Becky Lynch. Becky Lynch doesn't need this. I'm envisioning something more like Evolution, where we have the top main event guy, and then two guys, or maybe a girl that could use that main event rub, like Evolution added Batista and Randy Orton, and ended up becoming giant stars.
Especially because obviously the big thing that happened today was Braun Breaker aligning himself with Seth Rollins and Paul Heyman, and helping Seth Rollins lay out both CM Punk and Roman Reigns, which is crazy to even say. Like, what a visual that we even got with that. And so here's the thing, like, if they do add this, I think it would be different. It would be cool. It would be something that we haven't really gotten before, right? Real husband, real life husband, wife, being part of a kill table. Okay, totally different for Seth, totally different for Becky, right? But I really respect Evolution thing because even just seeing Braun Breaker there, everybody was like, hey, he's reminding us of Batista in this spot, right? Two big guys that are young and that are on the precipice of really becoming something massive. And so, Sanji, night one, WrestleMania, the ending, I do not, and I had said this on the Raw on our post-show last week, I had said, I don't want to see Paul Heyman align with Seth Rollins. I was not on board with that. When it happened, I wasn't on board. I didn't care. Even today, I was not really too excited heading into Raw after Mania. However, once I saw Braun Breaker come out and align himself with Seth, oh my god, I got so excited. It completely made this worth it for me where suddenly I give a shit about this big storyline. I feel like Braun is the savior for me. I feel like this just made it far more worth it because we're building towards the future where we know that down the line, Braun Breaker is going to end up somehow being managed by Paul Heyman. Braun Breaker already has all of the makings of a star, and all he really needs is that opportunity to get to that next level. And I think that Paul Heyman can help him with that because it's more on the personality mind side of things where I think that Braun needs a little bit of work in. Everything else, he's got. So you know that he's going to be that next guy up.
Yeah, listen, like I love the comparison of Braun Breaker and Batista. I agree with you, but also don't agree with you. I love the whole Paul Heyman thing with Seth Rollins. I was just more so wondering, like, why? Like, what is the purpose of this? Seth Rollins doesn't need a Paul Heyman. What are we doing here? And we just wait till I get a little bit more of the story. I thought we were going to get more of the story in the next two main events. I thought it was going to be stuff with The Rock, maybe Cena or whatever. But we got the next part of the story. We got more of the explanation. And I like the idea of Seth and Paul in a faction more than just Seth and Paul.
I Yes, because here's the thing. The why was the big thing, right? Like, why would he go with Seth Rollins? And I get it, people are going to be like, oh, well, it's because Roman Reigns mistreated him and because CM Punk mistreated him. But all of that felt like you could argue against it. And coming off of night one, I felt like the only person who was benefiting from this was Seth Rollins. That's what it felt like. Now with Brock Lesnar's involvement, it feels like there's more people benefiting from this. Braun and also Paul Heyman, because he's always behind the next big thing, right? The next big star. And so he can be that person that is given credit for helping build up this new WWE star. So now I see this as something that has potential to keep growing and moving things forward. And I think it's exciting because we know down the line, Braun Breaker is going to be that guy. He's going to be the guy like Roman Reigns that is main eventing WrestleMania. And just like we've seen Roman Reigns grow each and every single year, that's what we're going to eventually see with Braun. And we've known this for a while, and now it's finally in the process. In the process of happening now. We got RB14, but like maybe especially Super Chat says, favor Raw. Bring back Michael Cole to last spot. Oh God, we'll get into that in a second. We got CJ here who says, what do you think is next for Bianca? She's on SmackDown. Does she get drafted? Or does she go for Tiffany considering the pending deal change on the horizon? So right now with Bianca Belair, I don't really know what's next. It feels like the whole entire world wants her to turn heel. So I'm almost feeling like she'll be forced to make that decision. Do you think they will make that decision, Santi?
They have to consider it, at least. I thought those moves were going to be just exclusive to Europe, to here, and they lasted for the entirety of the road to WrestleMania. We got them real loud at WrestleMania. You have to, at the very least, be considering it. I do want to see Bianca and Naomi first as a babyface heel feud, a feud that I would love for Naomi to win. And maybe that's the catalyst for Bianca Belair turning heel. I want to see, before the heel turn, I want to see babyface Bianca and heel Naomi.
Yeah, it's pretty much the catalyst for this. She's already started to build up things that are pissing her off, right? Rhea being added to the match, her losing her WrestleMania streak, her friend turning on her. All of these things are happening, and eventually, I think Bianca will probably be driven mad by all of that. Thank you so much, CJ. We got Hassan Butler here who says, also, Denise, do you like Crossy more this week? I accept every compliment with the promo did. Compliment to it, guys. Watch everybody watch to be like, oh, no.
Because you are.
Okay, first of all, I remember you, Santi, coming out here and being like, Denise, you're wrong. This promo is absolutely amazing. Denise, you're wrong. This match is absolutely amazing. You hit behind me on that.
I have no comment. There was no hiding. You were the one with the rough words. I let you dig your own grave with the things that you were saying about Karrion Kross. You cannot find a clip on me on this show saying anything negative about Karrion Kross. It was all you.
Oh, for a fact, sure. All right, we got Nine-Tails, Taj Toshi here who said, hey, I would like to see Denise and Santi's reaction to my comment under Santi's hot take, since you both love Stephanie as much as me. Love you both. Okay, so I'm guessing that's on your Twitter page.
Yeah, we won't be able to find that in time.
All right, if we were to find that, well, or you can just send it in the comment here, and I will try to pull it up.
No, in another five New Zealand, and then go read it out.
And I'm doing one.
Denise, this is what's best for business, Denise. This is what's best for business. Send it again.
So, okay, fine. You want to send it again, but I will be keeping an eye out for it. Thank you, Nine-Tails. We got Chris Bias here, Chris Black, excuse me, who says, you think that Backlash could outshine WrestleMania? Jay versus Sami, Cena versus Orton, Punk, Roman versus Seth, and Braun, Tornado Tag, Gunther versus Michael Cole. All right, you got me with that one, Chris. But legit, no, I do think there is a chance. Look, WrestleMania's bar this year is not that high. So there is definitely a chance for several shows to top WrestleMania. Thank you, Chris. All right, so let's get into the next segment. We got another super chat, actually. This is from Gabe F23, who says, hey, guys, who do you think will be EO's next feud? Ooh, wow, this was one of those things that the women's segment was insane, Santi. This is one of my favorite parts of the show besides the ending. And it was, here's the thing, Ross and Nina, the thing I love about Ross and Nina, what makes a great Ross and Nina is a great crowd and surprise. Those are the two key ingredients that I want from this. And it was the moment that they announced that, well, Stephanie came out and lost her shit, and she was so great.
I was
But
down
she,
on my sexy shot. I like if you go into my Instagram and watch the reaction, I got on my knees and I thanked the Lord that we were
blue, Santi, that blue that she was wearing, I'm a sucker for blue gear. I think it's one of the most beautiful colors that a person could wear. And she just like, she was glowing. And so when she got out there, I couldn't believe that they were going to do this matchup. Even when Kim Pierce came out, I thought, oh, this guy's going to ruin it. This ain't going to happen. And then it actually happened. And it was so fun. And that's what made it, that's what started to make Raw after Mania start to feel a little bit more special to me, because we were seeing a completely unexpected match here. And this was good. We could see Roxanne come in and she goes out. She ruined the match, caused the DQ. And I see Julia go out there, which I guess they're now like teaming up together. I didn't get to watch Stand and Deliver, so I was a little bit left out here.
There was no connection between the two. It was weird to have Julia and Roxy together. Yeah, that was weird.
I thought I missed something on Stand and Deliver, and I'm thinking, okay, so from the looks of it, the way that they were acting, Santi, it feels like they may maybe be some sort of team now.
Yeah, so what I'm gathering here, by the way, I thought the finish was necessary. I didn't want to see Stephanie taken out. The match was good, but we needed to get Stephanie out of there in a way where she didn't lose, considering she's defending the title on NXT this Tuesday, in case you didn't know that. So I'm happy that it was an interference, but I'm glad that they gave them lots of time to showcase the actual match, even though we didn't get a proper finish. What I'm sussing out here is that this might just be the start of the build to the Evolution pay-per-view.
Yes, that's exactly the feeling that I got right there. Once they had Rhea out there, mixing it in with the NXT girls, the Julia Rhea stare off that they did, I thought, okay, there's already rumors about Evolution 2 happening. I think this right here is the first thing that we're getting in terms of, hey, we're leading to that. So I think you're right on that, because that was the exact same thing that I was thinking. This feels like we're setting up for Evolution 2, which is fun, because I do want to see Evolution 2. I've been advocating for Evolution 2, so I'm so thrilled that that's happening, or possibly happening. But I think that this was fun for the sake of, I love seeing Roxanne out there. I love seeing the Rhea Julia bit part of it. I even love seeing Rhea take out Roxanne. I thought that was cool. Hey, I hope this also brings back Bayley, by the way. She should have been out there too, because it feels like that feels very complete as well. So in terms of Io's next feud, right now it feels very open-ended. Rhea did hand her the championship belt, paid her some respect for that phenomenal match that they had at WrestleMania, but it kind of feels like her options do feel like she can kind of go in a direction. Thank you, Gabe. We got Natalisa here, who says, Roxanne as the Orton is my favorite option. That's funny. Thank you so much, Natalisa. We got Stephen Marchuli, who said, Turn Bayley set up Evolution 2 with Tiffany, Lyra, Stephanie versus Horsewomen. Oh, kind of like, the Horsewomen versus the New Girls that we're seeing. I don't hate that. Thank you, Stephen. All right, we got Arturo here, who says, crazy thought. Chad Heyman plus Rock and Cena. Heyman used 1, 2, 3. Seth Edward WrestleMania 40 with Cosby Thrower, and said in his interview, my soul is always for sale. Cena to Pat McAfee, if you're the same person you were 2 years ago, echoing Paul. Okay, hold on, let me reread this again.
What in the Rubik's Cube of a message is this?
Okay, it's almost the only one.
No, I didn't follow that at all.
What's ready? I'm like, oh god, I gotta go back and reread it.
That's what?
Okay, so I'm thinking he's saying Stephanie Heyman and Rocky Cena all together, or Stephanie Heyman against Rocky Cena. Kind of like two different groups.
Okay. This is all you.
Hard question. I love when you question such easy stuff. Okay, I'm sure. Thank you so much for the super chat. If you're talking about them being like separate and going against each other, You're distracting me. You didn't even answer the question properly.
You don't even know what the question is.
You can answer two versions of it. If he's saying for them to go up against each other separately, okay, they just feel, I don't know, they just feel too separate to me right now. If they were to come together, that feels like too much. I think I answered
Yes,
the question.
I agree with Denise.
Copy and paste what Denise said. Girl, I'm so sorry, man. I'm so sorry. Thank you for your generous super chat. And I promise you, I will give you a better answer for a question I 100% understand. But I hope I somewhat slightly answered that. All right, the New Day, Rusev, returned in the most random segment. This did not hit the way that I would hope that the Rusev return hit. I'm sorry, I'm just saying it was kind of easy. All right, I'm just saying I did not love the Rusev return. I kind of really didn't even care too much. I don't know if it's because, I had, here's the thing, I like Miro in AEW. For what we got, I like Miro in AEW. I will never forget Miro versus Powerhouse Hobbs. Me, love that. But for whatever reason, I just didn't have that same reaction that I did when Ricky Spinks came into NXT or, all these other people. I don't know what it was.
I mean, I can tell you, like, why have him debut in front or be part of a program? I'm sure this is a one-off, but his debut was in a program in a dead division. No one gives two singular. Denise, do you see this in my hand? You see this?
Yes.
This is the amount of fucks that I give towards the tag team division. There's nothing there. So having Rusev debut in this segment with tag teams that have had no direction for so long in a division that means absolutely nothing was a little bit bewildering. This was weird. I know that it's an easy thing to do to just, hey, go destroy Alpha Academy. That's the thing. But like at this point, who hasn't destroyed Alpha Academy? It's not a unique way to bring in Rusev back to the WWE fold. I'm glad that he's back, but it was underwhelming to put him in this division. Like there is nothing impressive, like I said, because everyone and their dog has already done it about taking out Alpha Academy.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate. And here's the thing. When the New Day was out there, I was actually excited about what their heel championship was going to look like. And I'm thinking, okay, heel New Day as tag team champions, here we go. Let's kind of get that moving once again, and maybe we can get some more buzz out of that. And then we just kind of went into this, and I thought to myself, like, I can't believe Rusev is coming in on this feud here. And I know this is going to lead, hey, he'll get a match with Otis. Cool, great. Sure, I love it. Give me the meat. Great. But I just didn't see this as a successful. You did not miss that. You did not miss. I was like, I'm going to keep talking and maybe
I will never miss the I will never go. I caught that instantly. So did my dad.
I'm known for being a fan of the meat, Santi. And I'm actually trying to set something up here, but I botched it. So hold on. Yeah. Wait. Here it is. Oh! But the meat is good. That's what I was trying to get to. Sorry it took forever. I was trying to make something happen.
Oh my god, that was painfully slow, like Travis Scott's walk to the ring.
I don't know what was slower, me trying to make my joke or Travis getting into the ring.
You just should have not said anything, because now the sound bites out of that.
Oh, no, it's still not the sound bites that I put out there in the internet. I lost track already.
I'm there with you.
All right, so, dang, I forgot what I was saying. Oh yeah, wish the debut, wish the return, of Rusev would have been a lot better, for sure. We got David here who says, this is how you do a main event. This is Triple H booking WrestleMania with The Rock, TKO. Love the fact Julia and Rock are teaming up, and I just bought my tickets to Backlash. Here's the thing, we don't know that. We do not know who made what decision on what. At least I don't know if anything's been put out there. I can't just be like, oh yeah, this wasn't Triple H or this totally was TKO and The Rock. Triple H, is the chief creative officer. I mean, I'm sorry, but it's one of those things where I don't don't know if you can necessarily say, oh, because this was bad, this wasn't Triple H, or when this is good, this was Triple H. When you are in this position, good or bad, you gotta take the heat, you gotta take the critique, whether it was good or bad. You're the face of the creative team.
I agree. It cuts both ways, right? You can't just choose that it only cuts when it's good.
Right. That's just the way it is. Thank you so much, David. We got Bob Ross Jr. who says, rest in peace, Pat McAfee. All right, well, let's get through that. So, just a bit is Gunther choking the living shit out of Pat McAfee. Pat McAfee turned Santi. This man turned Santi. But the thing that really got me was how much they milked it. Holy cow.
It was a
They
lot.
milked
It was
it.
a lot.
The whole break was just Pat McAfee. And then we came back from the break, and it was still Pat McAfee. And then afterwards, I forgot what happened afterwards, but the segment after the next segment, they were still on the Pat McAfee
Yeah.
thing. And then
And
we
it
got
was
a
Michael
whole replay.
Cole. Then Michael Cole walking back out. It was a lot. It was a lot. Because they did a bunch of replays over it as well.
They did. So, Gunther, Pat McAfee, is happening.
Yeah, I think. I'm interested in it because I've seen Pat McAfee work before and it's entertaining. You know, I'll always harken back to that Pat McAfee versus Adam Cole feud from NXT, and it was just so much fun. I think I'm down for this. It would be a good way for Gunther to pick up some heat, right? As he rebuilds himself after this World Heavyweight Championship loss. I don't have any interest in Gunther going after Jey Uso right now. I can't really see where I want Gunther right now. So if this is a nice, like a little pit stop feud for Gunther, I'll take it. Sure.
Yeah, I actually think it could be fun, so I'm on board with it.
Did you also like really think for a second that fans actually jumped the barricade during the?
No, because
Yeah, I
I
did.
heard that they showed
I did.
the friends from the podcast. I remember that they showed the friends, so that was the friends, the co-host, excuse me. The
Yeah.
co-host of the podcast, I have remembered that, so that's when I was like, oh, okay. This
Yeah, I straight up thought I'm like, this is anarchy. Let's get the talent out of there. People are gonna die.
You know what? I always like when shit like that happens, like when it happens in sporting games or stuff. I like the drama shit. When there's a streaker on TV or like when someone runs by, like, come on, they never show up, right? They always gotta go on Twitter and look for the video. But I like it.
Do you root for the streaker?
Kind of. I'm like, get
Okay.
out there and run. Because I like to see what happens.
Yeah, all right. Keep the same energy. What if it's Chris Carey and Cross?
Oh my god. Answer that.
No, answer the question. Keep the same energy, Denise. You said you would root for the streaker. Would you root for the streaker if it's Carey and Cross?
I'm gonna root for the streaker, okay? Because it's entertaining. It's entertaining.
If it's Carey and Cross, say it. You would root for
Yes.
Carey and Cross.
Okay, it's Carey Cross.
All right, go ahead.
Carey Cross. It's Carey Cross. I'm ready for the same sentence. It's Carey Cross. Straight on Monday Night Raw. I will be a fan. Oh, God. That's out there now, Thompson.
Beautiful.
Thanks.
Problem.
Oh, man. We got JJ Castillo here who says, with how WrestleMania 41 played out, how do you feel about the two-night SummerSlam this year? Can they execute having a two-night PLE for SummerSlam with a proper look and reviews? I'm kind of concerned. Oh, definitely. Coming off of this WrestleMania, I was thoroughly concerned about SummerSlam night 2. I still am. I'm feeling a little slightly better coming off after WrestleMania, slightly better, but still concerned though overall because this WrestleMania there was no reason for them to miss, and it was a miss, and I don't want to see that happen for SummerSlam because I was already thinking SummerSlam 2 nights was too much.
I'm obviously concerned. How can you not be? I'm always more on the optimistic side, especially listen, I said this to my cat, I'm like, man, I didn't think that WWE could heal the wounds so quickly off of what they did to us at WrestleMania 41. And they did. They did with this fantastic roster Mania. So now I'm back on the, as the kids say, glazing WWE.
You know what it is? It's like being in a bad relationship, and then all of a sudden he's like, I love you. You're the love of my life. And you're like, I'm down. I'm in love.
You guys gotta understand, he only hits me because he loves me.
That's what it feels like. Oh, God. They were easy. This is why they do stuff like this, because they know that all they gotta do is a quick little Band-Aid fix, and that's it. We're back. Man. Oh, JJ Castillo, thank you so much for We got Aquatic Bigfoot here says the only meat I was beat was Pat McAfee. I love how that rhymes. Thank you for the rhyme. Thank you. MSQ says Cena used Rock to count Seth near the Rock outfit. Cena and Paul echoed a year the same 2 years later. You wasted the 2 years, Antro. That was, he was just kind of correcting a little bit of what he said. Thank you, MSQ. We got what?
I said thank you for putting that in English.
Oh. Oscar Lara says, does Streaker Cross have hair if he bald? Oh, God.
Where does he have hair? And where is he bald?
Oh, God. You know, I'm visualizing this right now.
I'm asking the real question for the viewers.
I'm clearly visualizing this right now. And now it's live because it won't get out of my head. If it's in my head, it could be in everybody's head. Carrying Cross facing bald or with hair.
Where are we talking about in terms of the hair?
I mean, we've pretty much seen all of Carrying Cross for the most part. Oh, man. I'm moving on. Oscar Laura, thank you for the super chat. Oh, man, I can't even right now. All right, Jey Uso Celebration. He's the brand new World Heavyweight Champion. And, Dave, this was a celebration. Had Sammy go out there. There was a little bit of a tease on people wondering if Sami Zayn was going to turn on him. I didn't feel like he was tonight. However, there was a slight moment where Jay was on top of the turnbuckle and he was doing his thing, and Sammy came from directly behind him, and they kept the camera there for a second. I definitely think that was a tease of, hey, he's not going to do it tonight, but he may do it later on in the future, turning on Jey Uso. And obviously, they have history. They were friends, then they fell apart, and then they were friends again. They definitely have history, and I think that they want to get people emotionally invested in Jey Uso even more. I think this is a pretty interesting way to go about it.
Yeah, I think the way that they're probably going to do it, I bet you their first match is going to be face versus face. Kind of like how Cody versus Kevin Owens, their first match at Bash in Berlin was face versus face. And maybe it develops further into something with a Sami Zayn heel turn. But this is the feud that I want to see. This is what I want to see for Jey Uso. I didn't want to see them run it back with Gunther. I definitely don't want Rusev yet. I think I actually said, give me Sami Zayn or Braun Breaker. I think that Braun Breaker has now gone on to something much bigger. So give me Sami Zayn. I'm fine with this.
Yeah, I think this is good. Sami Zayn is really good at pulling the emotion and stuff out, so I think that we will get on board with this. All right, we got CG here who says he did Denise versus Scarlett at Backlash. No, bro, she'd kill me. Did you see that evil look she gave afterwards during that AJ Karen Cross segment? She looked at the camera so terrifying. There's no way. She'd kill me. Thank you, CJ. All right, that being said, let's see what else we got to get into. Dominic Mysterio defeated Penta to retain the Intercontinental Championship. This was fun. JD McDonough made his return after that scary spot where he had that, he hit his head on the commentary table. So always good to see people come back, especially when they go through something like that. And Finn Balor looks like he's still jealous of Dominic. They're slowly but surely letting that be known. But Santi, your moment officially happened. Dominic Mysterio, Intercontinental Champion. Look, before you yell at me, I want to say this, because I am a woman of my word. And when I am wrong, I own up to it. Okay. Dominic Mysterio.
I love when the women in my life finally admit that they're wrong.
Dominic Mysterio won me over in that fatal 4-way match. My pick was Penta, but the way that the match went, the way that it played out, was so freaking fun. And I legitimately felt happy when Dominic won. I was happy for him. I applauded. I'm a fan.
It's great that you're a fan, but Denise, the thing is that we don't need you. You weren't here during the bad times.
You sound like John Cena right now. You sound like John Cena. Are you kidding?
Nothing. You weren't there when things were tough. You don't get to be here to rip the reward. I was telling you and all the bumps around the world to buy your Dominic Mysterio stock, and if you did, you're a dumb millionaire now. You're welcome for making you guys rich, but you don't just get to jump on this wonderful little golden goose that is Dominic Mysterio. to know all of a sudden that he's over. If you weren't there when times are tough, you don't get to be here when times are good. Get out of here with your fake ass fans of these. We don't need you on the side.
Fine. Then in that case, why did you ask me to issue an apology for Karen Cross? What if he finally wins me over? I can't be on board. I'm out.
Correct. I'm waiting for the moment that you finally for me to kick you out.
So now we are gatekeeping Dominic Mysterio. Wow.
Hey, you had years to get into the Dominic Mysterio community. We had a wide open door community. We had an open door policy. There was an open door policy, and you chose not to take advantage of it. We are closing the doors. We have gated security. We have people with rifles at the front. You don't get to come into this community anymore.
These stand fans are a little too crazy, okay? Up to your hands. We got Giovanni here who says, do you think we'll ever get an AJ Lee appearance? Dude, every time I think it's close to happening, I'm like thinking no, but if ever happens, I'm slightly thinking yes, because I think she would come in for that big moment. Giovanni, thank you so much. We got World here who says Cody should absolutely cost Randy at Backlash. That's something there. I don't hate that. But I also would hate it if Cody accidentally did something, considering the fact that he's already been made to look silly at WrestleMania, though. But thank you, World. I'll put some thought into that. All right. Let's see. We pretty much covered everything. That was the show, guys. Oh, I didn't even mention though. Shit, we got so into the weeds about Braun Breaker and Seth Rollins. I forgot to mention the big moment that also happened before that was Roman Reigns hitting that spear and Superman punch on Paul Heyman. I love that.
Denise, when Roman did the ooh one, he speared Paul Heyman, and then he got speared, I thought Paul Heyman hit that for a second.
He just went into when he split into his clone, came out and speared
Roman that way. I was like, where the hell is this Paul Heyman face? But he was a beast.
Especially because he was wearing black, and then Braun was wearing black, so it kind of like all matched with the camera touching everything. That was great, man. I honestly didn't think that Paul Heyman would take that bump right now, considering that, he's getting up there in age and whatnot, so I wasn't too sure. But hey, man, he's got the two Grable last year. He's doing it. He's likes to do it. All right, Anthony Giuliano here says, Nancy, you ready for Gunther versus Pat McAfee?
I'm so down for this.
I want to see Pat McAfee get chopped. That's all I know. Thank you, Anthony. All right, guys. There you have it. Raw after Mania is officially in the books. We got one more chat. This is from Anthony Giuliano, who says, I'm a fan of Pat McAfee. Yeah, I like Pat McAfee. I know a lot of people feel differently sometimes about him, but I do like Pat. Awesome. All right. Now that is a wrap for Raw after Mania. Santi, as always, thank you so much for joining. Even after a busy, crazy night, we did it. WrestleMania 41. That's it. WrestleMania season's over. We're moving on to the next thing.
Yes, sir. Hey, we still got NXT after Stand and Deliver and SmackDown after WrestleMania. There's still some heaters left this week. But yeah, no, what a wild weekend it was. I was operating on an average of 2 hours of sleep a night.
Dude, I 100% understand. We got Luis here, by the way. He said, should be some Page or Fury join Seth. I don't know about that. I don't really vibe with either of the two options going into this right now.
I like Fury.
Okay. It'd be different. He has a different personality. Thank you, Luis. We got David Montalvo here who says Billy Gunn went from convict to intercontinental champion. I hope he's still champion by the time Survivor Series comes to San Diego. Yeah, that would be cool. Yeah, oh, but I can't cheer, so sorry.
You're off the train.
I'm off. Thank you, David, for the super chat. All right, we got Terrence Johnson who says, would you root for Yuma as a streaker?
I don't know who Yuma is.
I don't know either. That sounds a little confusing. Well, sorry, Terrence. I'm not really sure what you're referring to here. Oh, Yuta! Wheeler Yuta! Oh, fuck no! No, let's go from that. I hate more. Don't like Wheeler Yuta.
Oh, Wheeler Yuta is like my favorite on AEW.
No, he's not. Okay, no, thanks. I'm out on that. Alrighty, now we're done with the show. Santi, please tell us where they can find you.
can find me at All Things Saki Van. I will be posting a review of the Monday night after WrestleMania in a couple of hours. So make sure you head on over there and drop